Hey, it's Monday morning, and I hope everyone's well. I hope everyone's been busy, had a bit of time to relax before the week starts. And
No.
yeah, it is the day we've all been waiting for. It's transfer deadline day. It's something that I don't totally agree with the windows. I've spoken in the past because I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I used to like the old method where and I don't know if it was you, Ginge, but someone of your age who's part of our group actually didn't realise the way it should be. I think it was you saying, Jazz, really, I thought the window was always there. Could be someone else. But yeah,
No, it
prior,
weren't me. No.
prior to 2002, mate, we didn't have any windows. So you could sign whoever you want up to the
Oh, throughout the season, yeah.
season, up until about middle of March. And then they used to cut it off because they used to think it's unfair. For instance, if
Yeah,
you go
because
down the window
well,
league, you can sign 6, 7 players and make sure it happens. So the cut-off
the
was about
FA have
March.
got
Hmm?
the FA have got something in place. I don't know if it was like this with professionals, but Saturday League and Sunday League and whatever else, amateur football up and down the country, you can sign players up until the 1st of February, and that's your cut-off date.
Yeah. Good morning to Stephen, who will be and was part of our Great Hammer History series, episode one, part one, which will be going out live on the channel on Wednesday. Ginger Andy Carroll's also one of the other heroes of the episode, and also the other Steve will be joining us later on this evening. And all I can say is, gentlemen, that I'm excited. I've been waiting to get this Hammer history out on my channel for a long time. I love history, and this will be the first one of many. It's over 1 hour footage, so I've split into two parts. We all went down to Green Street, and it's not one of those that a few channels have done where you just walk around and you show what it is now, which we have done. But on top of that, we have 3, 4 people with different ages, different backgrounds, different perspectives, telling us what it used to be like when they went back in early 70s all the way to when we left. So 4 people, different perspectives, and on camera you do see one or two of them, yeah, getting quite emotional, holding it all together. I see what got me through it was I was busy on the technical side of things,
That's
making sure
it.
the
You
sounds okay. I didn't have time to think emotionally, but I do want to go back without, shall I say, the worry of filming and just have a good drink with you lads
Well,
in
next
Green
time
Street.
I'll do the filming, and then you can give us your experiences from being
Yeah,
out.
yeah. I think then I'll break down for sure. Then I think it'll be a different case, especially
Because I
after
think
a
there's a
few.
couple more bits that we wanted to do as well. So I think
Well, but
we
the
can
thing
add
is,
that.
no, part one's out this Wednesday. Part two will be the following Wednesday. So hopefully, gives you a bit of time to add or fine tune one or two your bits if you want. So you got till the following Wednesday, I think. So
Yeah,
yeah, about fortnight. So yeah, so Stephen was one of them. And what this comment meant, Ginger, was that he works in a warehouse, and then to listen to us, he goes around the corner and pretends he's listening to radio, but it's us. So Steve's got one or two tricks up his sleeve. Really, he's a top lad. Also, what we're using for the first time on the bottom is the ticker, a bit like Sky Sports. So, what I'm hoping to do as the day progresses and big deals or big rumours come up, I'll put them down there for people joining us at various times during the day, really. Transfer deadline day, before I pass over to Ginger, your feelings, what you think about the day. And I used to be so excited, but I felt in the past 2 seasons, I don't think clubs enjoy it, and they're certainly not doing as many deals. For me, the highlight was the Torres and the Andy Carroll and was it Henderson, that deal with helicopters. I was just shocked that day what was going on. I remember Berbatov signing right at the end with 5 minutes to go, things like
mm.
that. So for me, once again, I think the windows disappointed me. Not much has really gone on, and even up to today, there's not really much that you believe or go on. So what does a day mean to you? For me, the novelty's worn off for year by year for me, mate, a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah, definitely. So where you have that break at the start of the season, where the summer transfer window finishes, to the end of December, beginning of January, if you like, that gap there, you're sort of going through the season if buts and maybes from the summer, but then you're also looking forwards as you're getting closer towards November, December time, what you could do or what your club could do going forward in January. So obviously we were all getting excited. We know we missed out on a couple of players in the summer, that we should have got done early, really, because obviously the last two signings for me were like panic buys. They were like, shit, we've got no one in. We need to get someone in. We need to get some people in. And I don't think they were the first choice signings that the manager or the club wanted. And I think we just done it just because we needed a couple of people, and they were the ones that were available. So going into January, I was like, let's make a real statement now. The club, Newman being appointed in November, I think it was October. He was appointed to manage the scouting network, apparently, which at the time we only had one. I believe you've alluded to it a couple of times, Jazz, that we've got a very, very small team. So we may even have 2 or 3 scouts now, but that's still not enough for a Premier League club. And we're still not identifying the right sort of targets. Well, something's not going on behind the scenes because nothing yet again is being done. So all that excitement building up to January, and we realise a week, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks into January, we've not done anything, and there's not been anything from the club. There's not been no movement. There's not been no bids. There's not been no approaches. And then you start wondering what is going on and what is our ambition with the transfer window. And like you say, the dullness of it's lost its edge. And I think it's going to be hard anyway since COVID and whatnot. Every team's going to struggle, but you've got teams doing business in this window when West Ham aren't. And so many people have said it for years. If you're in a transfer window and you've got the clubs in and around you doing business and you're not doing anything, you're then basically going backwards because you're not allowing your club to do anything and to propel forward. So yeah, I think the novelty has worn off, but it's worrying times at West Ham if we're not even bringing in players. I mean, this window's been shocking. Absolutely shocking. We've got ourselves in the best situation, best position in the league for a very long time to do this. Or arguably, you could compare it to last season where we was sort of in a similar position, but we got Jesse Lingard in. We got some excitement from it. Do you know what I mean? Not like Jesse Lingard was everyone's favourite to come in at the time, but he proved us all wrong. And they're the sort of players we want. We want proven Premier League players that we know are capable of playing at this level, and we want people to come to the club and enjoy their time being here, enjoy the players that we've got, and enjoy the tactics and the style that we're imposing, especially from the last 18 months, 2 seasons. I think the style has been good. You've seen obviously a vast improvement within the squad and the tactical side of things, but that's no good if we're going to keep letting players go over the years and then not replace them and not get our numbers back up, because we're going to struggle like we have. We've got a very thin squad as it is. We had a couple of injuries. We had our whole back four, our starting back four at one point. And so, yeah, it just shows what can happen. Liverpool had it the other season where they lost both of their centre-halves and they almost went into a meltdown. They couldn't cope. And we didn't as much, but we knew that we need to reinforce with COVID, illnesses, injuries, people away on international duties. I mean, Antonio's out there now. He scored again, but they lost to Mexico. So obviously we're in dire need, and we've got Antonio playing 3 games in 7 days or something like that, 7-8 days. That's our only recognised striker, which let me stress about this. He's not a striker. He's not a striker, not our striker. To an extent that he's a winger being transformed into a striker that we know Moyes likes to do. But this is the point now we need to start getting deals done over the line. And we should have done them 2 weeks ago. We should have bedded them in already. They should have had their first game against either Leeds or Man United. You know what I mean? They should be settled. And we could have had this past 2 weeks period where we've not had a game to be training with the squad and to get to know the manager and the backroom staff and the facilities and and your training complex and whatnot. But we're doing everything so wrong, and it's really starting to grate on the fan base, and it's just bad way of doing business.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm going to do is before I start, Sky have put up a nice summary of winter transfer window spending and received. 2020, yeah, 217, 208. I mean, the year 2018. Wow, look at the amounts there: 465 million, 372. Yeah, this is obviously very quiet. The last year, this year is again one of the quiet ones. So again, it looks like year on year it's dwindling. I don't know what the future of the window is, mate. I don't think it's working. I think clubs are just sitting there and getting too much money at the end. Agents, it's just for me, it doesn't work the window, mate. I don't know what you think. I don't know, not for me.
Well, the agents are the biggest frauds in football, really, because they should have no rights to demand bigger money, whatever, and it's all in the name of their client. You know what I mean? But we all know what goes on. We all know that the agents put their 2p in, 2 bobs worth in, just to get their player a move, which obviously you could argue is a good sales technique. But obviously they have to do marketing. They have to put their player, their products. If you like, if you're a business and you've got a product, you want to put it out on the market. Yeah, I am 100%. But then don't manipulate the whole transfer just to gain benefit from yourself, i.e., in this terms, gain yourself more money. Yeah, they football agents they just spoil the game, really.
Right, I want to start off by, if you have a look at the ticker below, mate, and pick any of those ones up, and we can start talking about these are the deals that are closing in, the sort of the ones in the morning that clubs are looking to do. So so pick any of them up, and we can talk about it, mate. While I'm going to add more tickers and more things I'm hearing right now, mate.
Well, I think if we just start with Coletta Car quickly, we've obviously no, sorry, not Coletta Car, Cabral. Obviously, we've missed out on Cabral now. He's gone to Fiorentina because Vlahovic has left Fiorentina and gone Juventus. And I believe it's a three-way triangle. I think Vlahovic went from Fiorentina to Juve. Someone from Juve have gone from Juve to Basel, I believe, where Cabral was at, and then Cabral was going to move from there to Fiorentina. So they all had to sort of intertwine with each other. Everyone had to get a green light amongst those amongst that triangle of transfers in order for that to work. So again, we've just sat around twiddling our thumbs, not done anything. If that was a real target of ours, we should have just gone out and done it. Same as Jesse Lingard at the start. If we was that interested in him, we should have just gone out and got him. The other players that we've been linked with that apparently were a strong link, we should have just gone out and got them. Just made a real statement. I don't know why we're just sitting here messing about, because we're now seeing our targets or supposed targets go to different clubs, and we've said it before, Jazz. If you start sitting there twiddling your thumbs and not doing anything and not showing any ambition, you're going to see your targets go, and then you're going to make it a lot harder for yourself, because now you have to identify new targets, or you're going to end up panicking, thinking, shit, we need to get people in ASAP, and then you start getting in the wrong people, which is what the club have turned around, or Moyes has turned around and said that's what he doesn't want to do. Well, I'm sorry, Moyes, but you should have pulled your finger out at the start and done something about it, mate, because now you're going to get...
Yeah, we'll talk about West Ham in a minute. Have a look at some of the other ones going on there. Forget West Ham for now; they've done my head in, mate, all month.
Brentford Ericsson. That was. I mean, it's not a surprise that he would come back to the Premier League. Obviously, he can't play in Italy because of their rules with their... I'm not exactly sure what it is, but with their health conditions. But yeah, obviously he can't play with there, so he's mutually terminated his contract with Inter Milan. So, I mean, Brentford was a bit of a surprise. I thought you would have seen someone like a Leeds or a Villa or someone go for that sort. I mean, but Villa don't really need him now. I mean, they've got Coutinho. They don't really need that extra player power. They've got Buendia. But yeah, Brentford signing him. He could revitalise his career, and if he does well, but he's got to look after himself, and the club have got to look after him, because his health is the number one priority at this moment in time. Yeah, he wants to play football. I had a similar thing when I was 22 where I had to retire from football because I had TIAs, mini forms, a stroke. I had 8 episodes in the space of 3 weeks in the summer of 2022, 2012, sorry, when I was 22. And yeah, you've got to think about number one. Ericsson's got to think about himself.
Why has he come back, mate? I don't get it. What is the point? He's got nothing to prove.
He's a winner. He just wants to play football.
What about his wife saying we've got enough money in the bank? Let's enjoy the kids. You're going to retire in a couple of years anyway. I don't get it, mate.
That's the thing. There's always that risk, but with the operation that he's had and the pacemaker and everything. Is it a pacemaker he's got installed, or is it?
It is a kind of a pacemaker, which meant that under the Italian FA rules, that they couldn't accept him. Yeah, they couldn't accept him. They said we're not going to accept him under that what he's got.
He's probably as I say, I retired at the age of 22 from playing football for 18 months before I got myself back on the pitch, and I started off with 10 minutes here, 15 minutes. But yeah, he must. If he's anything like how my mentality was, he just didn't want to stop playing football. But now you have to look after yourself, and you have to liaise with the club. You have to have your own personal doctor with you, and just liaise with the club. Don't do nothing stupid because, like you say, he's got kids, he's got a family. If he wants to play football, that's fair by him, but he's got to look after himself.
I mean, Bearded Hammer, good morning, sir. In terms of breaking news, mate, this is the breaking news. ETTK to Newcastle, 25 million loan fee agreed, rising to 33 million. Again, Ginge, what do you reckon, mate? I think Newcastle are bonkers, mate. 33 million, Jesus Christ.
Mate, listen, they're in dire straits. Yeah, it's no secret that they need to bolster their squad, otherwise they're going down. It's make or break for them. They need to get players in, but they need to get the right recruitment in. But again, it's just disappointing that we're linked with someone and we're not fighting for it. We're not pushing it through. We're not getting it done early enough. We're not giving out a fee or an enticement to the club or player to say, listen, come to us. And for them to turn around and go, yeah, that's it, done deal. Because of either a salary or a transfer fee or the right transfer in place to start with, basically.
But they're just going for
Newcastle are going to buy anyone, isn't they? I mean, anyone that's half decent that anyone else is trying to get, they're going to hijack. But I think we're our own downfall here, though. I don't blame Newcastle because I'd hope that we would be the same if we was in the same situation. I don't blame Newcastle. I blame us for not getting these deals done or making them more solid.
So, morning, lads. I can't get on with the link. Oh, Barry, you got issues with the link, mate. Let me have a look. So I'll send you another link. Yeah, while I look at the link, there's four or five stories in there. Brentford, Son Ericsson, we've done it. And Spurs, I don't know if you know anything about those two boys from Juve, mate.
Mate, I can't say I am. Can't say I have, mate. I haven't heard nothing about those. Don't know who they are. I've never seen them play. Bentancur. I've heard of his name, but I've not seen him. But no, the other guy, no, I've never heard of him. Van der Beek going to Everton is a weird one. Oh, because I heard a little story. I mean, I don't know how much of it's true, but obviously Patrick Vieira, Arsenal legend, is now the manager at Palace, and someone that he played with for a very long time, Dennis Bergkamp, apparently rang him up and told him the situation at Man United with Van der Beek. I mean, it's no secret. He should have known that anyway. But I think he was basically telling him, go and get him. Go and get Van der Beek. Go and rescue him, basically, even if it's on loan, because of the way that's all going at Man United at the minute. And I think it would be a decent signing, especially for Palace. Yeah, it'd be a decent. I mean, that's no disrespect for Palace, by the way. I mean, that's someone that they could really thrive off. He's a good player. He's a decent player. He's a link up between the midfield and the attack. He's got a bit of flair about him. He's got a bit of movement. He's got an understanding of the game massively. And nowadays it's all about technical ability and the knowledge, having it in your head, being able to see things 2, 3, 4 passes or phases ahead in the game. And I think he's got that ability.
What about Van den Beek closing in on Everton, Liverpool loan deal? All
right, guys. How you doing?
Morning.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm all right, yeah. Let's just stop that feed I was doing. All right, it's all right. How you going?
Yeah, not bad. We're just looking at a few things that are kind of opening, and obviously so frustrated with West Ham. It's been draining following this window all month without hardly anything happening. And then you kind of, for your benefit, Barry, ETTK to Newcastle all agreed, 25 million is the fee agreed, mate. So I don't know what you think about that. I mean, we were after him, but I suppose we couldn't agree a kind of a price for him, really. But Newcastle have gone in there and kind of agreed that, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit pessimistic about it. We always miss the boat. We're a bit too slow to catch a cold, really. And to me, it's just history repeating itself. We've done this so many times in the past. You know, it's it's just awful. Look, if I speak for a minute, I don't understand why we're always run by crooks. Yeah, and they take things from the club. Why can't they have an attitude like United and other things and think, well, if we're winning trophies, you know, and we're up there up there at the top of the league and we're getting into Europe every year and all that, they're making money. They're making more money. You know, the Kearns and the Browns took loads of money out of the club, you know, and sold off the assets, as in the players, when people came in with big money. Terence Brown did the same, you know. And we've just got the same again now, haven't we?
I think what it is, Barry, do you think, I mean, where does the blame lie? Is it in David Moyes or the board? I mean, I'm more thinking it's in the middle rather than perhaps one wrong over the other. I've heard David Moyes is trying to make a point. He doesn't like how much power perhaps the scouts have got. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on, the way it's done. I mean, what I've heard is
the scouts have got. The scouts are just there to do a due diligence job on looking at targets and looking at players. Or if the manager, or in this case Rob Newman, is supposed to do his job, it gives him a list of what players to look out for. Or the scouts then report back to Newman and Moyes and say, these players are what I found. They're not on your list. They are a similar criteria that have gone under the radar. I think you need to have a look at them. But no one's in sync with each other at this club.
I've heard what could be happening is, instead of David giving them a list, they listen to him in terms of type of player. So no names are mentioned, and they go to the board once they found someone, and then it gets approved. Then they bring the list back to David, and then David says no to most of them, and then they start again. I mean, I don't know what's going on. So Barry, what do you think? You think the board are not giving the money, or maybe when he does identify a player, they can't seal the deal? Do you think, is that the issue?
I think, yes, there's too many Chiefs is what I think, and not enough Indians. All right. Yeah. And what we're in some clubs.
You got one here. You got one here anyway, but there you go.
You're definitely a chef. You're a chef, son, after last night.
No, that was my wife. That was my wife, mate. I'm useless.
Oh, was it? Oh, he's a beautiful curry. He looked like a beautiful curry.
Yeah, nice colour. It's nice, actually. Yeah, I like that.
Beautiful. I love a curry. I love a curry.
Saved us some guys.
Listen, I'm going to sort you guys out. Don't worry. We'll plan something.
Right, that means he's at it all.
That he does, doesn't it? Yes. He's at it all.
And basically, what he means is, I'll sort you out. Is next time we do one, I'll do more for you. That's what it means.
Barry, what do you think about Mandy's statement here? On a bit on your side here, mate. Scottish manager and too low like a deal. Yeah. What chance have we got? But
I just think this. Right? This is what I think. In some clubs, it can be run like a European club, like Man City's run like a European club and all that. Yeah, but we can't. We're an English club. Yeah, and what I mean by that is we have to have the manager in charge who calls the shots. It's always been our history that is when we've been successful. So we just need Moyes to run the ship and basically say, I want, as you were saying, Andy, that you know, he needs to say, this is who the player I want. Now go out and get him. This is what I want. Go and get him. Yeah, someone in charge. There's too many people interfering. Right? Moyes has obviously shown he knows what he's doing and he knows the type of team he wants to build and players and everything. So you just need for the ball to say, all right, we're back here. Here's a budget. Go and sort it out. But don't leave it to the last minute. So we end up with some, you know,
Jordan Hugill.
Yeah. Yeah, something like, you know, clutching at straws, end up with a lucky straw, or if you know what I mean, clutching at straws. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And end up with an unlucky straw.
That's always our way, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it, mate. Like, you think all you have to do is look back in history, in the last 10 years, how many strikers we've had that have not worked out or have not been of ill quality of what we needed or what we were after. Simeone Zaza being one of them, Jonathan Calleri, Jordan Hugill. They're all fucking dead water transfers that we should never have been touching in the first place.
Yes.
All right, we back then it was different because we were fighting the other end of the table. That was more panic, more than anything. That we had to get someone in that can we had to take a gamble, otherwise we was going to be in the championship. Now we can have that little bit more relaxed approach, but we need to find quality.
Yeah.
Barry, what about Todd Cantwell? I mean, he's been offered to anyone who wants him, and there's just no one interested. Bournemouth are thinking of him on loan. I don't know, just to bolster the numbers, perhaps.
Barry, just quickly, just before you answer that one, he always goes on about Noel Cantwell, and he almost said him again. He's got a thing about this Noel Cantwell. There's a
link, isn't there? Someone told me they're related to each other. Yeah, Noel Cantwell, who played for us. And
I think someone's pulling your plonker, Jazz.
Yeah. No, like we're saying, like Andy's saying here, we don't need it. We don't need people like that. We need to have a different, you know, look, we're up there at the top end of the table. We're, you know, we're in Europe currently and so forth. So we should be able to say to these top order strikers, you know, look, this is what we are. This is what we're about. We're, you know, we're on the depths of great things here, being consistently in Europe and at the top end of the table. Come and play for us, and let's build something here. You know.
If you remember what good Mike was saying, is that we're in a better position than Spurs and some other clubs, and we're not making the most of it, isn't it?
No.
Yes, absolutely. We are not making the most of it. And that frustrates the hell out of me, and we've always done that.
No wonder, what the hell have we been doing since November, December? What have we been doing?
What have we been doing since last fucking January? We've done fuck all.
If we don't get anything, I can see an internal. I can see an internal fight happening, mate. If nothing meaningful, because I know what Sullivan's like. He's going to be on the phone to his TalkSport friend Jim White. Late evening, and then because next morning he's very sensitive about the fans, because we are going to go nuts tomorrow morning if not already, and he's going to deflect it to David, and something will be leaked at the end of today, as you know, that'll come out tomorrow morning on TalkSport.
But do you know what? I don't get the sense of same of the same happenings as previously before. I think there's a strong part of me now that think the board have given him rights to go out and get players that they want. I think there could be a multiple things. I think the players that David Moyes really wants at the top of his list, whether it's an attacking player, a striker, a winger that he wants to turn into an attacker, or a centre back and a left back, I think he's probably got his top targets and he cannot get. So now he's had to fish below water level and go deeper. And he's not finding the sort of players that he really wants that's available. And that's the biggest cliche. The players we're looking for aren't available until the summer or whatever else. And that's just pissing me off as well, because if you want to go out and get someone, you can go out and get someone. Money talks. And if you're being backed, like the board have said they've backed you, and David himself, Moyes, has come out and said, the board have backed me, which I think is a stupid thing to say because now you've got a target on your back.
Yeah. Very true,
I
man.
think that if this is a shambles, if it turns out we don't bring 2 players in by the end of tonight, I think he should have a target on his back because he's brought it upon himself. If it's true, the fact that he's been allowed the funds and it's there at his disposal. We can't really moan at the board for that, if that's true.
What about Glenn's comments here? Anyone, one of you two can pick it up. Moyes has said money's available. He keeps saying he's unavailable. I mean, you move on to, but you move into someone who is available. You can't just not buy anyone for 1.5 years, whatever. You know?
Listen, like we've said, and we've had people say it on the group as well. Yeah, we don't obviously want stopgaps, but if you can't get anyone that you want, you have to do with stopgaps for now. Now, someone used a great analogy earlier on the group, saying obviously he wanted to buy a new car. The car that he wanted to buy was unavailable for whatever reason, whether it was just unavailable to get for him at the moment or whether financially it wasn't available. So he had to get like a stopgap car just to get him from A to B at that time. And that's what you need to do with these transfers. We need a player. We need that car, not collect a car, but we need that car. And we need that striker that's going to take us forward. It's going to take us from A to B. And if you can't get the player that you want, then you have to find the next best thing that's available for your club and the best thing for your club, the next best available thing for your club as well. So, there's too many messing about at this club.
What about this then? I agree with you, man. I agree with you. What about this? Seeing that you put up Núñez on the page there, Jez, I read about him last night. He seems good, but I wonder, because he's played in a slower pace league like Spain, it isn't quite as fast as the Premier League. I'm not saying the standard's any worse, but it takes a while for players to gel to mould into that, right? And I like this player. I'm going to say it, but I don't think he'd come. But I think he'd do us a stopgap. That what you've just said is Cavani at Man United. You see, you could play. What's his name? I forgot. It's early, boys. Antonio up front for a while, and then when his legs tire, get Cavani on because he's a great player still, isn't he? And he's only playing a bit part at Man United, so he could come and play a bit part for us, and he'd get more games with us.
I think Uruguay is a very good pedigree. We've got people like Suarez. Good.
Someone like Cavani, the wages, we're not going to match his wages.
Oh, is he on big wages? Is he?
Yeah, he's got to be. He's that top end scale of a player. I mean, he's not. I think he's world class. He's class, a world class player. So he's going to be on big wages, 100%. And I don't think we'll pay anyone like that. I mean, there was them silly reports about Di Maria. We're never going to get him, even if it was true, because we can't pay them sort of wages.
No.
But I think even a loan for Cavani, even if we done some sort of deal with Man United where we paid half each or we pay 3/4 of his wage, and even that is still too much for West Ham. So
yes,
I know exactly what you're saying, Bal, and I agree with you. But I just don't think. I mean, if we can't even get a fucking Championship player to sign for us, then we're not going to get a rival.
We ain't going to get them, are we?
Nah, exactly.
A couple of updates. Actually, before I do the couple of updates from my good friend's ex-employee, Núñez, what I looked last night is always what formation do these strikers play in, and at no time does he play by himself up front. He plays on the side out the 3 up front, or he plays with 2.
Oh,
he scores 1 goal in 2. Again, he's in Uruguay at the moment. A deal is near impossible to do, and as at last night, as the ticker below confirming, lads, Lingard, Man United confirmed he's not going anywhere, especially with the news coming out on Greenwood, which I don't really want to go into on this show. So Lingard's not going anywhere in the summer. And, I don't know where he's going to end up. Doesn't look like our club. So that one, I think, is closed. Bids have gone in for 5 players. X was saying anything can happen. something. A lot of things can happen. A lot of things
Anything
maybe
can
not
happen,
happen.
but nothing will happen.
Yeah.
What 5 players, Jazz?
He doesn't really know, but one of them is not Trossard of Brighton. That was mentioned yesterday. He's not one of them that we're looking at. Yeah.
So I think it's so Calvin Phillips from Leeds was apparently 40 mil with add-ons rising to 50 mil, and then apparently you had Rafinha was the other one for 50 million. Now they're the sort of players that we should be looking at in summer, or we should have been looking at last summer. Yeah, because don't get me wrong, we need to reinforce in them sort of areas eventually, but the priority right now is a striker and a centre back.
I don't care what anyone says. Players do get tapped up, and if in a normal world you would have thought in November, David has earmarked a couple of players. We've approached the player through the agent. We're going to make a bid for you when the window opens. Are you going to come? It's not rocket science. Then that means the only problem to solve, because you do get an idea of wages a little bit. Then the only idea is that again is another issue where we don't get our bid accepted, do we? Yeah,
that's how deals used to be done back in the day. Teams will tap up players during the season or the off season or whatever, and say, listen, we're interested in you. Like, are you interested in coming to the club? First of all, if they say, yeah, I'll be open to coming to West Ham, blah blah blah, then you know that the player is interested. Then you know that you just have to agree personal terms with that player. But the biggest thing after that would be the initial deal with the club is trying to persuade the club to sell you their player at what they believe and you believe is a fair price.
Well, if you remember Barry and Ginger, do you remember Milenkovic deal? So he comes all the way to the UK with his agent for a medical, and then suddenly the news is, we found out the agent fees are ridiculous. So wouldn't you agree that in the first place before you get anywhere near a medical? Some of the things that I've heard is just...
I reckon that was if that's true that he came all the way to us and he had a medical and whatnot, then maybe they met him in person and thought, you know what, you're not the sort of character that we want. Yeah. Maybe there's that sort of possibility, because we don't. Moyes has said that he doesn't want to upset the apple cart anyway. He doesn't want egos. He wants a certain mentality type player, and he probably met him on a personal level and thought, you know what, no, I don't like the way you are, but as a person, or I don't know, maybe it's just come across my head. Maybe that was the sort of thinking behind Moyes.
No, what David was saying, that the deal again took ages to do, and David was saying, what's going on? Why haven't you got that guy over the line? I spoke with him, and then they said, he's not sure, he's oohing and eyeing, and David said, pull out of it. And then that was another story I'd heard. But the surprising thing I couldn't get is he walked across London to Tottenham, didn't he? And he didn't sign for them either. So I didn't know, maybe those agent deals are really ridiculous, but they should be identified early on before you waste anyone's time. It's just complete cowboy land. What I'm hearing what's going on. Yeah,
or maybe the agents thought, fuck it, I can bump this up for an extra 5 million for myself.
I know that clubs do accept bids, then the next morning they get greedier. So despite a gentleman's verbal agreement, because the Premier League, we're a cash cow, we're the richest league in the world. You know, every other country financially struggling. That's why I don't like this window, because I think you get held to ransom and it's just ridiculous. And Mark Brown and Barry thinks there's going to be a rabbit, perhaps pulled out the hat. You think?
Well, I hope he's right. I mean, you can live in hope, but it's the hope that kills you.
Well, a rabbit up top.
Like we're sorry, Ginge. Like we're saying, though, you know, it's all a bit too late. Either they're bleeding very secret squirrel about everything and keeping everything under wraps, and then going to do a massive thing at the end, or we are just clutching at straws. And it sounds like the latter, the clutching at straws thing, because we ain't heard nothing. It's just it's the oak market that's going to kill us, and it will kill us all today.
And Barry, your last comments on Lingard, mate, with the whole bloody, oh my God, it's gone on and on and on, mate. It got so annoying, isn't it? What do you think about that?
Well, look, if the player wanted to come, he could have pushed it, right? And I understand that's his club, that's his boyhood club. He loves the club, he supports the club. But look, if he wants to play football, why be second string? That's what I don't work out with these players. So if you don't want to come, give him the old Spanish Archer and move on to the next one. Yeah, that's it. find someone else. If he don't want to play for us and die for us when he goes out on the field, I don't want players like that playing at West Ham. I want players hungry who want to do the best for us.
I think he does, but he doesn't want to burn bridges with his boyhood club, which is probably a respect level. Which, if that is the case, then I respect him for that.
I don't think he owes United anything, mate. He's given enough for his service. Yeah.
No, yeah, I know. But what I mean is because that's his like. Say like you, Jazz. You play for West Ham, yeah. I'm gonna flip this on you now, Jazz. Right? You play for West Ham. You go off on like you're not being played. Bearing in mind, you've still got a few years in you.
It's all gone wonky, boys. Am I the only one left?
I can hear you, mate. I can hear you. What is you're frozen, but we can hear you. So you're back in. You're back, Barry. You're back. Maybe the internet's up and down, but you should be back soon. Yeah, we're fine. You're back, Barry.
I'm back.
Yeah, I can hear you, see you. Yeah, no problem.
Oh, well, that's good. Everybody went blank there for a minute. Technical itch.
Yeah, I think perhaps. Yeah, I think perhaps broadband was up and down. Morning, sir. How are you, James? You all right, mate?
Hello, all right, mate.
Look at James's face. Oh no, James, take it away. Mate. Take it away, mate.
It's not good enough, Jazz, is it? Let's be honest here, as fans, and we're all different ages here, right? And we've supported this club for a fucking long time. Yeah. Why is it that we're leaving it day 31, 12 hours and 14 minutes to go? And we've got no one. And collect a car is not a guarantee. I think it will go through. It'll be late in the day, but I think it'll happen about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. But West Ham need more than just a centre half.
Yeah.
Isn't it? To me, we've had Rafinha. Yeah, we ain't gonna get him. Leeds ain't gonna sell him when they're fighting for their lives to stay in the league. Phillips, right? They're one of their best players. Ain't gonna get him either. It's embarrassing.
But they're two players that we don't really need right now either.
The one thing I will say about it, now whether you take it like a pinch of salt, is that our West Ham getting prepared for a bid for Rice.
Yeah.
Phillips would have come in. Yeah, sounds like
right
it,
because you don't go and bring in Calvin Phillips to play with Declan Rice when you've got Souček and Rice there for the last 2 years, and let's be honest, they've been pretty decent together. For me, 50 million for Rafinha, 50 million for Calvin Phillips. They've bid for this Nunez, who I've heard today has been rejected. People are saying, no, it's still on. Right. Why would you go and bid for £45 million for a player that you know is halfway around the world?
1 day to go, yeah.
And you've got 12 hours to go. You've got to get a medical done. You've got to get this done. You've got to get that done. It just makes no sense, mate. It angers me because as fans, we deserve better. And we don't. Yeah. All we get is the same old crap.
It's mind-boggling, mate. Yeah.
Same excuses. It's just getting fucking repetitive and boring now.
It is, and obviously Newcastle are picking up 1 or 2 players that we've been taking too long to get deals over the line. Target, surprise one for me, James. Target going to Newcastle looks like. I didn't see that one coming, mate, from Villa.
Is that not Matt Target?
Matt Target, yeah.
Matt Target.
Yeah. Thing is, though, Jez, Hugo Ekitike, right? We've been linked with him. Newcastle go in there, bang, get him out of there, right? We're supposed to be a big club. And we act like a small club. This is what I say on all my streams, on my channel. I've come on your channel before. West Ham need to start acting above their station because we're 5th in the league. And to me, there's a lot of issues with this. There really is, right? The mentality's got to change. Like, if the fans turn around and said, right, we're not accepting this. We want to be 6th in the league. And if we're not, why ain't we? But West Ham fans will go, well, we're in a great season. It don't really matter. Do you know what I mean? It's just
not do you know what's gonna something just come through, and what it is nothing to do with us really, but something that we're really totally gonna, because I think that perhaps speaking on our show a couple of times, we've heard that David doesn't fancy Origi. Liverpool are going to be quite busy today. I think the Cavalier from Fulham's coming in. I think they got Diaz deal over the line. They think Origi could be released today. And I wouldn't be surprised Newcastle come in, grab Origi. We're going to go nuts, mate. You know, what the hell?
No, that's going to send us all over.
This is I've just done a show on my channel just a minute ago, and I turned around and said, "Be prepared at 11:01 tonight. If West Ham do not get players in, I will go into everyone at that club, and that includes Moyes." Because if Moyes is sitting there and he knows that his hands are tied, tell us.
Yeah.
Tell us, because his credibility is. If Moyes was to leave West Ham tomorrow, he could get a job by the end of the week.
Yeah.
Because he's got that money in the bank now. He's earned. He's got his reputation back, hasn't he? So he could go and do that, Jazz, right? And Curtis, right? But the problem is he's sitting there tight-lipped, not saying a lot, and like Ericsson has gone to Brentford, like, and we can't get that one. And I keep seeing us getting linked with Christian Benteke, Reece Healy, who's awful, right, in League One, and
I mean, another deal is Van den Beek on loan at Everton. They've got him. Nunez, I think it's just. I don't think anything is going to happen. I mean,
I'll be stunned if that happens, mate. I'll be stunned
for the price of it as well.
But what I'm saying, James, before you came in is, tomorrow Sullivan's going to get in touch with Jim White to put a thing out. You know what's going to happen before out there that it's nothing to do with us to get the deflection off him or whatever's going on. There's going to be an internal fight between David and you can see it happening, can't you? I think tomorrow.
I don't know about you, lads, but I don't know who to blame on this one. If I'm honest. Do we blame Moyes for not spending the money, or do we blame the owners for not putting enough money up? Like, if he's only got 20 million to spend, and he needs to collect a car, and he needs a striker, what's he supposed to do? Like, but then saying that, if I'm what we've heard today with all the bids that's come in, we've had like all these bids all over the gaff, right, all over the place, right? I think there's more money there. Like, and I've always said this since Kadinsky has been at the club. There is no way that multi-billionaire is come to the club and he's going to sit there and go, you know what, we're going to go for loan signings and free transfers. I just don't believe it.
No, because that's a Sullivan sort of strategy. That is not Kaczynski. Yeah. I think Kaczynski's come in to help them bolster the transfer budget. And say if it was just fucking Sullivan and Gold anyway, it should be at least 30 mil just with them. Now Kaczynski's come in. That should bolster it by another 30 at least. So I believe he's got money there to spend. I just think he's just, I don't know what his fucking mindset is, old Moyes.
And what someone just said to me on the show, right? And I make them right. I've asked both of you this. Both of you tell me what West Ham's transfer strategy is. Because 1 minute we go for one of the best players in Europe in Nunez, right? And in the next breath, we're getting linked with Christian Benteke.
Yeah.
It just makes no sense.
Yeah. Jim, take it away, mate. I'll join in after.
I think they're just, like Barry said earlier, they're clutching at straws. They're just finding anyone and everyone. They're just, I don't think they have got a strategy. I think they know they need a certain type of player. I think they need certain positions, obviously, as we all know. 100% striker and a centre back is first priority for me. Anyone else that if we was to get in this window is a bonus, but we can go out and strengthen other areas in the summer. But we should have done that last summer. Yeah, so we're not playing fucking catch up. It seems like we're playing catch up every single fucking window, and we're letting more out than we're bringing in. Like I said before, it's counterproductive, and we're always playing catch up from that. Not replacing Haller a year ago. Is just killed us. We should have done that straight away. If we didn't have the time, it should have been done in the first couple of weeks of the summer. That should have been rectified straight away, because now we've played a whole year without a recognised striker, with an out-and-out centre forward, and we've just filling in as and when. Bowen's filled in, Yarmolenko's
do you know what's embarrassing the most? I've got to laugh at this. Is that Burnley go and get rid of Chris Wood? Yeah. They've just gone and signed the Dutch striker, the big lump, Forhurst, I think his name is, from Wolfsburg, and Burnley have got more strikers than West Ham United Football Club.
Yeah,
which is embarrassing.
Barry, we were talking about the West Ham strategy. I don't know what you think. I mean, what I quickly think is that David Moyes has identified not too many, but a few, but we cannot get the deal done due to don't want to agree the installment cash plans. Financially can't get it done. When we do get there, like with Ben Rama, we made a big deal out of the medical. That deal was about to collapse. I think they got a couple of million off. So I think it's all those things. I think it's the club trying to get the deal over the line. I think David definitely has given them one or two names, and they just can't do it, mate. So Barry, what do you reckon? What's going on with our philosophy and kind of way we do these things to get transfers in, mate?
Well, we're just crap at it, aren't we? But I don't think we're very professional at it. We should be out there selling the club and saying, like, look, get them over the line. I don't understand it. I can't work it out. Yeah, I can't work it out. We said earlier before Jim came on, was I think there's just too many Chiefs and not enough Indians. They should be just going out there and getting it. And making it happen is what I'm trying to say to you. There's too much, obviously, effing about. Like Ginger's saying there. We know we've had a striker all year, so we should have one already teed up to come in. If you see what I mean.
Like too easy, though, isn't it, Barry? That's too easy, don't it? That's too easy to do that. They have to make it hard work.
That's it. That is. We always make things hard work, and it's so.
That is a nature of our club.
Yeah, you know they should have it. Like Jim was just saying that Burnley have got players in and all that. Why are fucking people going to Burnley? Burnley down the bottom end of the table. People should be wanting to come to us.
And do you know what upsets me more than anything is that when I look at West Ham, this is our ceiling, isn't it? Really, being realistic, like we're in the Europa League. We're at the height of where we. Well, this is the best that we're going to have it. I feel at present, unless we get new owners, right? Now, when I look at this, I think, why can't we attract players to come to our club? We're fifth in the league. We're in the Europa League last 16. Win the FA Cup still, but we just can't attract anyone to this club for some reason. Now, my theory is, I think Gold, Sullivan and Brady have burnt so many bridges. They're running out of people to do business with, and that's why they go with Will Salthouse, I think his name is, who's their main guy, because they have no one else.
That's his mate, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I do believe. I just think because we've had 31 days to deal with this, and it's just not good enough. It's just not good enough.
The news just broke a few minutes ago. Burnley.
Yeah, but that Origi, I know he's all right on his day, but I don't think he's consistent. He's like a super sub.
But better than nothing, isn't it? I mean, he's a Premiership already. Yeah.
It's true, it's better than nothing. But I just think
proven Premier League goal scorer.
True, but I just want someone who is. What I'm saying is, what am I trying to say? Right, it's just that someone who's going to lead the line, someone who's going to be there constantly, ain't going to be wishy-washy. And I think Origi is a little bit wishy-washy. Yes, he's a proven goal scorer, but he ain't, consistent. I want someone to be hungry.
It's like James said. I'm not saying it's an example. I'm not saying we should do it, but like the stories of Tony coming out, put a 60 million bid in. Tony, Brentford.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just see what happens. Brentford haven't got a lot of money. They're skint. Just try something,
And they have And what it is with Brentford, their transfer policies run on the money pool scheme. So if they know that they're going to get a lot of money for a player, that player will go, whatever it is. Now, if that's Ivan Toney and Bermo, whoever, they will know who they're going to get. Brentford know that Toney might not be there in the summer. And don't be surprised that they're going to get a striker in the summer from Championship or somewhere like that who they know who they've monitored for a long time. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? It's embarrassing on all fronts, lads, if I'm honest. Right? And what frustrates me more than anything is I look at us fans, we're in our best moment, and we still can't get players to come to our club. I think Coletta will get done. I'm about 95% sure on it. But there's just that 5% that in the back of your mind that goes, this is Gold, Sullivan, Brady doing this deal. Anything could go wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Perhaps we should be trying to just lighten the mood. Perhaps we should be sponsored by Disney because we're a bit of a fucking Mickey Mouse club, aren't we? Really, like why we can't get these deals done.
I think, like James said, where we are within our growth, we should get 50, 60 million player through the door to make a statement to the fans what we're looking to do, and there's nothing out there, mate. We're just clutching the straws. The Coletta car, they've told West Ham 25 times, we want cash. We do not want a loan deal. We keep going back with the same fucking shit over and over. And I keep saying, you're damaging your relationships with clubs by doing this, by pissing them off over and over again. Newcastle, like everyone is saying, they're going to come in. There we go, job done. And next time, they're not going to look at West Ham. We don't want to sell him
That's
any
right,
players.
you can't go in your local off license and see, I don't know, for you, Jazz, a bottle of rum, and it be price marked $29.99, and you go, well, here's $19.99, take it or leave it. They're going to tell you the job, aren't they? Or can I take this bottle and I'll pay you over the next 3 months for it? You can't. You're never going to get that sort of payment scheme anywhere else. So if a club in a transfer market is asking you for a specific amount or a specific type of transfer, you don't then fucking start pissing them off by giving them one low ball after another.
I mean, look at Newcastle's owners. They've only come through the door recently, and they're doing 3 deals a day. I mean, Target, he's arrived for the medical. How long did that take? Probably took 2 hours to sort out. I mean, he probably wasn't even identified till yesterday.
Jazz, what's this geezer, this Czech fella? I can't pronounce his name properly.
Daniel Kadinsky.
Oh, the investor. Yeah.
You know, why? And I thought, from what I've heard, tell me if I've got it wrong, that he has now got more of a stake in the club than Gold.
He has, yeah, I think
right?
he has.
So why isn't he pushing it forward? If he's a businessman like we touched on earlier that wants success and all that, why ain't he helping get things through the door? Going, here's some money, let's get going.
I feel, well, it is with Daniel Kadinsky, is I think he is, that the other lot ain't, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it's like having a business and one of your partners is right up for it, but the rest of them are holding back their dough. And that's what I believe is happening here. The sooner Kadinsky's in charge, the better. And I've said that from day one, and I will keep banging the drum on getting them wrong uns out this club, because I just look at them and it just nothing ever changes at West Ham. Like, as I keep saying, we're in our best moment and we still can't get no one through the door. Yeah. Like, and you know what's going to happen, right? It would not surprise me if something like a Ben Teke or a Reece Healy or someone of whose surplus to requirements at another club will come to West Ham and be on their bench. Like, it's, to me, Declan Rice must be sitting there thinking, what's going on? And it's just broke now that it's official that Burnley have just signed Forhurst.
Yeah.
So they've replaced Chris Wood for 25 million, and they've gone and got in a player who I think's better than Chris Wood in Forhurst, proper target man. And West Ham still have only got one striker, and he ain't even a striker.
And they're talking to Liverpool about Origi as well, to trying to get that one over the line.
So
yeah.
Like, it's, I know it's disheartening, but are you boys surprised? Because I'm not.
No,
not at all. Not at all. No. Just really Really disappointed.
Villa have opened discussions about Basuma, but it looks like, due to the numbers involved, that one will happen in the summer. But at least they're discussing things, because Basuma's another one we've got a lot of time for. But clubs are trying to make things happen, and we're kind of all over the place at the moment, really. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Villa have made a big statement already this January transfer by bringing in Coutinho.
True.
But it's Steven Gerrard, though, mate. It's the manager. And I said this.
Yeah.
I said this on my channel. I said, there's no way that Gerrard's gone there and not said, right, I need backing. And then Villa brought backing, 100%. They will go, you know what, give him what he needs.
Yeah, but if we just get Kaleta over the line, that doesn't really excite me, mate.
Nah.
I'm not sure about it, because he's not regular at Marseille either. I'm like, he just looks like a fat Vlasic. I don't know, mate.
I'll give him a bit of benefit of the doubt, Kaleta. I think a bit of him. I think him and Zuma together makes our defence better. I think if you put him with Dawson, I don't think it works. You put him with Issa Diop, I don't think it works. Him and Zuma together will be a proper, solid partnership. What I like about Kaleta, Jazz, is his long passing ability. He's got a phenomenal.
Yeah, I've seen that in the footage, mate. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, he can spray a good pass from left to right, right to left, and he's. I think he's very good on the ball. He's strong. He's what we need, right? Yeah. But it's just not enough. That's the problem. It's just not enough.
Well, Diop could be out the door then. Get 10, 11 million for him. I don't know, mate. See what happens. 1 in, 1 out.
Again, what's the point?
Say goodbye. Sorry, lads. I'm going to say goodbye. I've got to go to work.
Take care,
it easy.
Barry.
Thanks a lot, Barry.
Take it easy,
Appreciate
Barry.
that, mate. Take care,
All right,
mate.
nice to speak to you all. Have a great day. Let's hope we
Yeah.
sign someone.
Take care, man.
Ta-da, up the hammers.
Yeah, take care, mate. See you later. Thank you.
Ta-da.
I mean, yeah, I mean, a good bearded hammer. So,
I mean,
yeah, so chat guys.
as I was saying about that, it's a Diop thing. Like, if you end up getting rid of Diop, I allude back to my earlier comment that we're just letting more go than we're bringing in. I know you're going to say, oh, yeah, but we're bringing one in so we can let him go. But we are in need to bolster our squad as it is. We have got a thin squad. We should not be letting players go. Eventually, yes, the likes of Masuaku, Diop, Yarmolenko, we need to fuck off. But we need to bring players in and have replacements ready for them before. Because otherwise things like this can happen where we could end up selling players like Haller. We sell him and then don't bring anyone in to replace him.
Mm. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, really, if I'm honest. Like, we can be sitting here, like, you boys be sitting here for hours, right? And I'm gonna like watch it.
Yeah.
And to me, I look at this sort of strategy at West Ham. There is none, right? And what they will do is, and this is what I don't want to hear from the fans. I don't want the fans to say when we start winning a few games that, oh, see, we didn't need a striker, right? Because it won't be them few games that it'll be. It'll be the last 16 of the Europa League or the last 8 of the Europa League when we're playing Thursday, Sunday, and we need to balance 2 competitions. And that is, I'll tell you what, I'm going to say this to you. I feel this is make or break for Moyes also.
Yeah,
that's this goes hot.
You saw my Twitter rant last week. There was a meaning behind what I said. I said there's a time for someone to come in, which was definitely back then. Now there's a time you got to, but then is our club ambitious enough to get to the next level of that? I don't know, mate. They're probably over the moon with the top 7, aren't they? But I want to push more and more and more and more. Yeah.
Do you know what? I think you just hit it now on the head there, Jez. They're happy with where they are. Like West Ham, if West Ham finish in the top 10, the board are happy because that's another year in the Premier League. That is why I done a show about 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, and I turned around and said the mentality has got to change at West Ham, and that goes down to the fan base also. The fan base have got to look at this and go, right, we are a big club in London, 65-seater stadium. We've got a new investor in. We've got some top quality players in Bowen, Rice, to name a few. We should be aiming for that. Do you know what I mean? Instead, we're content when we shouldn't be. We should be going, right, this is where we want to be now. And at present, it just proves it the way they do business in the transfer market. And there was no ambition there whatsoever. Because an ambitious club will go and buy 2-3 players and go, right, let's go for this now.
I'll tell you what, James, I work in like corporate. What you do, 1 hour, I'm not being funny. It's not, you sit down with David and they say the policy is going to be, who do you want the most? What position? We'll get that deal done. Doesn't matter about money, and you will pay a bit more. And then you always leave one till the end. Only one, having brought 2-3 already in. Like today's the day, you cheekily try to get something like a bit of an offer, bargain offer last minute before the doors close. But you're fucking going into the last day with no one in. It is nuts, mate.
And the difference is this having no one in. This could swing like the dial. Right? If it goes horribly wrong, and we end up, just say we don't get Coletta Car, and we end up with no one, then I expect every YouTube fan base of West Ham United to be going at Moyes, Newman, and the board. Because it's just not, it's not acceptable. Because they're all to blame in their own rights. There's no one solely to blame. But like Moyes must, I feel sometimes I look at Moyes and I think his hands are tied, right? And other times I think, well, what are you doing delaying things?
And the thing is, so many managers before him have had the same situation as what you're alluding to there, having their hands tied and not said anything. And a couple of them have then come out at a later date once they're no longer part of the club and said, this is how it was. This is how our relationship was with the board. I wasn't allowed to do this. I wasn't allowed to do that. They wouldn't give me this. They wouldn't give me that. And I think that we've all learned a lesson, and Moyes included should as well, especially after his first stint where they fucked him off. If they're not backing you, if they're not doing anything for you or hindering your chances of being even more successful and being able to better yourself, then fucking out them. If it's the board, out them. If it's you, then it's solely on you. You've got to take it on the chin, but you need, I don't know, you just need to take a fucking look at the mirror,
I definitely agree. David is a little bit annoying and he is a bit stupid thinking. I do believe that. Sometimes he does think we've got enough. I can just, he hasn't lost a dressing room, but I'm telling you, nothing's impossible. And the players like Rice are pissed off about the situation that we need help. I wasn't there at the game, but I saw the footage. Zuma was shaking his head 93rd minute. We've lost 7-8 points, and we, like Jane said, we only finished 2 points below Chelsea last season. So we shouldn't be scared of these top four. This is a good time to get in.
We should learn our lesson, Jazz, from last season. We all sat here, right? Me and you done shows on last year, right? And we sat there and we said we need strength, right? And I just want to get to that comment from Steve because I haven't said nothing to you yet, but I think I know what he's on about. But West Ham's like deja vu. It's like deja vu all over again. Like we know we need players, and it ain't gonna happen. Right? What Steve said about that. Now, I heard this about an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, have I heard that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it is about West Ham. I think Chelsea have put £110 million bid in for Declan Rice today. That's what I heard from someone who I class as a good source to me.
I'll tell you what, that makes sense because that's why we're bidding for Phillips because we must have found out about this 3 days ago. Oh, wow.
Because I will be honest with you, Jazz.
Yeah,
when I heard it, I went, I don't know. But the Calvin Phillips thing just doesn't make no sense to me. It really...
Because it's not like my son was arguing, saying, Dad, that's not the position that's at the most, it's other positions we need. And I couldn't make sense out of it either,
Yeah, and I think, this is my own opinion, I think they knew a bid was coming and they was trying to get in there and get these bids in before it comes out. But
it makes sense, mate. Yeah.
110 million pound bid from Chelsea. That was the deck.
I wouldn't sell him to him anyway. I wouldn't sell Rice to Chelsea anyway. I wouldn't accept it.
But I think Man United, though, Curtis, one thing I will say, I think Man United have burnt their bridges with us in regard to the Lingard situation.
That's it.
So I don't think we're going to look at him going there.
No, exactly.
So if Chelsea have looked at that and gone, look at the way that Man United are treating West Ham in regard to Lingard, we're going to try and slip a bid in there.
And then Chelsea have got the upper hand because they've let us have Kurt Zuma as well. So we've always
got a good relationship with them, yeah. And
I mean, they take all of our players in the past. So
the Calvin Phillips one, when I heard about the Calvin Phillips bid, right, that to me says a lot because we don't need a DM. we got two of the best DMs in the a great partnership in Rice and Souček. Why do we need Calvin Phillips? And when I heard that, I went, a bid's either coming or is coming. Like there's something's happened there with Rice because they're looking at it now. If they wait till the summer, other teams might come in for Rice, so they might slip a bid in now to see if test the waters and see if we accept. And that's what it is. And that's what I heard today.
Thing is, like I was just about to say, like I wouldn't sell him to Chelsea anyway. I wouldn't sell him to anyone. But you'd be even more stupid if you sold him in January. We're with the rest of the season that we've got. We're still in the FA Cup. I mean, we're still in the Europa League. We've got something to fight for in the Premier League. You'd just be stupid, especially on the last day where it's going to be another Haller situation where we get rid of one of our Haller wasn't one of our better players, but he's one of our high regarded players in terms of transfer value and whatnot. But Rice is probably arguably our better player. We get rid of him, we've got no time to get anyone else in. So that has to be, if it's going to be inevitable at some point. If it does happen, or when it does happen, it has to be in the summer. And it has to be early on if we're going to do it. because then it gives us time to get a replacement in.
Yeah, but I think I see Rice week in, week out. He's worth at least 2 players on the pitch. He carries the whole team. 110 million would be a great value for Chelsea, I believe.
And we've
very
done
young. He could be England captain in the future. I don't know. It'd be a great signing for them. But then when you look at Leeds are going to probably want 50, 60. So that's more than half of it already gone. Pick up one decent player and the money's all gone, isn't it? And then it's just difficult to replace Rice, isn't it? Really, even with that kind of bid, even with that kind of bid. But it all makes sense, James, now, because it didn't make sense, did it? The Phillips were running around chucking 50, 16 million random bids with 2 days to go.
Jazz, right? You've been watching West Ham a long time. Right, so has Curtis and me. Now, I've never known West Ham to go in and drop 40, 50 million pounds on 2 players, let alone 1.
Yeah.
Right? That to me says it all, right? When you are going in and you're going 50 million for him, 45 million for him, 50 million, 25, that is a club with loads of money. Or they know they've got money coming to them. Right?
Yeah.
Now, to me, the Calvin Phillips situation, why would you go and buy another DM when you've already got one who plays in that position who's better than him? And why would you go and bid 100 million for 2 Leeds players? It just
exactly, yeah.
Says it all, mate.
So they're basically trying to spend the money before they've even got it, and then they can pocket 10 million for themselves as well.
I'll tell you what they're doing, Curtis. They're doing the Jack Grealish thing. What Jack Grealish done last year. Yeah. Villa went out, signed Buendia, signed Martinez, signed Danny Ings.
Bailey,
they signed all these players. Yeah, they signed all these players up, then they let Grealish go.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I think the only reason why Declan wouldn't go was West Ham haven't signed no players. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's the only reason.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But it doesn't make sense.
It wouldn't surprise me with West Ham if we fucking end up selling him anyway and didn't bring no one else in, because that's the sort of thing that we'd do.
Yeah, there'd be a riot over there, mate.
Yeah.
People would literally go. It'd be like Burnley in 2018 all over again.
No, I think it'd be worse.
Yeah,
it'd be worse. Like, I mean, I expect to see scenes not as bad as Burnley, but protests like at the like we had at Burnley and beyond that. If we sign no player, or even if we let Rice go at some point, there's still going to be. But the two combined in the same transfer window, not signing anyone and letting your best player go for over 100 mil. Yeah, I'd expect fucking. Mate, it's not fair to think about it, mate, to be honest.
Before I have to shoot, I look at it like this. With us, as fans, we're not getting what we was promised. And what I'm seeing is a club that's working on the bare minimum. To me, what it says is it says GSB are not prepared to spend any more money on this club until 2023 when they can buy the stadium. And once they get the stadium, they will flog it to Kadinsky and they will sail off into the sunset. And that's what it seems like to me. Like when you look at our last 2 windows, right? I'm going to include this window and the summer window.
Yeah.
In the summer, we spent 24 million on Zuma, 25, and about 27 million plus add-ons for Vlasic. So that's 50 million, right? Don't forget, we got 20 million for Haller in the previous window. So it's only really cost them about 30 million, all right? We loaned Krell, who don't play, and we've loaned Areola, who they're not really looking to sign in the summer. They're looking at signing Sam Johnson, which makes no sense. This window, they've signed no one, and we need players. It just says it all.
Breaking news. Breaking news from Sky a minute ago. All confirmed. Benfica rejected the latest West Ham bid. The Hammers are considering an improved offer, but deal looks very difficult as it stands. Also, West Ham are unlikely to pursue deals for Origi or Rise Healy at this moment. It's looking bleaker by the minute, lads. Bleaker by the minute. Yeah.
Fuck no.
Fucking, I need a drink, mate. It's too early.
Well, I'll let you crack on. And
Really appreciate it, James. Before you go, everyone, James is doing some great stuff. He broke the 1K record, I think, James.
I know,
So
mate.
James done really well with our two old friends, the Charlie Boy and Tom Won it, I think, the two lads.
Yeah, I had Lucas on from American Hammers. He was
Lucas,
on there.
yeah, good lad,
Yeah.
Lucas as well. So well done for that, mate. You're doing great things. And like I kept mentioning, don't look at the subs. Quality,
Yeah.
really original shows, original guys on there, which is all about what James is doing. And slowly you'll get there, mate. That's all about, not a rush. And what I like about James, what I'm trying to, keep it original, new people. Yeah, that's all it's all about, mate. Brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, I really appreciate that, mate. It's hard work, as you know, Jez. You know what it's all about.
Yeah, but what it is, it's about finding the right chemistry. So those
Yeah.
guests you got on, they got good, funny chemistry between them, which is what people want to see, you know?
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about. It's like you said, we got our own channels, but I'm sure people don't just want to see you and me, like, all out by ourselves. It's good to feedback off each other and get into a bit of laugh. But yeah, thanks for joining in. And fingers crossed, let's see what happens, mate.
Come on, you irons. Take care, Curtis. All the best, son. Take care.
See James. See you soon.
Take care, mate. Oh my God. So Steve, I understand. Steve's, a bit frustrated. It is what it is, mate. Bearded Hammer, a good lad. Thanks a lot, mate. Yeah, see you in the afternoon, and appreciate your input this morning, Bearded Hammer, who, again, doing good things on his own channel, early days, but yeah, looking forward to some good stuff from him, really. So thanks for that. Let's go back to our banner. So yeah, I mean, Ginge, obviously we're going to other things, but that 110 million bid for Rice, it all makes sense to me now, mate. I don't know what you think. I think it all makes sense about what's been happening last 2 days, mate.
Well, it was inevitable, wasn't it? There was going to be a bid at some point, but like I said just now, what's the point in entertaining it? We're in January. We're in the need of players, and it's what, just over 12 hours until the window shuts. What is the point? There is no point in letting him go at all. We should not even be entertaining it. We should not even be talking to him. We should just ignore it. Or just tell them, no, not for sale. Let them come back let them sweat. Let them come back in the summer. Let them have a bidding war. A bidding war is good for us because that means they can battle against themselves. And then we potentially get more money from him because we know he's going to eventually go. We'd be naive to think that West Ham will never let him go because he will go.
How do you spell Coletta's first name? I'm so bad with some names. Coletta Carr.
So Coletta Carr's first name is Duje.
No, but if I put the last name, usually comes up Carr West Ham.
Caleta. Coletta Carr.
Yes, come up, mate. Cheers for that. Yeah, I'm just going to update one of the banners because that, again, X said, is not as close as some people think, mate. Like everything we're trying to do. It is what it is, isn't it, mate? But when you look at other clubs not hanging around, and like we said, in a worse position than us, we are top 4, top 5, top 6. Rice in the team, Souček captain. You know, Antoni's not a bad player to have in the squad. We got a good team. You got Zuma. There's some good players. You got Bowen. I mean, that's a good nucleus of a good 4 or 5. And then every window, my idea was, Curtis, think big, get 15 million player in, at least one per window, and then you'll grow. You know, windows come around quickly every 4 or 5 months. Don't worry. It looks like Touchwood, our squad's strong, doesn't get injured a lot. We don't need loads of 10 million. I don't think that'll push us to the next level. It's like you said, we're not going to find cheap 5-10 million players good enough for top 6 that often. It's quite hard to do, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, it is. Especially with the way we do business. It's very fucking hard. I mean, like James there, we've burnt a lot of bridges, especially overseas, especially in Europe. With GSB, we've just fucking burnt so many bridges by lowballing offers and taking the piss out of clubs, taking the piss out of players.
Steve was trying to wind me up. I didn't want to put it on there. Like, Clatter card.
Steve, mate, you get back to sorting that mail out, and we'll let you know when transfers are broke. Stop trying to wind us up, mate.
Steve, have a chat with the ladies now. Come on, get yourself busy. So what, love? What's going on?
All right, darling. Yeah, I'll have 3 more of these, please, love.
Did you see those funny ones where some players in the Far East, they got those funny names like fuck all or things like that, and you can put it in there.
Yeah.
Anglo history. Good to see you, sir.
I remember seeing someone on social media, and his name was Amin. Yeah, and his last name was Asda. So put his name together, Amin Asda. So someone sent me a screenshot of someone sending him a message, and he said, "Grab me a crate of beers."
Yeah, I was just saying, Mandy, that Rice thing, it's not going to be out in the domain, but a lot of things happen that don't come out, and it just makes sense, doesn't it? Why we're suddenly smacking 50, 60 million for CDMs with 1 or 2, because they know if the fan, Sullivan is very, very afraid of fan sort of what they say, and if we sold him and not bought anyone, I mean, selling him is bad enough, but if we do that as well, then obviously he's trying to sweeten them up by bringing a couple of 40 million, 50 million players in, really. But that Nunes, mate, I
don't know if you've heard, guys, but do you remember Frederick Alves, one of our youngsters?
Yeah. What happened with him again, mate? For
Denmark under 21 international. Obviously, we've had him for 13 months, and he's now joined Brøndby on a permanent transfer. So this was updated this morning on the West Ham website. Obviously, West Ham confirmed that Alves has joined Brøndby on a permanent deal. He's a Danish under-21 international. He moves back to Denmark, obviously, after how long has it been?
Months? Yeah. Well, another breaking news is they reckon there's still an outside chance of Lingard going to Newcastle. We understand the player would be keen on the move, but it's up to Newcastle, really, if they're able to bring him under numbers. So going back to what United said was, we don't want to sell him to give him to West Ham, but that'll really top it up, mate. How many players can he bring through the door then?
Bring as many as you want, as long as so you'll get to a certain point of your first team capacity, squad numbers, and it will get to a point where you then have to start selling players before you can bring players in. But you can have up to I think it's a 23-man squad, 25.
Yeah, but if this all goes to plan, how many they brought in? 5 or 6 at least, haven't they? Something like that, maybe. Yeah.
No. They've only brought in 3.
Yeah, but they're looking to bring in another target today. It's definitely at the training ground. I've seen the pictures.
Well, then maybe they need to start releasing players then.
Unless they've done that, we haven't. Unless they've done that, we haven't noticed.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, not sure there, mate. What else is going on? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at 1 or 2 other things. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give the just going to see my good mate X, see if there's any update from him. Let's have a look. Okay, just give me a minute.
Nothing new here, mate.
Just having a look. The bid's been rejected. Kletter, it's not as close as we think. Lingard, Newcastle, Lingard to West Ham, definitely no. Target came out the blue. Yeah, he's on the way there. Then maybe Rafinha and Phillips was a joint 90 million, 800 million bid then, mate. With the Rice's money. That's a bit mad, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. They're trying to spend. It makes sense from what James is saying, because if we are stupid enough to let Rice go now, it's only gonna get worse from here, isn't it? I mean, listen, I did not think I'd be sitting here this time in this.
I used to laugh and say, yeah, we are not good at bringing players in. I did not think we're going to be low as this, mate. This is shocking, mate. And I'm telling you, there's going to be fallout tomorrow. I know what Sullivan's going to do. He's going to put a media statement that's going to go through Jim White TalkSport tomorrow morning, and then you watch it. Then you watch it all kick off, mate.
Yeah. Right, so Jazz, I'm going to go through some players that we've signed, some attackers, strikers, and whatnot that we've signed. Obviously, around about the time you had Xavier Hernandez, Lucas Pereira, Andre Ayew, Jonathan Hugill, Picquion, Ricardo Vazte, John Carew, Mido, Benny McCarthy. Robbie
I'll tell you what I can do to help you, and I've got all the list up here year by year. If you are you doing this on your phone or you got a computer?
No, mate, I'm in my Sky Sports hub at the minute with me trusty.
No, but what is if when I share stuff on the internet, can you clearly see it or not? Because it's difficult sometimes. You can't see it, can you?
No, not really. No.
All right. What I can help you with, mate, is what year do you want to go back? What's the earliest year you want to go back to? And I can bring up all the transfers, ins and outs, and you can go through them then.
Let's go with the start of GSB era, because that's
2010. What's that then?
2010. Yeah, we'll go 2010. Yeah.
10, 11. Yeah. Okay. Let's get it up,
Yeah.
and then okay. Yeah.
Because
Let me get that up.
I think they're still involved now, so yeah, I think that's beneficial to start.
No problem. Yeah, what we'll do, we'll give the breaking news a half an hour break because it's bloody my bloody head's boiling, mate. And then let's start then. Okay, here we go. Okay, arrivals 10/11 season, mate. I remember this guy, Pablo Barrera, mate. Oh my god,
Barrera. Yeah, I've got him on my list here.
Yeah. I remember him bought from the World Cup, wasn't it, mate?
Yeah, it was him, and so it was. Oh no, it wasn't. I'm thinking of Borrelio.
No, I got Barrera and I got Demba Ba in the same window. I got Robbie Keane, Frederick Piccione, because you only want to talk about strikers, don't you? Victor Urbina's there, mate. He's in the list.
Oh, Victor Urbina, yeah.
Frank Nubel and Freddie Sears, mate, in terms of coming back from a loan deal. Yeah.
So I've just got
yeah,
absolutely shitloads here.
11, 12. Do you want to talk about? I don't know. You got Sam Baldock in there, mate.
Sam Baldock, I've got on my list here. Yeah, they're not in order. They're all over the place. Let me see if I can get them in order, and then I can have a look with you.
Before we carry on, I hope this is true. Mandy's just put something up on there, mate. If you want to read it.
West Ham report 45 million fee agreed for South American superstar. Who's that? Gabriel Barbosa?
He's top 45 million. Sources 442. No, it's got to be that Benfica lad, isn't it? I don't know.
But he's not South American, then, is he?
Did you know he's from Uruguay, isn't he?
Oh right, yeah. In terms of okay, yeah. I thought you meant playing in South America.
Oh, yeah. I remember Nocerino. Yeah. That was a dodgy deal where the agents got a lot of money, mate. A little kid.
Didn't we just see that Nunes had not been accepted or something?
Yeah, but you never know. Reports are coming in through different avenues, so I'm not looking at
Anglo history. That's what I was about to say. You had Borrelio and Nocerino come from AC Milan together, which was a bit of a bizarre one because they didn't really get played much to start with, and when they did, they didn't look anything special. I mean, they had a couple of good games between them. Don't get me wrong; they are technically good players. I just don't think it worked with our system, or they worked in the Premier League. But I was excited when I see us when I see it. First of all, when it all happens.
She's saying it's Nunes. It is Nunes.
Nunes, yeah.
That's what she's saying. Yeah.
Just going back to Anglo history's comment just there. The Borrelio and the Nocerino from AC. When I see that we signed 2 what could be half decent players from AC, I was like, it looks a bit tasty. Let's see where this one goes. And you see them play, and they wasn't consistent enough for me. They were good players, don't get me wrong, when they wanted to be or when they actually turned up, but they wasn't they wasn't consistent at all. Which is, I think, why we shipped them back as quick as we got them. Really,
It's a bit odd though, wasn't it? What's going on with that one? A bit weird, wasn't it?
yeah, very weird, very weird.
Yeah. Next one, you can talk about Nicky Maynard, mate, and Baste. Also in that year of, let me see, what year was that again? That was year 11-12, mate.
Yeah. I mean, again, both sorts of players that I think, if I remember correctly, I think Baste might have been on the last day of the season.
Could have been. Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. Someone saw him at one of the grounds at London Stadium, wasn't it? A few months ago. He looked all right. He scored a goal in the final, didn't he? Came from Barnsley,
Yes,
I think,
yes.
and he had a history with Sam.
In the 11 and 12 playoff final, he scored, yeah.
Let me just get some water back in a minute. Let's grab some water.
You right there, Jazz? What's happened with Jazz? He's left me on my own, isn't he? I have to do it on my own, one-man team, yeah? So I haven't actually got the list here of what seasons they were, but some of the players that we've been signing over the years, obviously you got your John Carews, Mido back in it, and these are all players from under GSB. These are all that GSB have got in at some point, and it just shows you the lack of quality on some of them, or the ages of some of them. Like, we bought them when they were well past it, and it just shows the kind of business that GSB have done over the years. But now we're in a better position to excel as a football club and trying to turn a corner, if you like. But it's just the same old transfer policy over and over again.
Let's see if there's any more news on that Nunes thing. It's building up to say it's been accepted. Let me see what I can see online.
In terms of Nicky Maynard, do you know what? There's players here that are on this list, and I dare say for the viewers as well, when you start reading them out, they'll think, "Oh yeah, fuck me, I forgot about him." And I'm looking through this list, and I'm like, I don't even remember half of them playing. Obviously, I do, but I don't remember them. I don't remember actually seeing or remembering what they did in games.
See, some
yeah. I remember seeing him play. I don't remember him doing anything.
Yeah, Baldock was the same year. Yeah. Baldock. So we're looking at 2011-12, and then Maynard, Morrison. Sorry, you've got John Carews in there as well, mate, from Villa that
John
year.
Carews, yeah.
Who else have we got? You've got Brian Montenegro, Frank Nubel. So if we go on to the season 12-13, Mega. Oh my God!
Mega.
Mate, that was painful, wasn't he?
What website are you on there, Jazz?
Transfermarket.com.
Right, you're on Transfer Market, yeah. Also.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the players, I mean, we've had untold amount over the years.
See, Daily Sport are saying we've had our bid accepted, so I don't know what's going on, mate.
The
Daily Star.
I don't trust them.
Let's say Daily Sport. Oh God. Yeah, there you go. That news is coming out that Newcastle's offer for Duke was 8 million. Your face has gone the other way around. Dupe ain't worth 2 bob. Yeah, not far, mate. Not wrong, mate. Anglo. Went to get some water, mate. You played 1 or 2 games, haven't you, at the most? Yeah, I remember that 9-0. Terrible. Bloody hell. Jim's going to come back. So, yeah, we got Mago, who came in 2012-13. Andy Carroll, loan fee initially 1 million. So he's up there. Chamuk, yeah, he's in there. So while we wait for Andy Carroll, let's look at, Ben Yoon was a good signing. Who else we got down there? So the following season 2013, 2014, Andy Carroll's made permanent. You've got Marco Borello, Razvan Rat, what a name. He came in then. You've got what else we got in there that's worthy of mention? No one really. 2014-15, Enner Valencia. Good shot on him. I think he plays in played in Turkey, I think, a lot. Don't think he ever picked up in terms of how many goals per game he scored. That's always been not very high for him, but certainly for Ecuador, he's one of their main players to this day, I think. Sacco, one of my favourites. Oh my God, Diafro Sacco. I believe he was playing for Mets, who were quite low, either in the first division or even in the second division back then. Great player, lost his mind a bit, but yeah, he could certainly play the role up front by himself. No issue with that, I think, with him. He's strong enough to pull, and it's because of him in that Bilic season where he's able to look after the 2 centre backs at least and pull them in different directions and create space behind him, really, for Berkovic and people. So not Berkovic, sorry, for Lanzini and Paya and people like that to create more goals. So yeah, he had a good season. He did. Who else we got in there? Zarate. Yeah, Zarate was all right. Didn't get many games, but he's okay. Who else we got in there? So now we're going to 2015-16. Before we do 2015-16, I'm going to wait for Ginge to come back in. I think his battery's gone. Let me double check with him. Okay. What I'm going to do, let me just close this off for now. And I'm just going to have a look at Sky News and kind of see what's going on, really. Let's have a look, see if there's any breaking news or anything like that. Let's have a look. Okay. Birmingham to Arsenal on loan. I think that's going to likely go ahead and looks like will be Arsenal's only business deal, I think, today. So Birmingham. Marcus. Yeah, Marcus, I'm hearing 2 stories. Some sources are saying it's been accepted and some say, like Sky, it hasn't. I usually wait for Sky to confirm. The one thing with Sky, like in the past, they used to be more exclusive and quick than other sources, but no, they're no longer in there, and other avenues offer news far more quicker, more exclusive. So, I mean, being a fan, I've still got a bit of a chance, haven't we, mate? I don't know. See what happens. Jesse Lingard's name's been mentioned again, saying that they don't really want to send him to West Ham, but Newcastle are still in there, and I'll be pretty disappointed if he ended up at Newcastle, because don't forget United, they're going to lose Van der Beek today to Everton. Greenwood stories we know about, and if Lingard goes as well, that's kind of 3 players gone from midfield. So I don't know if United will be happy with that, but then they're not really playing him either. Newcastle seem to be picking up everything we want to do. What else can we see? I'm hearing news that there's a club who wants to take Ashby on loan, I think. So you might hear a bit of that more. So let's put that on the banner. Let's have a look. Let's put that in our ticker. There we go. That's updated. Yeah, so West Ham rumours, Chelsea bid Rice, Burnley looking to sign Origi today after getting one more strike already over the line. Lingard, we think, is not leaving. United confirmed that. Story keeps changing every 10 minutes. Benfica reject Nunes' bid as it stands on Sky, and that's what I'll stick to. But there are rumours on other sources that it has been accepted. Coletta Car, we heard there's still a lot more work to be done to get that deal over the line. The argument there is we want to take him on loan. They want straight cash. Yeah, so we'll see what happens really with that one. Let's see what else we can see coming up. Brentford have put a photo out there for Ericsson with his shirt. So interesting to see how Ericsson will settle in at Brentford. For me, personally, I think he shouldn't have come back. There's really no need financially or anything like that. He needs to take a risk. But if it works out, I mean, Spurs have never fully replaced him. And he's certainly got a lot of attributes to open up defences. Very good on free kicks, if you remember. Good set piece guy. So, yeah, maybe it's quite a reasonable, cheap deal for Brentford to do, really. Yeah, Darmish. Okay, so so a bit more news on Nunes and what's going on with him. It's Darmish, the famous guy from Sky. Benfica reject the bid. West Ham considering improved offer, but given time constraints, looking increasingly difficult to do, he's told as it stands. But then surprisingly, we're also unlikely to go for Origi or Rice Healy. Iki TK is Newcastle bound, so it's just this is quite frustrating, really frustrating at the moment. So Benfica, yeah, looking difficult to do at the moment. Let's have a look. Villa, you can't keep them quiet. They're in the news again. They're in talks with Istanbul Basekta over loan deal for forward Trezeguet. Okay, so Villa are not stopping everyone. They've I might have said that earlier. They were talking to Brighton about Basuma. So Villa are just not stopping. They're obviously releasing Target today to Newcastle, but again, they're looking to add all the time. So let's add that in there. So yeah, so let's go through some of the deals again that happened a little earlier part of the day. So yeah, Brentford have signed Ericsson, which I think is a good deal for all parties. There's not much risk for Brentford. It's a short-term loan deal. You've got nothing to lose, but it could be very good for them because they are kind of at the wrong end of the table. And you can see they're struggling to score. Like, look at Tony's only got 4 or 5 goals, and a lot of those goals are penalties. So perhaps he can create a bit more for Brentford. Then you've got Spurs agreeing deals for those 2 Juve guys who I'm told are kind of okay, nothing bigger than that. So again, I think they've lost out on Conte's main targets that he had given them, and I think they're very fortunate that Conte took that job. I think he's taken a step down, but again, he's a manager who doesn't hang around if you don't back him. But they did, which is quite funny to me. I think Traore went to Barcelona. They were after him and 1 or 2 other players, and they got gazumped by Liverpool for Diaz. So Spurs, I mean, there's a lot of history there with Chelsea and Liverpool often gazumping Spurs last minute, even to the effect that Spurs have got the medical booked and they come in last minute, and I find that quite funny. Lyon in talks to resign Ndombele. But you're struggling with that name. So it looks like he hasn't really done anything. He's their record signing at Spurs. Van der Beek closing in on Everton, so let me know if anyone fancies him. I fancy anyone in at the moment, mate. I still think he's a class technical player. It all goes back to, are we going to bring anyone in? If we're not, then I'll rather bring 1 or 2 players in to bump up the squad for Europa, really. Liverpool after Carvalho again. More news as Aubameyang loan to Barcelona. West Ham Jordan is joining us. It's absolutely unbelievable, especially because in the past we used to be struggling. So yeah, we understandably, players used to say we don't want to go there. There's no way players do not want to sign for us. We're at the interesting stage of Europa. You know, we've got a good squad. We're kind of always in the top 4, 5, and 6 these days. I don't understand it. Rice has got a name worldwide. Who wouldn't want to play for Zuma? Rice, Bowen in the team, players like that. I think the issue is that when the player is identified and we get to the negotiation tables, I think the team that we've got at West Ham are not capable of getting it over the line. So you can't all blame one party or the other. I think David does not give them as many names as perhaps they would like, but when he does, they can't get the deal over the line. They don't want to pay what it's required, and then they suddenly want a loan deal when the other team wants permanent. Like I said earlier on, I think that's going to piss the other team off, and you're going to damage your relationships, you know. So it's a bit of that, really. Bit of penny pinching, you know. You've seen like Target to Newcastle. I'm sure they really only identified him probably yesterday or at the weekend, and he's pictured coming out the car training ground for a medical. So Newcastle Villa having no issues getting players over the line, really. Mandy, Marcus, can you provide the source, please? Let's have a look. Yeah, Marcus, let us know. I'm hearing, Mandy, it's Daily Star, I think. Let me have another look. Yeah, let me just refresh and let's have a look. Ashby has offers, I think. X is breaking news. So Ashby has offers from Hull. He could go. Yeah, Sky is sticking to the thing that's been rejected, but there's definitely Daily Star apparently have said that West Ham have agreed a club record fee, but face a battle to get it over the line, I think. Yeah, West Ham Jordan, that's right. Newcastle, I mean, if anyone should struggle to sign players, it'd probably be one of those teams, but they're not kind of seeing it really. So yeah, he offered the right terms, get negotiations in early, he can get a deal over the line. If you remember the Ben Rama fiasco, that went on and on and on. And back then I did feel sorry for David, because what I heard last summer, not this summer, the summer before, was that he wanted Eze, he wanted Matty Cash. We weren't going to sign anyone, Sullivan said, until we get one through the door, and which didn't happen till the last day, and that was Felipe Anderson. So only then they said, yeah, Moyes, who do you want? And David's like, only Ben Ramos left on the shelf. Eze had gone, Watkins had gone, you know, people like that. So sometimes you can clearly see an issue with kind of the board. This time around, again, it's a bit from both sides, isn't it? It's not a right good mix, is it? Not a really good mix, really. Yeah. We'll see what happens, really. So let's have a look, see what's happening online. Like I was saying, Villa are looking at Basuma as well, but they think with the price being quoted at this stage, it's a bit difficult for them to get that one over the line. But perhaps in the summer, really, they've been. Oh my God! But the main thing is they were ready to do the deal for Basuma Villa. Bloody hell! Because I don't know if you read then, I think they got another player who I think one of the top teams wanted to bid 20-30 million for. But they're already thinking ahead. I mean, they're not worried that the player they want to get rid of is already there. They're thinking, let's get the one we want in, and then we'll worry later on about releasing the one, which is the way you should do it. Whereas Sullivan's like one in, one out. you're going to lose all your targets that way, really. You know, it's not going to work, is it? It's difficult. Basuma again, you know, and going back to Phillips and Rafinha at Leeds, what we're doing is we're allowing all these other clubs the news that these players could be available. We've made a bid. And then what Newcastle Villa are doing, let's get the checkbook out, go in there, bang, bang, deal's done. So we are not really doing our things secretly anymore, really. So that's the kind of thing there. Let's have a look at X's and see what else is going on down there. Yeah, you can see on the West Ham way, a lot of frustration from a lot of people asking why we left it so late. Do we want, you know, so... If you remember, there's a left back that we wanted to sign, wasn't it? But at that time, I think he's from Ajax. He was playing in South America and we couldn't get it over the line. So this is, again, if you know a player's going to be in South America, you've got to get in there a bit early, really. I'm just going to close the curtains a bit. Very strong light coming through. That's better. Let's go have a look at Anglo history, mate. Yeah, like I said, I would rather have anyone through the door than no one. I don't think to have no one coming in, come on, that's the worst scenario, worst situation, isn't it? We don't want to do that. Yeah, let me have a double check. I'm going to look at some past history again. And then we'll see what's going on. Let me see where Ginger Carroll's gone. I don't know where Ginger's gone. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to look at the past transfers we've done in the past until something begins to really interesting happen today at the moment, which really isn't, you know. Let's just have a look at one more thing, put that down there, and then let's get this website up and running. Let me just share my screen with everyone. There we go. So we're looking at the arrivals 2015, 2016. So, of course, this was kind of the village, the magic last season. So you've got Paye, 15 million, Ogbonna, Antonio, Aubameyang, I forgot about him. Pedro Aubameyang, kind of remembered for that goal against Spurs, I think. You know, good lad, but then, yeah, it didn't work out long-term for him. Nikake Jalovic, God, he's a nightmare, wasn't he? Victor Moses, I think that was a great loan transfer for us and did really well. And then won a championship medal back at Chelsea because, yeah, Conte turned him into a wing back, didn't he? So remember that Alex Song, if you remember his form, like up to Christmas under Sam was amazing. Really, really good. Lanzini again. Yeah, that's going to be one of the best windows, I think. I think Song obviously came in the other window with Big Sam, but I know Lanzini, Antonio, Paye, Ogbonna, they came pretty close to each other. I think Pedro Aubameyang as well. 2016, 2017, Andre Ayew. Felt sorry for him. He got injured in the Chelsea game, didn't he, on the Monday, which was the first game straight away, and then it took him till Christmas to get back. Always a busy type of player. And brother plays at Palace, so I thought he's half decent, and again, didn't quite work out for him. Snoddy came in through there. Lanzini, we made that transfer permanent. Fonte didn't settle well, did he? The Southampton captain, that didn't go too well. That wasn't really good for him. Again, good professional, but a bit too old, and we paid too much money for him, I think. Zaza, Salazar I thought was half decent, but the terms were like he's only got a few games to prove himself, otherwise he goes back. So with that kind of thing hanging over your head, I don't think it's fair for anyone. And that was clearly scattergun approach from Sullivan. And that was one of the reasons why I think Pai was quite frustrated about lack of ambition and buying really no one to improve the squad. But loads of players who were just squad players, really not really good enough to get in the first 11. Jonathan Cleary again carved out a half-decent career in Spain, really, for himself. But back then, again, we were panicking. If you don't settle down quickly and score, you're out the door. Gokhan Toure again got injured. Complete nightmare that season was. Complete nightmare. Faguli was half decent again. Got rid of him fairly. Nordved was a nightmare. That guy. I remember the West Ham Spurs league game, and he gave away a penalty. I think he just knocked Son over. Son was waiting for it, I think, and yeah, not a very good time for him. Before we go on to 2017-18, Mandy is saying, got a laugh. Yeah, I know, Mandy, I know. Before I go into that, let's have a look, because literally the news is changing every minute, and let's just have a look, see what we find out, really. Nothing at the moment. Yeah, nothing at the moment, really. So 2017-18, Arnie, who really was a winger at that time when he came, really. So I didn't really see him that he would score, and until he was converted to be a striker. To be fair, he wasn't having a great time, really, Arnie. So yeah, fair luck to him. He turned him into a striker, never looked back. Very confident, good finisher, and he could certainly play that role up front by himself. And but I think David Moyes would have considered bringing him back, but I think Arnie's burnt his bridges with the owners. I think he left in really bad terms, and yeah, I don't think we're going to bring him back anytime soon, really. Joe Mario on loan from Inter. Yeah, he's okay. He's Avaletta, good professional. Declan began to sort of join the squad back in those days. 18-19, Pellegrini came in. Anderson, wow, 38 million. Dupe, 25 million. Yamalenko, 20 million. Fabianski, Luca Perez, Balbuena, Silva, Jack Wilshere, Carlos Sanchez, Fredericks. My goodness, that's nearly a full 11 there. So we certainly weren't hanging around, dithering around. I think Pellegrini, yeah, again, the good thing, like Harry, he loved to buy a player, didn't care about the price or the wages. That kind of helped Sullivan go and kind of do whatever he wants to get the deal done, really. So that's kind of the other side of it, where yeah, just go and get anyone in. Yep, I think when David Moyes came in that first initial spell, that was it didn't look good for us, and he managed to stable the ship, and somehow we escaped relegation. Really, Sam Byram. Oh my God, I thought he was a terrible player, Sam Byram. Really, God, I remember him. What's he up to these days? I think he went back to Norwich, didn't he, a couple of seasons ago? Oh, he's still there. 28. Oh my God. Born in Thurrock, right back. His career's kind of not much going on there with old Sam Byram. Come on, Paige, bloody hanging in there. God, looks like the internet's tied now as well. Just going to have a quick look at Sky. Reload. There we go. West Ham. Let me just clear that 1 minute. West Ham are keen to sign a centre-back and a striker today. Money is available, but David Moyes is always cautious when it comes to January. When it comes to the Benfica striker Nunes, it's looking increasingly difficult. logistically very tough. He's in Uruguay and it doesn't leave Benfica time to find a replacement. Oh. Phillips, yeah, not much going on there. So that's that. Okay, let's go back to the transfers. There we go. Just going to update one of the banners with that news that we're trying to get centre back and a striker. Oh, centre back's got to be Kletakar. Striker, it's not enough for me. Not enough for me. Left back we needed. 2 strikers, I was saying. Nah, it's not good enough. I mean, I've been seeing performances at Southampton, Leeds, Brighton. We're still playing 3 games a week despite not being in Europa because we've not cleverly used that ruling which has allowed Tottenham, Arsenal, Liverpool to pick and choose the games they want to play, rest their players, and now they're nice and fresh. Arsenal and Spurs have got no Europe to worry about. Typical West Ham. We're just going to fall away at the end, aren't we, and finish 8th, I think, and just miss out on those European spots, really. It's just a joke, really. Marcus, West Ham wants to end the window. Yeah, Marcus, I think there's a cut-off line, isn't it, Marcus? You know, you can't just keep negotiating with literally time running out. You've got to make your mind up. What's worse? You're going to sign no one, and then you're going to face the West Ham fans, and all the morale will be on the floor. The players, obviously, like I said, they're not happy. You think they're going to be happy tomorrow, the day after training ground? No one. No, because the thing is, it's a good team, but you cannot underestimate when someone better than you or gives you a challenge, walks into that dressing room, training ground, especially Antonio, it lifts you. Antonio at the moment, I think he's been piss poor, mate. I've watched him. Sometimes you don't see things on TV that you can see when you're there. I'm there every game at home, especially. Movement's crap because he's not a striker. I'd love him to be one of the 3 behind, you know, and then get a proper striker. And then we won't put that much pressure on Antonio then, because at the moment you can see it in the ground. We're shouting at him. We're kind of hooing and hawing. It's just the pressure's on him. And he does go missing sometimes when the ball's about to be crossed and he's not there. He hasn't got that good striker instinct to gamble, go into space before the ball's going to get there. That's what all the good strikers do. They know where the ball's going to end up before it ends up there. Antonio, you can see even people like Ben Rama, they're running towards the penalty area, waiting for Antonio to go into a position where they can pass it to him, but he's just not made the move. He's often stuck between 2 defenders. You can't give him the ball in that situation, and then the attack breaks down, or we have a shot from outside the area. I mean, God bless Bowen as well. He's done very well, but against Norwich, he could have got 4. You know, the amount of chances we miss, it's just not good, really. Let me just have a look at something quickly. That's the thing, really. Yeah, we're pushing it, but we're leaving it a bit too late, aren't we, everyone? We're leaving it too late. Let's have a look. Got a few more comments coming through. Cool. Thanks for the update, Marcus. Always interesting from different sources. You can say jazz music. There you go, mate. Thanks for listening, Steve. Steve, we don't want you getting into trouble, mate. So if you have to come off, you can come off. But I suppose you're okay, yeah. In the environment you work, I suppose if you're listening to something and manage to do your work at the same time, that's fine. I mean, yeah, I've got an office job, but I can listen to radio and stuff. So all good, mate. Thank you for your support. Just going to have a look at Sky quickly before we carry on, and then we'll carry on looking at the past transfers. Ginger Cal should be joining us soon. Let's have a look at some breaking news. Won't be a minute. Let's have a look. Okay, X was due to come on the show, so I think he's too busy today. That's understandable. That's fine. Let me just speak to him. So have a look at that. Yeah, I'm just going to check Sky now quickly. And then let's see what's happening. Because I think if anything breaks, it's going to be on there, isn't it? Leeds are confident of keeping Rafina and Phillips. Defoe's return to Sunderland edges closer. And that's it at the moment from them. So, yeah, let's carry on looking at the transfers. Hang on one moment. Look, he's putting the heating on. I don't know where they're playing, Mandy. I know he's from Uruguay, so the time there, it's 9 in the morning. It's 9 in the morning in South America, so it's morning time. So that shouldn't really be an issue. I think you can do medical at a hospital or centre that's got the, obviously they do transfers in South America. You can borrow their staff, but West Ham, I told you, it's just one thing after another. We're known to haggle over medicals, reports and things like that can break the deal. I can't. We're not one of those clubs that are known to get the deals done quick over the line. Basically, if we haven't done it by now, it's going to be excuse after excuse, Andy. That's my feeling. So it's morning time in South America, 9-10 in the morning, but it is what it is. So yeah. So going back to transfer market. So yeah, 2021. That's kind of. Let me see. I think we missed out on 18. Yeah. So if we look at 2019-20, Haller came in, and I don't know what you guys think of Haller. I mean, just a question there for everyone watching. What's your comments on Haller? Should we have kept him? Would you have him in now? I don't know. Haller. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we sold him at a loss. He's done very well since he kind of left. For me, definite no. Don't think he can do it by himself, which looks like is what we're playing at the moment, what we do want to play. But then go and get someone who can do the role, You've got to get the deal done. Just going to have a look at 27. Ajax, 35 goals, 47 games, 14 and 54 for kind of West Ham. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad record. It's not too bad. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, mate, I had some technical difficulty.
That's all right. I found out my laptop was running out battery earlier on, and I just put the right cable in as well.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's what mine's happened with.
Yeah.
The phone doesn't last very long, So I've just had to switch devices.
I had a message from X. He's not going to be able to come on today. He's really busy.
Right, yeah. No, we sort of knew the case with that anyway.
I said, yeah, he'll come on after this period. So it's a bit of a shame because I would have loved to have got him in this window, but we'll have a chat with him after, mate. Yeah, coming days and weeks. I think. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just going to ask. Yeah, we're asking that question. Hala, I don't know what your thoughts are. Back then, should we have let him go? Should we have done something different? For me, he wasn't the right fit for us, mate. So,
for me, but I mean, listen, hindsight's a wonderful thing. But everybody knows he wasn't performing at West Ham. Now we don't know exactly what it was that was causing that, but you don't let someone go, especially if it's your only player that suits in a specific position. So, i.e., in this case, Halez was our only striker. You don't let him go without having a replacement already lined up or already bought in. That is just stupid business.
if you remember, Ginge, we sold him the first 2 days the window opened. So Ajax got the business done really quickly, started scoring goals for them within weeks, and we didn't buy anyone in that whole window, which is more embarrassing, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, that's it, mate. That's it. You got 20 million for him, plus you would have had millions from the summer that we got rid of certain players. You got players off the wage bill. We sold a couple of players, so we had millions there to spend. I reckon we should have had. I think we should have had about 30 to spend in January anyway, or maybe even 20. But then you add Haller's 20 on, and all of a sudden you've got 40, 50 million, and we still didn't bring in a striker. It's shocking.
I can't even remember when we sold Haller. Seems so far away, doesn't it, mate?
That's it. It doesn't seem like a year ago. It seems longer.
It just seems so long ago. I can't even remember now, mate. But what we're gonna, let me just get 1 or 2 more comments up there. Okay, so Pat's saying, we're looking at Benteke, worth a gamble. Listen, I wouldn't say no to him, mate. Listen, I'm up for it.
I said let's bring in Andy Carroll just as backup. So you could, as a stopgap, that little thing that we keep alluding to. Obviously, we don't want a stopgap, but if we're not going to bring anyone else in, then we need someone that's good enough to do the job from now until the summer. So yeah, you'd have to, but that would be last gasp fucking efforts. You don't. If he was linked with us at the start of January, I'd be a bit worried. Let's just put it that way.
I think you're right. Let me go to the next message. I think Haller came because of Pellegrini.
Yeah, of course. And the thing is, Haller came thinking it was like he just had a really good season with. It escapes me now. What team was it? The German team?
It was Eintracht Frankfurt.
Frankfurt, yeah, because they got into the final or the semi-final of the Europa League, and again with players playing. Someone mentioned it earlier. I can't remember if it was James or Barry, but we bought players from a team, or we were looking at players from a team that play either in a 2 or in a 3 going forward. Haller was exactly the same. He played in a 3. The 3 players that he was with, that was the strikers / attacking forwards, whatever. They were all quite close together, so they could play off each other and intertwine and just rotate amongst themselves. And with Haller being exactly that at Frankfurt, they shared the goals, they shared the assists, and we thought, let's get him in and we'll play him up top on his own. And it just did not work. And I think it frustrated the hell out of Haller because it's not what he used to. He knows how to get the best out of him. Frankfurt got the best out of him. And then we've just done the complete opposite, and we're making him look shit, and we've not used him to his ability and whatever else that was going on. But
what about the Mandy's comment up there now? you think there's any legs to that? Maybe, I don't know.
I can't see why there would be any issue. I mean, Souček doesn't strike me as the sort of person that, unless he's being very, very underpaid for what he's doing. But he doesn't strike me the sort of player that would kick off and throw his toys out the pram if he's not getting what he wants.
Well, you've seen how badly we negotiate those contracts as well with Rice, Fiasco, 1 and 2. We can't do anything, mate. Even like, what about
even the players that we've got now? We can't even keep them.
Kafal, that was embarrassing how far that went. It went on and on and on. And what I know, I think Rice is even on.
Rice twice.
Yeah. I've heard that those things are still. There's an issue deep down somewhere that's not forgotten about the way that was done, and I think what he's on even now, I think he's on. He should be on a bit more, mate. I think.
Oh, 100%. But people say obviously he's gone off the boil this year. He weren't as good as last year. But when you come into a new club, a new league, and you hit the ground running like they did, then it's hard to sort of maintain that same level, especially if certain things change within the club.
I think I think Mandy, going back to your just going to answer Mandy's question. I think Mandy, this is a sign of a great manager. We've all seen that Mane is not hitting the levels that he can. He's okay. He's more than okay. But because you want a bit more to, again, win the league, that kind of thing. And what he's noticed, I think, is that, again, Antonio thing where there's no one on the bench to offer competition to Mane or Salah. And by bringing in this guy, which he was hoping Mo might have done it, but he's not. So what you do, you go again, right? So the board have backed him, and this guy coming in is a kind of a message to Mane. I wouldn't say Salah does have a big issue with the contract. That's a separate issue. But in terms of what he does on the pitch, there's not an issue with him. But Mane, for me, needs a bit of a kick up the backside, and this signing will provide that. And again, Ginger, that's a case of managing your players in the best way possible. And Antonio, we've seen him drifting through games, isn't it? 1 goal in 12. Top 5, top 6 club, mate. That ain't on, is it? And there's nothing on the bench. Every time we see the bench, I mean, Masuaku's been. People are laughing in the ground, mate. I don't want to see that to a player of ours. When Duke got sub, people are like cracking up, mate, whistling at him. I'm like,
mate, it's because it's a laughing stock over there. It really is. We haven't, like you said, we haven't got no one to bring on. Where you've got other teams that have got multiple players that can play in multiple positions. They've got backup for everywhere, like at least half decent. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, no one's going to be a Chelsea, Liverpool, or City where they've got 2-3 players for every position, and that could start. I'm not saying that's what we should have because we're nowhere near their sort of level, but we need some sort of backup for every position, even if it's just 2 players or a couple of players that can play multiple positions. So if we need to, they can fill in. But we do need backup for most. I mean, most Premier League teams have at least 4 centre halves, 4 full-backs at least. They'll have at least 3 centre mids, out and out centre mids that can probably also fit in as a DM and a CAM. That they have at least 2 strikers. It's only like I said before, it's only us and City that don't have a recognised centre forward at a club. I mean, well, they did have City, but they let Ferran Torres go to Barca.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about a player that we've sold in the past, I think. So let me just get his details up. Where's he gone? Yeah, I think. Yeah, what are your feelings on him, mate? When we had him and got rid of him. Yeah.
I thought he was treated a bit unfair, if you ask me, mate. Didn't think he got his chance properly. we was all screaming for him to be given a chance. He had quite a good goal scoring record. He'd come on every now and then for about 20, 30 minutes and he'd get himself a goal. I think at one point he had like a few goals in so many games, less than 10 games, I think it was. He had like 4 or 5 goals in less than 10 games.
I think he's okay. I remember certainly, I think he got a double goal in one home game. I can't remember if it was Brighton or someone like that. Again, he looked good. Like you said, we had 3 full strikers, certainly 2 or 3 minimum.
Well, that was the first time in ages. So we said, leading up to that window where we got, where we ended up with 4 strikers, we'd been saying for years before that, we need strikers. And then all of a sudden we had 4 at once. And then we fucking got rid of all of them. Within the space of 2 years.
Yeah, we have John from Lions Food Banks. How are you, sir?
Hello, Jazz. I'm good, thanks. And you? Everyone okay?
Wow, your audio sounds professional, mate. Great bass in the voice. Brilliant.
All right, okay. Well, I haven't touched anything. If I have, it's by accident. So,
what are you using? We need some tips. What are you using? Sounds really good.
It's just what's come with the Dell system. That's all. I've been using it for a year. So long since we've spoken on here.
Yeah, literally. I mean, what confusingly happened was I had a channel with my good friend Milesy, and then I've got my own one now, which is only 5-6 weeks old. So no wonder you can't catch up with where I am 1 minute to the next. So this is the West Ham Lions channel. Really, really happy for you to come on board, and I hope everything is well with you. So how you been? Good?
Yeah, all good. But I think, like every other West Ham fan, just so nervous about today. And what's the news that's coming?
Well, if you look at the ticker at the bottom, not saying it's 100% true, but there are rumours that Chelsea have made a bid for Rice, which has led to us panicking and trying to buy Phillips of Leeds, Rafinha, 1 or 2 other players in that same bracket, really. So that's what we're hearing, and it kind of made sense because our good friend James Fever mentioned that to us this morning. Because my son dropping off to school, he was like, "Dad, I don't think we need Phillips in that position. Isn't there other positions that are more critical?" And I just said, "Listen, he's a good player. I don't care if he's through the door." Because for me, Souček has not been at those levels as last season for me, and we see that Rice is carrying the team more than ever before, especially in that CDM position. So that's one of the rumors. The other one we're hearing is that, as an example of how a club should work, is Burnley have sold Wood, but they quickly replaced him with a 6'6" Dutch forward, and now they're looking to speak to Liverpool about Origi and get him over the line. Yeah. Ashby could go on loan. Hull City's being mentioned. Coletta Carr, we're hearing that it's not as close as we think. Benfica have rejected our latest bid for that striker Nunes, who's in South America. He's from Uruguay. So nothing. Lingard, earlier on, United was saying he's not going anywhere, especially with the Greenwood stories. Yeah. And then releasing Van den Beek to Everton on loan, we believe, today. Yeah. Now they're saying Newcastle can have him if they want. And it's all these. So nothing positive in terms of our club, mate. Yeah. And then we're all thinking, why has it got to this? It has happened before. Is it David Moyes? For me, I think it's a bit of both. It's a bit of David not providing as many names as other managers would. But when he does give him a name, I think we can't financially get the deal over the line. We're too slow in terms of if they want a certain amount of money, we take a long time getting anywhere close to that. And then if they want a cash deal, we're giving too many installments. We're going for loans. John, it's all of those things. I mean, for you, how are you thinking at the moment, and what do you think is going on, mate, and why is it going on?
Well, it's frustrating that it's the perspective that we're having to look at now, because 18 months, 2 years ago, we were a bottom 5 team that now all of a sudden overnight has become a top 5 team. We've been lucky with the signings that we had. The 2 Czech signings made a difference, and it's building on that and consolidating in such a short space of time. We changed overnight almost during that run when there were no fans at the games, and it's people's expectations now that we're all saying, "Oh, we're not far off Champions League. We could still make top 4." But just to think back how recently we were struggling against relegation with more or less that same team, and it's those expectations which are so much more increased now, and so we as fans or the club, we're victims of that quick success, overnight success almost. And certainly, you can't build a team slowly in installments. All of a sudden now we're being quoted with, the likes of Nunes for, what was it, 50 million, and the two Leeds players for a similar amount. It's very, very hard. And then, of course, the other issue is Moyes, that he's very much a fan's favourite now. The fans sing his name at every game, but there is this reluctance for him to make that commitment, and he is such a stickler for choosing the right kind of player that he wants in his squad. He's already said, was it a year ago, that he didn't want to sign Origi for whatever reason, and Origi is still looking for a club, and those around us seem to be, or those in the Premier League seem to be a little less picky. Obviously Newcastle desperate, so are Burnley, but it's those that comply and fit his checklist of the kind of players that he wants at the club. But really, that's Rob Newman's job, and apart from one quote that we had from him when he started the role, it's been very, very silent. There have been no updates, and here we are rolling into 10 hours or less to go, and still nothing firm. And I always remember a quote from Sullivan from maybe 3 or 4 years ago saying, quote unquote, "We like to do our business early in the transfer window." And it's never been like that since. So we're all waiting, we're all speculating, and a lot of us are really edgy, and it's going to be so disappointing if it comes to 10 o'clock tonight and we haven't got a deal across the line for a forward or another centre half.
Yeah, it's like you say, we are in a good position. Players will hopefully want to come if we meet their terms, and I think that's the issue. We're not meeting the players' terms, and we're not meeting the asking price. You've seen teams like Newcastle and their predicament getting everyone over the line, even Target from Villa. He's having a medical. Lingard could end up at Newcastle. That Nikai Tikea, God, I can't pronounce that guy's name, from France. Niti Tikea. Oh, I don't know how to do it, but he's apparently about to go to Newcastle. We've taken too long to close the deal. Villa, in terms of, on top of what they've done so far, like they've got their Lingard version in Coutinho. They've got people like Bailey, Bunia. They got Watkins in the middle. They're even looking. They've spoken to Brighton about Basuma, and at least they tried. And obviously the numbers are too high at the moment. But what West Ham would have done, let's get one out the door first, then we can bring. What Villa are thinking, listen, if we can get these players in first, we'll worry later on about releasing them in the summer. And I think we're losing momentum in that top 4, top 5, top 6 race, and teams like Newcastle next season, Villa, Spurs with their world-class manager, Arsenal have come out of nowhere. I mean, it all goes back to, John, that Liverpool game when we beat them 3-2, and he looked at the league table. We were 3rd or 4th ahead of Liverpool, 6-point gap at least over our North London rivals. And momentum since that point, it's all gone, isn't it, mate? Bit by bit, slowly, isn't it, a little bit?
Yeah. And if you look at those teams around us right now, everybody's buying. And we haven't got a deal over the line yet. But every window, you have to buy to keep still and among the others around you, because they're improving their teams all the time. So you've got to buy to increase your quality. And if you don't, you're dropping down the what the team's offering. And whilst those around us are buying and improving their teams and squads, we're getting left behind. That's the frightening thing. And we've only got 2 opportunities a year to do this.
Why do you think? Why have we ended up in this situation today, John? What do you think is the reason? Why are we in this sort of bad place at the moment?
I think we improved very quickly. I think that's a millstone around our necks, really. We didn't even get mid-table mediocrity for a while. We just shut up that table, and we are where we are. And we were lucky first half of the season. We had the momentum and everything else. Then the injuries hit us, and we lost Zuma sadly, and that made a big difference to us. And then we dropped points around us, even now that we still should have picked up something from. So we've been lucky all season, and to some respect, with the squad we've got, we're still lucky. With the Cup coming up and then Europe coming up in March. So when will the luck run out? That's the frightening thing.
Not only that, John, I'm concerned that the dressing room obviously is all together, united. There's great morale there. But when these top players like Rice and Zuma see what's on the bench, and obviously Zuma, since being injured, has seen from the sidelines how the club has just dwindled. I mean, the defending between Dawson and Diop, what I was seeing against Leeds, I couldn't believe it. All over the place, comical, really. And when you don't see someone, especially if Antonio needs a challenge, and if no one comes in of any worthy mention today, I'm thinking 3-4 names. And if we just get Cleta Carr over the line, for me, that's not a good enough window. Not for me. We needed many more players over the line than that. It's typical West Ham in history when we had a great season with Bilic. Next season, we bought no one. Alan Pardew. The following season, we bought Tevez Mascherano, which upset the whole morale of the club, and we just about stayed up. 86, John Lyall. We didn't buy anyone again in 87. It's a history there, John, with our club. When we know something's good about to happen, it just goes pear-shaped, mate. Ginger, sorry I haven't let you in. Any of this making sense to me and John's frustrations, mate? I know you're one of them as well, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I made John work, mate. To be fair, it's getting. I mean, it was getting frustrating in the summer, let alone without all this palavers this month. We all know, us fans, we all know what needs to be done. So why doesn't the club? Why doesn't the board? Why doesn't Moyes? Why doesn't Newman? And if I was the board, and say for going back to the earlier illusion that we made, that if it's not the board, if the board have made the funds available and gave Moyes and that their full support and backing, then if Moyes isn't doing anything about it, me as the board or me as part of the board, I would be pulling Moyes in and say, like, what's the crack? What's going on? Because the backlash is going to come back thick and fast, and it's no doubt it's going to be spread equally. It's probably going to go to the board first, and then it'll go to Moyes. And if I'm the board and I'm actually doing something right for once, obviously I expect a little bit to come back on to me because of previous. But if I'm doing something right for once, and my manager is not doing anything about it, then I need to have words with my manager. And I don't think there's enough communication between the two parties, between the board and Moyes, clearly, because nothing's getting done. But if I'm the board, I would be pushing for Moyes to do something, because there's going to be a massive outbreak soon of angry fans. And we could see scenes like we did a few years ago, like at the Burnley game and the protest outside the ground. It will go pear-shaped, and it'll be a horrible way to end these last 18 months of good football and good results we've had on the pitch.
Yeah, it's just like you said, if the season fizzles out and we go to 7th or 8th and things like that, it's just not going to look good, is it? Just the way it is. I mean, John, have you seen any players you would have liked to come over the line, perhaps another club has got? I mean, the latest on the Núñez deal is that the bid has certainly gone in. It's been rejected, and well, that means we know what we need to get it over the line, and this is not the time or the hour. I mean, someone was asking me, so the time in South America is about 9-10 in the morning, which one of our viewers was asking. That's the time over there at the moment. That's where the player is. He's from Uruguay. I don't know if he's exactly in Uruguay at the moment, but it's roughly morning time. Our window closes at 11, but I think Ginger was mentioning that. Ginger, if you get a couple of things over the line, you can apply for special dispensation to get the deal done the following morning, isn't it? I think if you've got certain...
Yeah, there's certain things in a transfer deal that needs to be done before the deadline. And then there's other little things that you can then finish off after. So you can also do a loan deal, I believe, after the deadline time. I'm not sure the full extent of the loan situation of it, but there is certain aspects of the transfer that if you get a certain bit done before, then you can actually finish it off at a later time.
Mandy is saying that Sky in Italy are reporting that the actual offer was 37 million plus add-ons, which I feel is a very good offer, to be fair. And if Benfica, I mean, what do they want? I mean, I think that's a doable offer. So again, John, I don't know.
It's the Premier League, isn't it? We're a Premier League club. We're a London club. We are West Ham. They think we've got money. They know that we need a striker. They're gonna just try and rip the arse out of us.
I don't agree with the windows. John, you remember the good old days? No window, buy anyone before what? Middle of March, wasn't it? Back in those days? Before
nap days.
Yeah.
Every day there'd be somebody new, some unknown name from, I don't know, Scandinavia or Eastern Europe or anywhere in the world. Yeah.
We used to love picking up the back of the Sun or the Mirror and straight away to the back page and see who we linked with. We used to love that. I remember Kits and Hartson signing virtually together. Lomas a few days later completely changed our season and we stayed up. So it's what it's about. Fans, especially young, they want new faces through the door. You know, it's exciting and things like that. And it's just, it's been a couple of years now, isn't it? Something like that since kind of Haller went. We haven't replaced him. It's just not looking good. Money looks like it's there. It looks like 50, 60 million, whatever, even a bit more is there. We've made a little bit of money through our Europa run. We're kind of still in the FA Cup. League Cup, I'm disappointed the way we went out to Spurs. I think we should have done a fast one. If Spurs, I mean, we didn't have any striker in that game, and we've been playing every single game. Teams like Arsenal, Liverpool, Spurs have played the fast buck and rested their teams.
We've not had a striker for a year, Jez.
Every single game, teams like Arsenal, Liverpool, Spurs have played the fast buck and rested their teams.
We've
got a bit of an echo, didn't we? Yeah. Spurs have played the fast buck and rested their teams. Got a bit of an echo, didn't we?
Jazzy boy.
Is that better?
Yeah, seems like it.
Oh, Benfica paid 20 million for him and have to pay 20%. Okay, Mandy's doing some great research for us.
Hey, thanks. Hey.
Glenn's there. Oh, Glenn remembers Phil Park's record signing, Glenn. Wow, that's a bit before me, but 79, I think. And again, it goes back to how highly... So basically, John, there's going to be a Hammer History series starting on the channel on Wednesday. Part one's going to be looking at what obviously a few channels already done it, looking at Green Street, what it looks right now, but more importantly, we're looking at through the eyes of 4 people from different ages, different perspectives, and also describing to us what it used to be like when we had the ground there and what they used to do. So that's going to be going out on Wednesday, part 2 the following Wednesday, and then every 3 weeks there's going to be Hammer History, looking at everything from the formation of the club to all the way to the present period, really. So yeah, Ginger, you're saying something. Sorry, mate. Yep.
And the local, it's not just about us and our experiences and whatnot. It's taking a look at some of the big businesses that had influence on West Ham match days and West Ham fans in general. It might be some people's ritual. It might be where they met their mates before they go somewhere. Places like Nathan's Pie and Mash, which is sadly no longer there. Ken's Calf, sadly no longer there. Went to the Erkham Fish Bar.
They're still there. Yeah.
Erkham Fish Bar is, they're the ones that we went and spoke to, innit? So we got to chat with them and life after West Ham moving. Got a little insight to them and their business and what it was like when West Ham was there compared to now. The bowling, we're gonna eventually do it another day. We're gonna go in and speak to a couple of people there. That one person in particular, she's there now. That's been there since well before the move. She's been there for years and years. So she's gonna have a little chat with us. Walked around what was the stadium, which is I'd say 90% Jazz is completed building wise.
I mean, many years since we left, and it still looks like a bit of a building site. And mentioning John, Steve's going to be part of he's one of the 4 fans that you have helped make the documentary for us. So
good.
He'll be one of the fans. Again, I was very keen to get him on because he's local. He lives in East Ham, lots of knowledge. And we've got 1 or 2 others with us. Again, used to go to every single game. And hopefully you guys will enjoy it. And we will bring that kind of content out for everyone, really. The other thing was, John, I mean, is there any player that you earmarked that you wanted to come in that was gettable for us, that would have helped us, you think, out there? Anyone out there? I mean...
Well, yeah, I mean, Nunes sounded good. It might still happen. That would be nice. Beyond that, I mean, all I've picked up is paper talk and what the other West Ham channels have offered us in little tidbits and rumours and so on. So, I'd never profess to being in the know. I just scan what's written and think, oh, right, okay, fingers crossed. The money's there. That's the frustrating thing, we're led to believe. You know, they can't use the excuse they've got nothing to spend. And, you know, I'm just hoping that we do get the deals across, and that'll be enough to encourage Declan to stay beyond the summer. You know, in this season, but if he doesn't see the squad improving, and sometimes you can see it in his play as well. Certainly in the last few games, I've noticed the way he comes forward from the midfield and he's looking for the pass, and the movement's not there, and you know, you wonder if he's thinking, well, if I had better players around me that see what was going on and where the move can be, and he doesn't look as if he's enjoying himself. That's just my perspective on it, and I just hope that collectively the club will back him, keep hold of him, and build and go onwards.
Yeah, some comments regarding Caleta from a French football expert saying that he's definitely made for the Premier League, linked with Liverpool 18 months ago, and they said that this is a good time to do business with Marseille, who need the money in. So if we can't get a deal in with a cash-strapped club like Marseille and looks like a fairly good player to fit the Premier League, Croatian international. Obviously, we've got Vlasic already there. Then that doesn't look good either for us, really. Spurs are closing in on those Juventus duo we spoke about in the morning. Aubameyang has arrived in Barcelona to complete a deal there. So again, Arsenal do need a striker in. So I don't know what Arsenal are going to do. Are they going to go in for Origi really late? But then again, it's all about these top 4, top 5, top 6. They don't want to do business with each other anymore. We're regarded as one of those now. Exactly. So that's kind of put a spanner in the works for us now. But Lingard, that's the reason United saw what happened last season, and again we're kind of up there neck and neck with them again, and it's that kind of thing, isn't it? Yeah.
It's new ground, new territory for us. Yeah,
100%.
More breaking news from one of our viewers. Oh God, I don't know what to make of this, mate. It's gone on and on every single day. And
listen, we're not going to give up Jesse Lingard until the transfer window is shut, and we'll probably pursue him again in the summer because he'll be free. But yeah, this one's never going to go away. I mean, we'd be stupid to think it wasn't, because we know Moyes really likes him. We know what he can do. He's already been with us for half a season, less than that. So we'd be stupid not to go in for him. And I think he is Moyes' priority target. I think, if anything, he is the striker that Moyes wants.
And we've got to remember that this next 6 months is so critical for Lingard. If he thinks that he can get back into that England squad, and it was his performances a year ago with us that got him back into it, this is his only chance. He's got to be playing regularly. It's not going to get it at Manchester United. So he has to get the move. And it's his last chance to play international football, really, I would say, this year for the World Cup.
Yeah, you think what's the next one? Next one, Euros in 2 years' time. He will be, 31, 32? Yeah, mate, you're right.
I don't know what he's thinking, though. I mean, he wants a final paycheck because he's out of contract? I mean, should we pay the 2025 they wanted in the summer?
Do you know what? It makes sense. If he goes Newcastle, it makes sense. Like, even though he doesn't want to, but it makes sense in the terms that he's still up north. All right, he's from one side of the country to the other. He's gone from northeast and he's going from northwest to northeast, but he's still up north, and that was one of his big deciding points in the summer, because he done a lot for his mum when she was really ill. He took on the role to look after his little sibling. Plus, he's got a kid of his own. So I think that he wanted to stay in Manchester, not just because of Manchester United Football Club, not because he was a Manchester boy and that's his boyhood club, but I think there was other factors in it that doesn't involve football. And if he was to go and it wasn't to us, then Newcastle would be a viable option for him because he's still up north. He's still fairly geographically close to his family if he needs to get somewhere within an hour or so.
Didn't he keep the flat, though, at Canary Wharf, even after he went back to Manchester? Because I thought that he was meeting up with Moisey from time to time. They were living in the same block.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's news to me, John. Thanks for enlightening me to that, because I didn't know that.
Yeah. They kind of.
Is that right, Jazz?
Yeah. I think there's one or two players that live over there. Yeah. I think Big Sam used to have an apartment around there. I think Lanzini lives around there. Andy Carroll used to live around there. But what I'm saying is there's two sides that I'm thinking. Like the football side.
Carroll lived in Loughton, I think.
Yeah, he did. But I think at the beginning, I think he had an apartment at Canary Wharf. Yeah. But you're right. Yeah, I did hear that from someone else as well. I think the shame is we never saw Lingard as fans on the pitch, did we? Hardly. And perhaps that would have swung it for him if he'd seen the backing we give him. But he looked so happy on the pitch, mate. I've never seen a player settle that quickly, hit the ground running. Yeah. He was made for us, and he changed games. And I've been sitting there at London Stadium, John, when it's been. The teams are locked, drawing with each other. It just needs a spark, and he provided that. He was very, very deceptively, very pacey. He would open defenses up, very clever, even up to the fact the rest of the players couldn't keep up with him, what he was trying to do and what he was doing. And you remember that we never won any penalties. We'd started to win penalties with him in the team, and he was just that extra class that you need when you're trying to get in the top four, isn't it?
Someone's you say it, Jez, but when we signed him, or before we signed him, we was in the top four, and then once we signed him, and then we finished the season, we ended up 6th. So make it out of what you will, but
I think that was a little bit
in-house banter that we all have.
I think that was a little bit to do with the Rice injury because we didn't have any backup for him. We lost to Everton, and
towards the end of the season, there was about 4 games where we had no Rice, no Antonio. Someone else went out injured, so we sort of lost our way towards the end.
Again, when you look at the table, John, and you finish 2 points behind Chelsea in 5th, that's hard to swallow for me, especially thinking if you only got 1 or 2 people over the line in January, stop being stubborn sometimes. And we could have easily because this is a good time to get in the top 4. Leicester are nowhere. Tottenham up and down, Arsenal. But then we laughed at Arsenal spending 100 million in the summer. Got a brand new defense there, mate. You got the Japanese right back, and they got Attorney, who's a future captain. Goalkeeper Ramsdale. I was one of those thought they're mad. He's nearly their captain. He's a cult hero there. You got the guy at Brighton, 15 million for him. So they got 2 coming through the youth. They got Saka. They got Odegaard that was done well. Oh God, and they're nearly there, mate.
So you've got Smith Rowe, Martinelli, and Saka all come through the youth, and arguably our quality players, like probably some of the best youngsters in the Premier League at the minute.
And Johnny,
Saka and Mill Smith Rowe are probably arguably 2 of the best young English players coming through at the minute.
And John, you might have heard of this. This is Vlahovic guy who finalised a deal to go to Juve for 70 million odd. Arsenal were nearly trying to do the deal. 58 million, 60 million was there.
Well, they offered 57.5 million, I think it was, and Lucas Torreira to go to Fiorentina. I forgot about Torreira until that offer come about because he's on loan abroad somewhere. So they was going to give him Lucas Torreira, who I thought was not a bad little player. And they offered him and 57 million or whatever it was. Now, that's crazy.
Yeah. John, do you remember the Phil Parkes transfer?
Oh, very much so, yes. I thought we'd made it then. That was a fantastic statement, when you could say we've bought the most expensive goalkeeper in the world at the time. And I mean, they were my glory years those days, late 70s, early 80s. And that was a fantastic team. Really, really pleased. I thought, we've done it. And then a few years later on, we just, well, as you say, 86, 87, certainly the investment didn't go, but that 86 season was so good. Was Phil in the team at that time?
Yes. Phil Parkes left or stopped playing regularly after 90 when Ludo came. So Phil was always there. I met him last year, I think, at an event. And if you remember, 89, he began to get trouble with his knees a lot.
Yeah.
And he had to come back quicker than, because I think Alan McKnight didn't settle in 89 from Celtic. He was struggling, and Phil had to come back after Christmas to help out. And he kind of was coming towards the end, really. But Phil, again, example of John Lyall's, the way he was. I think a lot of these players, like even Stuart Pearson, Crossy, before they met John, they didn't want to come to West Ham. They were 50-50. But once they met him, they said, oh, we just had to say yes to the man.
No legends.
Yeah. So again, it tells you the pulling power of John as a good human. And once he got you into a room, the way he's able to explain the West Ham project and what the club's about, the players are like, wow, yeah, we definitely want to play for you, John. And so those are those days, mate. Yeah. Phil Parkes, he actually, another interesting point is he lives in Berkshire, not far from me, and he's still in that house when he signed for us. Yeah. And I remember John saying we actually moved the training to start 10 in the morning instead of 9 when Phil joined. It's still one hell of a journey to do, It's a good 1.5 hour journey to Chadwell Heath each day. And I think a lot of the west side and guys like Goddard, Devonshire, Parkes, Gale used to all go together in one car. Because I think Dev, even now, you can't drive, Devonshire. He never learned to drive.
Oh, didn't he? Right.
No, he manages Maidenhead, which is kind of the borough I'm in, Windsor and Maidenhead. So he's a manager there for many years.
Yeah, I got a good result on Saturday. I was pleased with that. Late equaliser at Wrexham.
Yeah, so there's a few more comments coming in now. Let's have a look. Yeah, I was saying, Burnley didn't hang around. They sold Wood. They got 25 million in for Wood. This guy from the Dutch league, 6'6", John, they paid around 12 million, they reckon, and they're after Origi now. So they might get two through the line. Stephen, breaking news, he's going for his tea break. Have a Kit Kat. There you go. A bit of banter going on in there. Toast from Mandy. Toast with Mandy. Okay, yeah, Glenn could do, because West Ham did used to own a couple of houses back in the days where players were able to move into immediately while they look for their permanent house. So that could be true. How's it all going with the food banks? Mate, how's it all going with Christmas sort of just finished, which is such an important day?
Yeah. We had over 7,000 selection boxes and packs that went out to local kids over Christmas. We didn't get the target we wanted, but we just couldn't get hold of the chocolates. So we had a little bit of surplus left over. So that's buying a couple of pallets of food for the food bank. That'll be worth £4,000. And in this last week, we've just placed orders for 3 pallets of food that will be worth £6,000, going to 3 local food banks in East London, let's say. And this is all coming from donations we've had from the fans, from Just Giving, the collections on the Hammers chat boats, they've done at the supporters club as well with Martin's book signings and so on. The deal is that we're working with a charity that for a £400 contribution to them. And this is a surplus food charity that takes in food from all over the country from different manufacturers and so on. And a £400 donation to them, they will supply a pallet load worth up to £2,000 to anywhere you need. So we just placed a third order this week for a third pallet this morning. So that's £6,000 coming in. And again, this is all down to the West Ham fans supporting us. And on top of that, I'm just organising a van to deliver £20,000 worth of new clothes to the homeless and the children, the women's refuges in East London. So I'm just looking at perhaps doing that at the back end of next week after the Watford game. So these are all donations that have come from suppliers in Cheshire. These new clothes, new T-shirts, new hoodies, one in Stockport, one in Winsford. And it took me 3 trips last week to fill up my car each time with boxes and bag loads, which we've sorted now. And we can fill a van load now and take all those down to those that need it. And we're working with Anchor House in Canning Town, on the Barking Road, and a few of the other homeless centres all in East London. and we're grateful that we've got access to these places. And it's sad that in the past some of these things were going into landfill because the suppliers didn't have the outlet to move them on, and these were cancelled orders. There were sort of concerts that were cancelled during COVID, let's say, that didn't take place. And so, but they're all brand new, top quality clothing, and it's great that we can get hold of them and bring them down to East London. And as I say, we'll look at that by the end of next week.
Yeah, sounds good. And it looks like, John, you're building good relationships with other clubs who are doing similar things to yourself, isn't it? I think the Liverpool guys were there not long ago. I remember you mentioning. So that looks good across the country. Each club has hopefully got similar establishment there, isn't it?
Working on it. I mean, these guys have been going for 6 years now. They've got 3 vehicles of their own, and they even run a food pantry around the city 5 days a week, where they set up at different parts of the city, and you pay £3 and come away with 15 quid's worth of fresh food. So that happens every week. But there's also going to be a national food bank conference coming up in March during the international break. That'll be in Birmingham, and we'll have clubs there. Newcastle are quite strong with their food bank.
Yeah.
Southampton have come on board. Southend locally have come on board. Clapton as well do something. So it's not just the big clubs; it's right across the board. So there may be 20 plus different clubs represented at the conference, and it'll all be about sharing best practice. And we're there for as long as we're needed. That's the thing, and it's just not going to go away overnight, sadly. But the will is there to support us, and that's the main thing. We can carry on going.
I think, John, obviously my background is I'm a Sikh by religion, and but I'm not that religious in terms of I respect all religions the same. I believe in humanity is the best religion. If you're good human, it ticks all the boxes. You don't need to read pages and pages of religious stuff to be a good person. And yeah, I believe in the soul and all that kind of thing. And I think the charity you do, mate, I don't think there's anything great a human being could possibly do. I think what you're doing is beyond any numbers or anything you can do. And so I just want to say thank you for what you do on behalf of the community, and hoping, because I can tell it makes you feel good, because the feeling you must get when you help people, it's probably unrivaled, isn't it?
It's rewarding.
Pleasure you get.
What brings us all together is that we're all football fans, and it's football fans doing this. It's what gave me the idea at the beginning, where we've got 60,000 coming to the London Stadium twice a month. 50p, a pound here and there makes a massive, massive difference. And now we're starting to see that, every £400 we collect on a match day, we turn that into £2,000 worth of food, which is delivered within a matter of days into East London. And we reckon that certainly Newham Food Bank, from now till the end of the season in May, they'll be supplying £10,000 plus worth of food, and that's on top of other things which are coming through. So I think over a season, I wouldn't be surprised if the fans would contribute something in the region of £50,000 in food value, just coming from West Ham fans. That's the power of the support that's growing, and we're football fans doing this, and it puts the public, it gives them a better image of what football fans are about, and that's the picture.
When did it start, John, roughly, everything? When did it start?
6 years ago. I think a couple of guys from Liverpool and Everton were out and about, and they saw this queue of people, and they will say that they thought that these were people queuing to get into the bingo. And when they made inquiries, they realised that these people were queuing up to use the food bank. This was 6 years ago in North Liverpool.
Yeah.
We are now, football fans in that city are providing over 30% of food donations to North Liverpool food banks. A ton of food every game at Anfield or Goodison are collected. And they get big support from Liverpool Foundation. Jurgen Klopp has given them his cash. Henderson had made donations too. This was during the lockdown period, but they get a lot of support, and that's really the history of it. Newcastle have been going for 4 years. They've got quite a strong presence in the community. London-wise, as far as I can see, there's really none of the other big teams which are doing anything to.
Oh wow!
I don't know why. I know Tottenham have got links with the Tottenham Food Bank, but it's not a regular thing. Arsenal likewise. Charlton Athletic do an annual Christmas food bank collection. Beyond that, the others really aren't involved. So hopefully by the time this conference comes around in a couple of months, they might send people who are representing their fan groups and, see what it's all about, and taking those first steps about what you do, how you organise. Do you talk with the council? Do you talk with the club? I've got to say our club have been fantastic. And, David Sullivan, he's put his hand in his pocket. He's probably contributed 50 grand of his own money. To provide the van for Newham Food Bank, and £10,000 here and there for topping up emergency supplies and contributions to the Easter egg and the selection box appeals. Yeah, and he always says, if you need more, just ask. And we've got to be so grateful. And Declan's made contributions to the food bank. Mark Noble has, and the players have had a whip round after training one time. And so,
am I right in thinking Sullivan has put into the food bank as well? Or?
Oh yeah, of his own money, yes.
Of his own money, yeah.
Several times, probably about 50 grand's worth, I would say.
Yeah.
He's never slow to come forward. Every time I ask him, I'll tell him this is happening, and he'll basically say, "Okay, we'll transfer the money tomorrow," and it's done. He's a big supporter, and the family support Anchor House as well, the homeless centre. So the foundation introduced us to them now. So we've supplied them with quite a few new clothes and heavy overcoats for the winter that we've got down to them. We've got a tie up with the train company up in Crewe that had all these surplus new coats available due to rebranding. So these were brand new winter waterproof coats, which we've had hundreds of them now. And they've all found their way down to East London. And there's still more available of winter fleeces, which I hope to pick up in the next week or two, and they can come down next week as well. So all surplus brand new coats, and we've got an outlet for them where they're needed.
Yeah. Big respect for you and to everyone at the food bank.
But again, you mentioned, Jazz, about the Sikh community. By chance, we were able to link up with the LFC Red Indians, the London-based Liverpool fans group. They did this charity cycle group from Wembley to Anfield in September. They raised 20 grand from sponsorship, and I met them when they came up into the northwest, looked after them in Crewe and Anfield, and they came along when we played Liverpool and brought us a cheque for 500 quid and said, "Here you go, that's for Irons, supporting food banks from us. Thanks for what you've done." And when we helped with the Christmas toy appeal for the Kevin Jenkins appeal at Canning Town, they came along with £1,000 worth of toys for the appeal. So, these are the sort of friendly links that we've got with fans from other clubs now, and we help each other out like this. And that was fantastic. A tremendous gesture from the LFC Red Indians, who are a big fundraiser in the community, and they're all London based.
Yeah, I think the Sikh Temple is one of those places that serves free food throughout the day, so anyone's welcome from all backgrounds to go there, and you can have dinner there. The canteen or the kitchen's open throughout the day, and there's just what kind of service they do. But it's great what you're doing, and it sounds like the needs are going up and up, isn't it? If I'm right, John, they're year on year.
Yeah, it's frightening. We've just made contact with the Muslim Foundation East Ham. They're supplying 400 people a week, and they only open on a Saturday. That's 400 people queuing up. So we're just organising a pallet for them. And whilst it's the Muslim community, it's also Central European people that they're supplying, Eastern Europeans as well. It's a right old mix. It's what you find in East Ham. So we're hoping to get the pallet into them this Friday with pasta, rice, cooking oil, and so on, and sugar. It's what they're desperate. But again, 400 people every Saturday that they're feeding.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into politics, but is your feeling, sounds like, and perhaps us looking from the outside, that the government needs to do more and not doing enough?
There's a big push. There's a right to food campaign which is being pushed by Ian Byrne, the MP, who's one of the founders of Fans Supporting Food Banks in Liverpool, and they're pushing it strongly. And various boroughs around the country are signing on board now, looking to get it put in as a paper, as a right to food. And I think there's actually a meeting online tonight that Ian's involved with, and we're looking to get it set up for London. It's a hard task, but there's a number of people who are involved trying to make this happen, spending a lot of time trying to bring it to light and bring it out in legislation.
Excellent. Yeah, keep it up. I was just going to have a look at the kind of the latest rumours, and a couple of questions for you both. Would any of you consider people like Dele Alli or Aaron Ramsey on loan? I mean, Dele Alli's not not really. We don't do business with them, but I don't know.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
everyone was umming and ahhing about Lingard this time last year anyway. And he proved us all wrong. But I don't think Dele Alli has that in his locker. I don't think. And don't get me wrong, he's been a decent player. He's been given his chance this season. At the start of the season, he was with was it under Mourinho? He was given a chance, and then completely messed that up. It only lasted 10 games. But he's not that sort of player that we need. He's got too much of an ego, too much of an attitude, thinks he's better than what he is. And I think that would be bad business. Someone like Aaron Ramsey would be a good player.
Yeah.
He's quality, but his wages are the problem.
Yeah.
We don't need someone with big wages, and it'll be unfair on him to ask for a significant pay cut for under £100,000 a week, because that's what it would have to be. Under 100,000 a week.
And why do you think that TK is going to Newcastle, not us? What could have happened? Are we going to say we were never in for him? Those rumours were rubbish. And
money talks. Money talks. You think about most clubs when they're having a bidding war with someone, whoever pays the most will get that player. And then you go down to personal terms. If the club accepts 2 offers, say from United and City, then it's down to the club to have their little meeting with the player and to agree personal terms. If United say, well, we'll pay you 60 grand a week plus a goal bonus or a clean sheet bonus, depending what position they are, and then City come in and go, no, we think you're quality, you are young, we want to see you long term at this club, and give them all the good spill that the player wants to hear, and then says, here's 85 grand a week. Do you know what I mean? You're going to feel more comfortable, not just with the money, but with the spill that their club are giving you as well. And I think most of the time it is about money.
Mixed reports out there. They still think West Ham are trying to get the Núñez deal over the line. Apparently, Simon Jordan on TalkSport has ripped into David Sullivan, accusing him of phantom bids. Yeah, he just said he's making
him and Jim White get on the old banter wagon, like every time they speak about West Ham, because obviously Jim White is close to Sullivan, and he won't say a bad word about him. And if anyone says a bad word about him, Jim White has his little 2 pence into it. Simon Jordan, obviously, his criteria is finances and football clubs owners, because he's been there, he's done it. So that's what he can talk on best about, because he's been in that sort of bubble before. And so when Simon Jordan has a pop about what the West Ham fans have been saying and about the board, Jim White's straight on his back. It is good laugh to watch, even though the pair of them are prats, I think. It is comical sometimes.
Yeah. John, I wanted to ask your opinion on something that obviously, from when I used to follow football, everyone played 4-4-2. I love the 2 up front, big man, little man. That's kind of, it's like a fashion. I remember Glenn Hoddle bought the wing-back system. Everyone went that way. Now it's kind of 4-2-3-1. And then obviously struggling to find how many players on earth can play up front by themselves. I love 4-4-2. So did people like Alex Ferguson. I mean, would you go back to the old tradition 4-4-2? 2 wingers, 1 holding man, 1 can do a bit of both, like Bishop, and big man, little one up front?
Yeah, don't forget the Christmas tree.
That's what you need a jingle bell on it at the top there that can make it happen.
Yeah, well, at least with 4-4-2, you've got two strikers playing up front, and that's a rarity now. I think certainly the way we're playing, but yeah, it's horses for courses. It's become so technical now. Formations, it's just not standard. The old going back to the 5 defenders at the back and back in the 60s and so on. Everything's moved on. It's all become more sophisticated, let's say. And as we've seen, formations will change during games as well. It's let's bring a sub on, let's move him over there, and let's do it this way. So it's just become so much more technical now. And I think you see that now when they're on the touchline with the iPads or the little flip charts and they're showing diagrams to players as they're coming on. That's the development. That's how far it's gone now. But I suppose it's good for us in respect that going back to Ron Greenwood's day, he was the master tactician of the day, and people remember him for the innovations that he had in his training style as well as the playing style. And okay, we had the success in the mid '60s, but I think he's fondly remembered by many. For the innovation that he brought to the club at that time, the West Ham way, let's say.
I think what people don't know often is he brought the one-touch football, looking at the Hungarian system, and obviously the near post header was West Ham's invention from corners, flicking it on, McAvenny running into space, which they do now. So a lot of things we brought in there. And another thing that people might not be aware of, I know people keep saying, the game's much faster now. When you look at the old John Lyall football games on YouTube, our fullbacks are bombing on like anything. Ray Stewart and whoever played on the other side back then. Straight from kickoff, we are at it. We're just bombing, trying to do everything the way Liverpool play at the moment, pressing them. So all that happened under the West Ham team. And for me, I think we should consider 4-4-2 as an option. And then just see how it goes. I know Villa tried it with Danny Ings and Watkins with mixed kind of, outcome, how that kind of went. And now you've kind of got it's all about running, isn't it? Having a physical specimen who statistically looks good. Like I'm watching Souček at Chelsea. All he did is just run and run into empty pockets. Never made a foul. Sorry, never made a tackle. Never made a pass. Or it just keeps running and running. And you got Rice who's actually running.
It's what you do off the ball that counts more. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people forget about football. You could be say if you've got 2 strikers, one of them could be banging in all the goals and doing the work and whatnot. The other person might not even look like they're in the game because they're dragging players out left, right, and centre, creating space for other midfielders to run into, or creating the space for his strike partner to run into, and that is one of the most underrated things about football that goes unnoticed within football is the off the ball work. Now, when I was younger, it was always drilled into you like off the ball is so much more important as important as on the ball, because when you lose possession, now everything you do off the ball is vital. Whether you get into the right positions, whether you get into them fast enough, whether you've got yourself set up so you make the opposition work harder to break you down, to try and break in between your lines, and it's exactly the same as going forward as well, with and without the ball. If you've got a teammate that's running down the wing, you know that either you need to get in the box in case that ball comes in, or you can drop off. And if you've got an understanding with your strike partner, one of them's going to go, and if he goes, then to drop off, because not only are you distancing yourself so much from your partner, you're also given another option, plus you're giving the defenders something to think about. Oh shit, he's gone, but he's there, who do I go to? And then you could force an error or whatever else. You can do so much with your off the ball decision making that's so vital to that part of the play.
Looks like that Newcastle deal for Ekitike, it might not happen. There's a lot of things they need to sort out with just obviously today to go. So stories keep changing every minute. Lingard to West Ham, they're saying there's no way that's going to happen. If anything, Newcastle might come in for him. A lot of financial, some crazy money that Lingard's after, I think £1 million a game or something like that. So we'll see what happens. It's going to keep changing, but I don't know, mate. I mean, the risk is that if we spend too much time on the Benfica deal and it falls through, I mean, what are we going to do? It's just getting worse by the hour. Just nothing's, you don't know when to leave a deal, and then we don't leave enough time for something else to happen.
By the looks of it, we don't even know when to start a deal, because the last week of a transfer window is not the time to start deals.
I'm just looking forward to that first press conference where David Moyes is, don't need anyone. I'm happy. Come on, mate.
That'd be an excuse, yeah. So why did you try and bid for all these players then if you really didn't need anyone? Do you know what I mean? So it's just a smoke screen.
You've got to buy to keep still. You've got to buy to keep still. I think even when we went through that blip before Christmas, Moyes said that the team aren't playing with the same energy. Well, we've been playing 3 games every fortnight almost with Europe and everything else. So I don't know where they are this week, for example, during the break. Have they gone away somewhere, or they've got a little bit of time off? Some have gone to the Middle East, haven't they, this last weekend? But I think you could see that the energy levels were dropping, and we're not playing the same as we were. So you've got to invest during the windows just to keep still, because the others are improving the squads, as I said before. He knows that.
I mean, while we're doing this live, you might see me go out and about in a motor. I might go down to the training grounds and see if there's any movement down there for you,
Get yourself down to Spire Hospital. That's where the medicals are.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's where they do.
Roding Valley. Yeah, it's a
John, would you have considered Ericsson, who's joined Brentford in a 5-6 million? A few month loan deal, isn't it, till the end of the season?
Well, we've been linked with the midfielders, and we've got Král already that's not even getting a game. I thought we're overloaded with midfielders. The only exception I would make is Lingard, but really it's up front to help out Antonio and put either some pressure on him or give us a plan B up front. Yeah. And I think we could see that's where we've been lacking. That's all I would say. Let's go easy on the midfielders, but it's up front and another central defender. My priorities.
Great. Welcome, Frankie. How you doing, mate? You on a Monday? You all right?
Good, mate. Good. Are we going to bed yet or what?
Might as well, yeah.
The stories are changing every few minutes, but nothing's happening, mate. It's looking pretty flat. Lingard, only to Newcastle, not to us. Benfica, up and down. Nothing going on, mate, at the moment. Yeah.
No, I'm not surprised. Kind of knew it was coming, and but it is what it is. Well, what's I don't know what's been discussed so far this morning, but if Coletta Carr's the only man that comes in, what's the views on how good of a window it's been?
It's not good. Not good enough at all. We need a striker. We've needed a striker for a year now. We haven't replaced anyone. We haven't got a recognised striker at the club, so that should have been a priority. We only went in for a defender due to Zuma and Ogbonna being out. Obviously, Ogbonna's still out, and he will be for the rest of the season. Kurt Zuma's now back, but he's still to nullify that happening again. The same situation that we need another centre back to come in, but I think still priority is a striker.
So how comes we can't get this right then, chaps? Because obviously, we bring in a new guy who's supposed to be head of recruitment. I know he's not had a lot of time, and that's all fair enough. But the club, we've been so many different ways of trying to handle transfers. We've had Sullivan playing the game. We've had his sons being scouts at times, looking at Championship manager. We've had Moyes going out and doing his own scouting. We then try and bring in a head of development when Pellegrini was with us. And whatever we've done, nothing seems to have changed. So I guess, why is that? And does anything actually change, or is it smoke and mirrors? Are we still in exactly the same place we've always been, and the same person's completely in control with transfers, or do things change but we just don't get any different results?
I think it's a bit of both. Blame lies with both sides. I think you got the manager who doesn't provide perhaps a lot of options or a lengthy list to work with, but when he does, we can't financially seal the deal. So on our side, Sullivan's team, they're still oohing and eyeing about the final terms, the asking price. You're pissing the other club off. If they're clearly telling you 15 times, we only want to do a permanent deal, not a loan, like in Cleta Carr's situation, perhaps we're not listening. We keep, waiting and going back with the same response. It could be a bit of that, I think. I mean, Pellegrini's time, we certainly didn't hang around buying sort of, scattergun approach, bringing many players over the line. So I think it's a bit of both, I think. But it'll be very interesting to see the press conference next couple of days. I think Sullivan's going to send a message to Jim White tonight to get it out tomorrow morning and put the blame on David. And then it's all going to be in-house politics, mate, and we'll all be jumping up and down on Twitter, isn't it, mate? So I think it's a bit of both, I think. Not quite good at getting a deal over the line, I think, yeah. John, what do you think, mate?
I don't know. I mean, we've been chatting about it for the last hour, and where are the positive signs here? We're still back in where we were. The clock is ticking, and it's so frustrating.
Ginge, you kind of think, again, it's more the owner's side, I think you feel, isn't it, a little bit, perhaps?
Well, I think it's. I want to believe the owners for once. I want to believe that they've actually tried this time, but obviously their reputation in the past still leaves that massive doubt in the back of your head, because we know what they have been like before in the past. And Moyes has come out and said, "I'm being backed. I'm being given the money. I'm being given the funds. Blah blah blah," and the board have come out and said that. So. If that's not the case, why would Moyes throw himself under the bus with words that could end up coming back to bite him on the arse?
I mean, Frankie's done lots of business deals. I work in a corporate environment. I can't figure this one out, mate. I'm pulling my hair out. I can't understand how an entity can function in this way.
There's so much discussions on Twitter and on YouTube of West Ham, but no one ever really sort of just dials down the facts of what we actually know. There's always these guesses. But if we try and dial down exactly what we do know and try and work out what the situation currently is, there's so many different perspectives you can take on things. And I still, sometimes when you sort of reverse engineer everything and you have a look at all the stuff that we do know and how we've behaved in the past, normally you can kind of work out where something's gone wrong. This time I'm lost. I can't work it out at all, because we do know that there's money to spend. That we do know. The board have put money up. There is money available to spend. That's fair enough. We've then got Rob Newman in, supposed to be, head of recruitment now, supposed to be the man who's handling that side of things. David Moyes apparently puts together his lists of wants and what he would like to see come in. It's been said that David Moyes hasn't liked anybody that's been put forward to him as a potential option, which then points the finger firmly at David Moyes that he hasn't wanted to spend any money on what's available. Now, that's fine. So now at that point, you then say, well, it's not the board's fault. You then say, look, they've done their bit. They've created their list of targets. They've presented it to Moyes. Fair enough. However, we don't know what's been presented to David Moyes and whether or not the ones that the board feel like they can get over the line actually are any good at all. And at that point in time, it then becomes the blame of the board for not, because we know what they're like. They only like dealing with certain agents. They only like dealing with certain arrangements with payments. They never like to pay cash up front. They like to spread payments, which limits what clubs will deal with you. We know we've got a bit of a bad reputation. So, you're sitting here now and you're thinking, who is to blame here? Is it, the recruitment element of it? Is it David Moyes not saying yes to any signings? Is it the board not being able to actually give Moyes any decent options? And if they haven't, why should Moyes take on a load of rubbish that he doesn't want? And I think a lot's to be said for the fact that a lot of people have said about Lingard and so on. I never wanted Lingard because I feel like his personality doesn't fit with the current dynamics of the squad at the moment. And it has been said that he had a few issues with some of the other players. I don't think our squad's fantastic at the moment. I don't think we've got loads of quality everywhere. I think we've got some quality players, but I don't think we've got it across the board. I think what we've got is a togetherness, a spirit, and a work ethic that is superb. It doesn't take a lot to upset that. It takes one bad apple. And if Moyes brings in that one bad apple from a player that he actually doesn't really want to sign, he can undo a lot of his hard work. So why should he bring somebody in that can rock that boat? So it's really difficult to know where the blame lies. And I don't think it's a finger to point at any one particular person. I actually think it's a combination of everything that we've got there. No clear vision, no clear togetherness on where West Ham United are trying to go right now. And that is transitioning into a really difficult way of getting any business done and over the line. I cannot believe that we've got to deadline day again without anyone coming in. And the problem that you have is you end up with another Hilaire situation. You don't get your number one target. You end up getting someone just to fill a gap. And then you actually end up wasting money. We've got to stop behaving in the way that we are. But I don't see it changing. I just feel that the way we do business is just so wrong. And I don't think it's ever going to change.
I think they've always been like that. They've always been stuck in their ways of doing the business like their own way, a certain type of way. And as long as they're still here, nothing's going to change with the way they do business.
Yeah, I think obviously the checkbook belongs with Mr. Sullivan, so you can have a expert team that get the deal done financially, but the final say is all
expertise in football, though, Jeff.
the final say will be Sullivan's, isn't it? At the end of the day, you can't change the amount the other team wants, and you got to be careful about who you bring in. It's been a while
surely,
since we.
as a board member like Kretinsky, if I'm coming in and I'm Kretinsky, and I own and I'm the second biggest shareholder of the club, I would want, not obviously as equal amount of say, but I would want a quite high valued say on what goes on, especially transfers and stuff like that.
But we also have to accept that his clear goal and vision for the club right now is to clear the club debt, make him way for the purchase of the stadium to be possible, which then puts him in a position for a full sale and takeover of the club. I guess that's another question to everybody here. If we do, after this window, go and clear the debt, paving a way for us to be owners of the stadium, paving the way for a proper full takeover of the club to happen, do you suffer this window for that benefit in the future? Or is that still not good enough?
No, still not good enough, because I don't think Kretinsky on his own can take this club to new heights. I just don't think he has the real financial power to.
No, he won't. But his vision is to
get like
pay the debt off. We're not even a consortium. If you pay that debt off and you then own that stadium, believe me, the richest people in the world will want that real estate in probably what is the best part of real estate in London right now. So it then becomes a massively attractive proposition to any investor. Even people like Newcastle's investors will want West Ham United because they will own that ground and that land around it, which is so valuable. So Kretinsky then just becomes a byproduct in that. Somebody much richer, much larger will come in and take over West Ham United at that stage. But they all know that the only way that the value of the club is met is by owning that stadium. And that is his absolute 100% vision right now, is to do that. Forget Europe, forget Champions League, forget any of that. None of that will bring what owning that stadium will be. So that is 100% their main goal. And we have to accept a little bit of that in this transfer window, that there is a bigger project going on right now, which is that, which actually achieves a lot of what the fans want. It achieves a new owner. It achieves a much richer future for West Ham United. But obviously, as fans, we all see this opportunity to enjoy this bit of success we're experiencing, and we all want the now. So I guess the question is, if it means there's a big owner that comes in the next 5 years from this plan that they've got, do you take mid-table now for the rest of the 5 years, or do you still want to try and kick on in one window?
No, we have to kick on. Yeah.
I think it's, if we hadn't finished in European spots last year, and we wasn't in the position that we're in now, and we was content in finishing 10th mid-table, which is still a big, vast improvement compared to the previous 4 years when we was battling relegation, then I think you could sort of take that one on the chin and sacrifice a window or so to clear the debt and pave the way, like Frankie's saying. But where we were in this position, where we got ourselves in a fantastic position last year, finishing European places, pushing again this season, which a lot of people said we wouldn't be able to play a Thursday, Sunday, and still maintain that level. Then had everything been different, I think, I would be able to accept it, yeah. But are we going to... This is not guaranteed that we're going to be in this position again.
Yeah, I think it's a good momentum. Yeah, it only comes now and again. And Rice, a player like that, I don't know how often someone like that's going to come along. It's been ages, and he must be frustrated at what's going on. I think we have to go with the momentum, especially because we missed out on Champions League by a few points last time. After Liverpool win, we were sitting in third place, a good few points ahead of our North London rivals and certainly Liverpool as well. And again, injury to Zuma because the bench just wasn't strong enough, Frankie. I sit there and I've seen it live at London Stadium. You've seen it when Masuaku comes on. There's a huge laughing thing around the ground. We've seen he's a joke. Everyone's just laughing at him, thinking, what's going on here? We just haven't got the bench. And David Moyes has just got to be honest and stop coming out with these statements that we're not going to believe. Like, I'm happy with what I've got. The dressing room is good, but how long before the players, you lose a little bit of that in terms of frustration and seeing what's around you. Antonio got no one to challenge him. You need good players coming through the training ground that are going to give you a bit of a challenge so that you can go up a bit. We were talking about Liverpool earlier, Frankie. They've gone in and bought that guy Diaz because we've seen that Mane's performances are dwindling. Obviously, still a great player, but Klopp has seen that I need someone here to challenge him, and that's what good teams, good managers do, really. Otherwise, you can go down a notch, can't you? Difficult to bring players in this window. Newcastle and Villa have done really well. Newcastle, very recent owners, they've managed to quickly get some kind of team together at the back. I know they're paying far over the odds than perhaps some teams should, but they're getting deals done, no matter what that is. So for me, it's a bit of everything, isn't it? A bit of the owners, a bit of the manager. But tomorrow, 2023, looks like some kind of deal's going to be done to kind of sell the club, and he's 80, 90 years old, and he's not looking at it like we are as fans. And perhaps it's a bit of everything like that, isn't it? Perhaps the ambition isn't there, because we always knew. We used to mention to Sullivan 10 years ago, Sullivan, what do you think about the youth team? He goes, crap. He goes, it takes ages to find a player worth. That was his way of thinking. Like, the amount of money you put in, you're not going to find a player for years in order to get your money back. You never believed in youth. You've seen the training ground. He never believed in any of that because he's getting old. He said, I'm not going to see the benefits of it, really. So it's all those things, isn't it, mate? Yeah.
Jazz, I'm going to have to opt out just now for this chat. So I've enjoyed
that. Thanks a lot, John. Really enjoyed your company. Pop on whenever you want, mate.
Yep.
And keep doing a great job you are. And
see you. Now and catch up
later, I hope. Yeah. Take care, mate. Take care.
Thanks, fellas. It's been great to chat.
Bye. Take care, John. Take care, mate. This comment from Trev, another different perspective. Is it the players? I don't believe that's an issue that they don't want to join that club. I could be wrong. Frankie, what do you think? Yeah,
I definitely don't think that. Well, I think it's clear that we are slightly more of an attractive proposition than maybe we used to be. I think our position at sort of, where we are in the table, has got to be more appealing for players to come in when you are in the Europa League, sitting quite high in the Premier League. That must be a better position for you to be in than battling relegation and trying to sign players. So, you'd think we are slightly more attractive, but there was comments and suggestions from fans this year that we are now very attractive to the top players in Europe. That I don't agree with. I don't agree that we're there yet. I don't think our facilities, I don't think our reputation has quite got over that yet. And this is the problem, mate. It's very difficult to get rid of a bad reputation. And we've had some players come in there in the past who, have really knocked how we do things and how we go about things and the training facilities and so on. And that sort of sticks with you. It's very hard to get rid of that sort of tarnish that you can sort of create for yourselves. And even though we're trying to do better now and we're trying to do better things and do things in a better way, that still sticks with you a little bit. So I don't know. I don't think we're attractive to the top players. There was a few people suggesting we don't have to overpay in terms of salaries to bring in the right personnel anymore. I still think we are in that position. I think we do have to make really attractive offers to persuade people to come to West Ham. Players ain't silly, mate. You know, they're not silly. You know, people talk when they go on international duties and that. And, you know, and I think that's probably why for the last bit of time, we've kind of always signed people's mates and so on, because it's much easier if you've got a Souček going to Surfal and saying, oh yeah, come here, it's all right here, this ain't a bad way of life and whatever else. It's an easier thing to get over the line. We've kind of gone through that process, and I don't think we've got the pulling power that maybe some people expected us to have by being in the Europa League and having these good finishes in the Premier League at the moment. But that's just my opinion.
There's also stories like, obviously, I always felt that what I heard was Klopp was quite open to let Origi go. He was quite happy for that. And for some reason, we don't quite fancy him, I think. Again, I what I'm trying to say...
a good addition from now until summer, at the very least. If we can't get anyone else in that's proper...
I look at our bench. He'll improve the bench, wouldn't he, at a minimum? You know, we've got no one there.
He's better than coming on when we're chasing a game or we need a goal than someone like Yarmolenko.
Frankie, what's your feeling about the bid for the Leeds duo? I mean, what the hell's going on there, especially in a position CDM we don't perhaps need? And is that Sullivan again?
I don't believe it, to be honest. I don't believe that those bids were submitted. I don't believe that they are players that we're looking at. Rafinha, probably more so than Calvin Phillips. The only way you believe Calvin Phillips is if there has been a serious bid tabled for Rice. If that is the case and they're trying to bring in the replacement, that is the obvious choice. So that's the only way that becomes even remotely feasible. Mate, to be fair, we haven't had it as bad this year than we have had in previous years. Normally we're sort of linked with everybody, Benzema and this and that, and you just think, what a load of rubbish. We haven't had that, people pacifying us quite as much as we have done in previous years for whatever reason. So yeah, I don't know, but I just don't believe that link, mate. I really, really don't. The only one that I think is slightly believable is the Coletta Car one. I don't actually believe any of the others are legitimate.
I mean, with this question, I don't really care the background of the owners. I'm a bit selfish. I think all money's got a bit of dirt in it somewhere along the line, I believe. So I'm not really bothered. I don't like the way they run their country. Hands up, human rights. But how many people with money? I mean, you look at Chelsea's owner. He's got his fingers in a lot of things he shouldn't have in the past to get to where he is, and Putin and people like that. I mean, people go missing every day. It's just, I mean, no one's clean, are they? I mean, I'm not really bothered, mate. I will have an issue if they ban alcohol out of ground, mate. They're going to get it from me then. But anyway, well, that's what it is. I don't really.
Especially that rum bar, that spirit bar that you love, Jez.
Yeah,
I like that and all. That's a good one.
Right.
Really good. I like that a lot.
But you should have seen Jazz at the night. He was pulling his hair out. He was like, "Where's the spirit bar?" I'm sure.
I couldn't find it. I was panicking near the statues.
He was definitely here last week. He was going.
Oh, Steve, good old Steve. Yeah, I know Steve, mate. Steve always felt we weren't going to sign anyone, and let's see how it goes. Yarmo, can't get rid of him, mate. Yarmo, I think we offered him everywhere.
Can't give him away.
That was a bad contract, that.
Yeah, Steve's on Frankie's side. Here's a lot of bollocks, mate. I know, mate. I know. It is what it is. I mean, if I'm just going to have a quick look and see if there's any opening news, I think Donny van der Beek, I think going to Everton on loan. Lampard's been made official.
But there you go. He's going to attract players as well. So
he will, like Gerrard has. Gerrard's attracted some good players so far, and when you're connected in sports, it helps a lot. It really does.
Yeah,
I think so. If we bring no one in, Frankie, what's tomorrow going to look like for the club, and what are your feelings going to be?
One thing that it's going to trigger is the GSB out situation again. It's already starting to bubble under the surface at the moment, and it will trigger that again. it's actually the last thing that we need right now, to be honest. I mean, we're in a position where we just want to try and kick on. We've had a bit of a lull, a little bit of a blip, and we need to push on with our season again. We've got some real key games coming up. That Watford game and the Newcastle game are now absolutely massive. And Newcastle are going to come there with a lot of enthusiasm, new players injected. It couldn't be a worse time to play Newcastle United, to be perfectly honest. We've just got to hope that they're still a little bit up in the air and their team won't have gelled and come together yet, and they'll still be a bit rocky. So, but they're two massive games, and the last thing we need is any sort of, bad energy over there.
Yeah.
If any manager knows how to play against West Ham, it's Eddie Howe, mate. He's a pokey team. He knew how to get one over us and probably get Callum Wilson fit. He never misses a West Ham game. Mate, I know David Moyes is saying they shouldn't be allowed to play new players in rearranged fixtures, but that's another story. I don't know what's going to happen with that one, really. But we've been West Ham fans for long enough. I think we're going to end up in 7th or 8th at best. I think I'm stupid if I think Arsenal are not going to overtake us in the Tottenham. It's their manager, mate. He's so good that he'll take them a couple of places that they don't deserve. That win at Leicester.
He's a proper puppy, isn't he?
I mean, Bergwijn, we forgot about him. He's a 20-30 million pound player, and he looked good last couple of games. Son's going to be back, and going back to Frankie's views in the past few shows, mate, we have not been provided a rest like Liverpool, Tottenham, Arsenal, still playing 3 games a week despite not having any Europa issues, mate. It's just.
But this is one thing that's really got to me, and I do place some of the blame on David Moyes, and people won't like that.
No, it's true.
But
it's true.
At the end of the day, in the last game, they've turned around and said, Antonio was tired. Really tired is what was said, what we was told. We've now got a bit of a break. All the players that you see are all out having a rest. They're up in Scotland playing golf, and they're all doing whatever.
Dubai.
Our man Antonio's jetting off to the Caribbean to play 3 extra games. And you just think it's absolute lunacy. And the reason I put it down to David Moyes is a little bit because you used to have managers like Ferguson and so on who would put his arm around the players and they'd be more committed to club than country. Even if they played for big countries, they were still more committed to the club. And at times they never travelled. It just needed Moyes to put his arm around Antonio and say, do you think this is a good idea? You're our only striker, recognisable striker at the club right now. You've had a historical problem with injuries. We've got games coming thick and fast in all the cup competitions, Europa League. We're trying to get into the top 6 again this year. Do you really need to be jetting off to Jamaica and playing these extra games? And the answer is no. But he wasn't able to have that influence on him to try and make his priority West Ham United. Instead, he's decided he wants to play out there. And look, Antonio won't be at the cup game. So see this, right? You know that he's already played some games. He's got through them. You know the game he'll get injured is the game after the window's shut. You just know this is typical West Ham. The window's going to shut, and then he'll go and get his injury in his final international game.
And then we'll play Lanzini up front.
And there's the writings on the wall, mate. I'm telling you. It is written. It's just a typical West Ham thing. He could have got injured in the first game, but the window was still open to bring in someone extra. That won't happen. The window will come to a big shut, and then he'll go and get injured on his final international game. And then we'll be like, we ain't got a striker. And then that'll be the season completely gone to pot then. Just typical West Ham.
I think Jamaica can't qualify, so him being out there still is absolutely crazy. He should come back now. You give it your best shot. Leave it at that now. The pitches out there, a lot to be desired from what I've seen, more damaging, if anything like that. Alana, welcome. Lunch break. No, we haven't signed anyone. We haven't signed. But there is something going with that Iki-Tiki. It looks like the Newcastle move ain't going to happen due to, again, money and things like that. So I don't like the window. It's just happening more and more. God, if Newcastle can't afford him, then there must be a lot of money there. Again, it was a big risk, wasn't it, Frankie, that guy? 19, 20 games, such a young kid. Where did they get this valuation from, mate? I don't know.
No, it's no good.
Is there anyone else you've seen rumoured that they've got that you would have liked at a club, mate? I mean, Dele Alli was never going to Tottenham. We don't do any business with him. Ramsey's going somewhere else. Lingard, I know we've spoken about. Perhaps he's already given the best that he could have for us. Certainly be hard for him to mirror those performances, I think.
I mean, I'm just having a look through some of the rumours that are out there at the moment, and but just players that are actually like possible for a change. Do you know what I mean? And like, I'm not saying he's right, because he definitely isn't. But you got Eddie and Nketiah going to potential Crystal Palace. They've had a second bid turned down. He's only got 6 months left on his contract. Is that someone you would take or not?
I'll take anything now, Frank.
Well, this is where it's coming to. I don't think on paper he's probably the right signing, but it's a body, and that is the sort of thing I'd be looking at and thinking, I could see that happening in the final hour if Crystal Palace don't get their business over the line.
People call me mad. I would have taken Van der Beek on loan, mate. I think Dutch players are good, technically. He lost his weight a bit. I would have given him a second look. I would have
scored some goals for the England under-21s. He's scored 16 goals in 17 appearances for the under-21s.
Yeah, and Nketiah,
Not bad, mate. Not bad. What do you think of Tony? If I remember, you're not keen on him, if I remember. Might be wrong. Tony, not sure about him, are you?
Mate, do you know what? And I was going to message you about that. After his performance on social media the other night, that's exactly why that's why I'm not interested. That is exactly the type of personality you don't need anywhere near West Ham United.
So
going on and Ivan Toney, what he did on TikTok the other night.
Didn't see it.
He basically said FC UK Brentford on a video with some bird on TikTok.
He got a bit drunk and then, said something bad against the club. I never knew what his off-the-field life was like. But, if it's like that, then doesn't quite go in with the David Moyes philosophy, I think.
But to come out and say, and try and justify it was 2 words. The swear word, sticking 2 fingers up. 2, the club he plays for, Brentford. Yeah. In what way can you dress that up in any other way and make out like your words have been taken out of context? There was only 2 words in there. It weren't like it was a 5-minute interview and you've snipped a bit of it. And it was literally just a 2 fingers up against the club he plays for. I mean, they've given him the opportunity, give him Premier League football, and he's got the cheek to do that. I mean, I couldn't have that anywhere near us.
Was it when he stuck fingers up? Was it 2 fingers or was it 1 finger?
Oh no, he said the word FC UK.
Said the word, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to try and
Dubai, mate. Dubai.
He was that drunk and he meant to say thanks, Brentford.
Dubai and footballers don't mix traditionally, mate. It's a bad mix, so it is. So Alana agreeing with you, Frankie, that perhaps Stuart Pearce thinks highly of him from under 21 days as well.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah, see how that happens, really. What about Ericsson, Frankie? Would you have given him a second look?
Probably not, mate, if I'm honest. I mean, I'm glad he's got another opportunity to do what he loves to do. I really am, and he deserved that. But we don't need that round us, to be honest. It's not saying.
I'm puzzled that he does want to come back, especially with discussions with your family. If that was my wife, I don't think she would allow me to even. Sensibly, he's coming to the end of his career anyway, but I mean, it's up to him. I think under the Italian football ruling, Frankie, he wasn't allowed to carry on with the pacemaker type of thing that he's got under their regulation. I don't know, and obviously we got different rules over here, so you've got to be careful with his health. But I was just saying, when we started this show, I used to like the window many years ago, but I'm finding year by year it's just getting boring. Not much happening apart from a few clubs holding our clubs to ransom. And it just hasn't got the buzz for me, the window that it used to, isn't it, Frankie? When it perhaps 5-10 years ago, more money was being spent. You obviously remember people like Berbatov signing in the last minute, and you could see his head popping out the curtains at Old Trafford, and then saw the Torres, that kind of move with a helicopter, and then Carroll going to Liverpool and we signing him on loan on the last day. I remember Norbert Solano, didn't even know he'd signed till the following morning. It was that late, and he was okay. Scattergun approach. I mean, what can we? Kalatakar, I'm not sure. See, it all depends now. If it's getting so desperate, we're going to end up. Obviously, the other team is obviously in a stronger position as well. We mustn't forget, because they know you guys walked away from a deal and then you've come back which looks more desperate, doesn't it, mate? I mean,
yeah.
We'll end up paying a bit more.
I mean, he'll do a job, mate. We need that centre half. We're so desperate for that centre half position to have, you know, a player in there. So I'd take it. I really would.
Do you follow any of the under 23s? I don't, mate. I don't know who can. I know Ginger. You like the under 23s, don't you? Is there anyone up there?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'll try and watch under 23s live as much as I can. But yeah, there are some decent players. I just don't get why we brought the likes of Connor Coventry back to loan him back out. I know it wasn't working with his club. He wasn't really getting played. Same as one of our other attackers. Can't think of his name now. But we brought them back because they wasn't getting played. It wasn't beneficial for them as a player to progress in their early stages of development in football. But just to bring them back and then loan them back out when I think the under 23 squad probably could have done with them. I know they're doing very well at the minute.
This Lingard thing keeps coming up again. I don't know. He might end up. Hopefully, the stories can die down. Then hopefully, he'll end up somewhere today, just going up and up. It just doesn't. I know United can easily afford for him to just keep paying him and put him on the bench and not sell him to anyone. But very odd situation, isn't it? I mean, he got that great goal at London Stadium, world class finish. They won it at the end, and since then, not been seen. It's funny what goes through a player's mind, isn't it? I mean, is it all about money? I don't know. I'm confused with this one.
I think from our point of view, I do think it was these issues that he had with another group of players within the club. I just don't think that doesn't done him any favours. I don't think we'd have broke our back to try and bring him in when, you know, he had a slight issue there. So
and sounds like you can't speak about it, I'm guessing, Frankie, because I haven't got a clue.
No, to be honest, it was nothing that I was actually told, but it was kind of common knowledge of everyone that he had a problem with Ben Rama. Apparently,
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently he had real problems with Ben Rama. They both really didn't like each other and didn't get on, and it was causing a bit of friction there. So that wasn't something I was told in confidence or anything like that. That was just it kind of common knowledge. So, apparently it was the case, and you have to be a bit careful if that's going on. You know.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, he kept him out of the team. They're fighting for the same position, and he seemed to get along with Rice. And it's all these annoying Twitter things that he's doing, isn't it? That winds the clubs up. It all goes quiet, and then he'll post a picture of himself linked to West Ham. It's just,
I can't believe how busy his agent felt he could get involved and knock West Ham fans for not wanting to love him and what's it got to do with him? Like, and who is he to come out and say things against our supporters? Again, you just don't need that round us, mate. We don't need all that.
The brother and that getting in his 2 pence worth, trying to rile up the West Ham fans. It was just, what is all that about?
We don't need that.
You should be the sort of person that turns around and says, listen, shut up. I handle my own shit with this sort of thing. Don't antagonise another fan base. Because that's literally what it seemed like, especially for myself. I don't know about you boys, but it just seemed like he was trying to gauge a reaction from us.
I think, Frankie, you were but the only one who cautiously wasn't optimistic. We were all getting excited, running around, linking names. So for you, you're probably not surprised, but it still hurts, doesn't it, mate? It's still like, wow, I was kind of thinking it like I didn't really think it's going to happen. Yeah.
It does, but this is probably the first transfer window that it hasn't riled me or sort of upset me in any way, just because I knew what was coming, and I knew we wasn't really linked with anyone. I knew we hadn't got anyone anywhere close to being lined up, and it was always said that the only business we would do would be on the final day if we was going to do any. So I'm sitting here cautiously optimistic that we actually managed to get something over the line today. But the question is, what's it going to be? I'm still looking at this Eddie and Nketiah more and more, and I'm telling you now, if it goes down to the wire and Crystal Palace don't get him over the line, for me, having a London-based striker available on the cheap because they've only got 6 months left on their contract, I can see him being the one that we go and push over the line. It's the only player that's linked with anyone today that I look at across the board and think, who would David Sullivan go and try and get? And I think he fits the bill. I really do.
I think Sullivan wanted Barbosa, I think.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think that
Yeah.
was his. I think that was his man. I do think that. I think that came from before. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I don't really understand. A lot of fans are saying that Moyes is now in control of the signings. I don't believe it, mate. I don't believe it for 1 second. I think most of these signings, Souček, don't tell me it was a Moyes signing, because it weren't. It was a Sullivan signing. I think he's still very, very, very much in control of what comes through the door.
Before I say hello to our new guest, Areola, Frankie.
That was a farce, wasn't it?
What the hell's going on with that, mate? Because I thought, I wasn't at Old Trafford. I have to tell everyone that. But from what I saw and heard, he had a half-decent game there at Old Trafford. Looked okay. Got beaten at the end, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, mate, it was someone who was way too long in the tooth. The career was finished, bought him in on a lot of money, and it was never going to work out how we wanted it to. But then I guess there is a caveat to that, and that was Zabaleta. Zabaleta was almost a similar sort of vein, and he did work out, and he gave everything for us. I think that's the point, though, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with bringing in someone who has made their money in football, is kind of a little bit on the downward spiral for their career, but have still got the ambition and determination to try and achieve things and give it all. Unfortunately, anytime we've signed those sorts of players in recent times, it hasn't worked out. We never used to do bad at it in the old days. Your Winterburns, your Stuart Pearces, your Ian Wrights, they come in and always did an half-decent job. But we don't seem to get that right anymore when we bring in those sorts of players now.
Yeah. Well, what would you think about Areola, the goalkeeper? Would you keep him if he's not being used enough? What do you think? A bit like Král, just on the bench, not doing. Why is Král still with us, Frankie? Why is it? What's going on?
So Moyes clearly doesn't fancy Král, and Areola does it unless he's forced to play him. He doesn't tend to use him. So we clearly don't really fancy him too much, if you ask me. And it's the same with Král. Král's just got to go back. I see he's now training. Where's he? I think he's training out in somewhere like New Zealand or something. Král he's training. I know he's training in a foreign country, doing a lot of medical work, doing a lot of resistant band training and stuff like that. So again, it's just a bit strange. He's clearly getting himself ready for something else. The way he posted, it wasn't in relation to West Ham. It wasn't like he was doing this to try and fight for his place at West Ham United. It was almost like, I'm doing this, getting myself ready for a move somewhere else. So that seems to me like what that's all about. For me, every time he's played, I think he's done an half-decent job, and I think he looked all right. But he's never really had a proper chance, has he?
That's it. Welcome, Ian. How you doing, sir? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all good, thank you. Good. I've not kept up to date since I've left, so I don't know if we've had any amazing news come through. I don't think we have, but
no. In summary, United only want to sell Lingard to probably Newcastle. They can't agree a deal. Nikakite, that striker we were looking at last couple of days. Newcastle have moved in to finalise the deal, but it looks difficult for them to get over the line as well with the numbers involved.
Jazz, just quickly, mate. I've just got to shoot off.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Yeah. Take care. Yeah, cheers for your help. Yeah, we'll catch up later, mate.
See you boys before, then see you later, Frankie.
See you later, mate.
Take care.
Take care, mate.
Jazz.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. Where was I? Yeah, so I was speaking to James in the morning and just wondering why we've made these bids for the Leeds pair, Phillips, Rafina. What's going on there? Is Rice, has someone spoken about Rice with the club, putting a bid? We don't know what's going on. Kalata, it's not as close as people think. They're still arguing over loan versus cash. He wants to come, what we've been told. Nunez, he's a Uruguayan. He's in South America at the moment, which is their morning time. Again, I think we've made a bid of 37 million plus add-ons, which to me seems fair. They want more. It's just nothing happening there, mate. And other clubs like, Target, I think, going to Newcastle. Villa have spoken to Brighton about Busama in the summer, perhaps because the figures are too high for that. Mm-hmm. It's just Origi, he's available for a move, apparently. We're not sure about that. Burnley have bought 6'6" Dutch guy for 12 million to replace Wood, and they're looking speaking to Origi today to get one more over the line. Tottenham have going to get the 2 Juve boys over the line.
Yeah.
Arsenal looks like, because Aubameyang's landed in Barcelona to complete a deal, and he's ready to play for free if needed. They need a striker over the line because they didn't get the Vlasic deal. So yeah, it's bubbling away, mate, slowly. But the club that hasn't done anything and perhaps needs a bit more.
Well, I know Simon Jordan of Talk Sport has accused the West Ham board of trying to get one over on fans by making up these phantom bids, and there's not actually been any bids lodged. Now, I can't confirm nor deny whether that's happened, but if he's got a source that says none of these bids are actually happening and they're just saying it to try and placate the fan base, I think it's a very dangerous game to be playing.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on. That came through on one of the websites. It's me and Frankie just thinking, I can't make sense of what's going on. I can't figure it out. I was guessing it's a bit of David Moyes not giving them enough options, a bit of our team, not the financial team, not closing the deal the way it should.
My opinion on transfers, especially this time of year, has always been it should be almost a done deal on the 1st of January. And my thinking for that is, obviously you've got time since the last transfer window closed to get something in place and agree a deal behind closed doors. And then such point as the players come to move in straight away. Now, I know some teams won't want to let players go this time of year because it's harder to replace them in theory, because everyone wants to keep their squad whole. And that's maybe why some of them go a bit later. But to be at this point now where we've got, less than 12 hours remaining on the window and still nothing concrete, it's just very concerning for me. It just makes you wonder what the management structure are doing to progress the club.
This is one of the situations where we used to say, would you want to be like a fly in the room? I'd love to be there, mate. I'd love to be there, because it's usually you can guess what's gone wrong, and this has happened quite a few times. Just bring one player over the line and we would not be thinking the way we are today. Just bring someone to boost things up. And it's like Frankie, good point he made is when we do play Newcastle, it's going to be a completely different team that we play against. And they've obviously made the most of what they needed to do. And we're still, I mean, it's so late in the day. What are you going to do?
I think if there was an element of trust between the board and the fan base, and even some transparency of them saying we have actually put this bid in, and they've come back and said, no, we want 10 million more, so we're trying to find that in this season's finances or whatever it is, that at least there sort of be a bit of understanding between the two parties. But the fact that sort of everyone's left second guessing everything, is there money there? Is there not? Are signings close? Are they not? Just sort of adds to the confusion and the frustration of it, I think.
I mean, that's a big part, though, that we don't trust them, and the historical issues we've had with them makes that impossible to do, which is a shame, because I think if they were more transparent, more honest, and I think they're almost nervous that if it goes wrong, then the finger would be pointed at them. Whereas if you had a board that you trusted, that you accept that some things go wrong and some things don't go over the line, and you take that on the chin and you say, well, I appreciate the efforts. But I think now they know if they get anything wrong and it is open and transparent and they don't get it over the line, the backlash can be so severe that they don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
I mean, obviously, when David came in, I was probably waving the flag the highest out of anyone. He's definitely what we needed at that time. But now you can have a go at me. I'm just thinking it's hard because the owners are thinking of 2023, which is next year in terms of getting out. So again, what we just missed out on, Ian, we were talking about how traditionally Sullivan doesn't like youth, doesn't like to invest in youth, doesn't like to invest in training facilities, because he's probably thinking, I'm not going to be there tomorrow when obviously we're going to bear the fruit of it. So they're looking to get out next year, and they're not really interested in, and there could be perhaps stories to appease us. I was saying he's going to, in the evening, there's going to be a message sent to Jim White to put a statement out tomorrow, which will be against David Moyes probably, and then we're going to have in-house fighting between the fans, the manager, the owner. I mean, Gerrard again coming into Villa, freshen it up. lots of things they're doing, getting rid of players, and they're even thinking that if we can't get rid of a certain player, we'll still bring the right one in now because he's available, and we'll get rid of him in the summer. It's about not standing still, and this 2-year window we had was the window. If it ever was going to happen to get in the Champions League, I know it sounds crazy because we would have thought we're going to get nowhere near top 4, but these 2 years were with United pissing about, Villa and nowhere to be seen. Arsenal we've seen were nowhere till recently. There was that slight window that we had our foot in there. We were third not long ago.
Yeah.
And next season, when you look at Newcastle, Villa, Arsenal, Tottenham, they're going to go again much heavier than us, and we're going to be rubbing shoulders with Wolves. And I mean, Everton will come back at some point with more money. I'm sure of that. And we've just lost that momentum that we had in it. Yeah.
Everton just always go again. Everton get it wrong. They hemorrhage money and then they just do it all over again. They don't stop doing it. With us, it's almost like we know we've had those issues with signing Hilairs, Andersons, and it's now like we're petrified of making the same mistake again. But sometimes you've got to keep rolling the dice until you get it right. You can't just now be so put off of making a big, signing like that, a statement signing again, because we're never going to go anywhere if we do that.
Ian, was there any player in the window that you would have liked that's gone somewhere else, or anyone you'd want even today that's still available? Anyone?
I've championed it a little bit against sort of common opinion, but Mitrovic from Fulham, and he's not a pretty player, but he does a job, and he's doing a job in the Championship. And for a while, I mean, when he was at Newcastle, wasn't he, before Fulham? He sort of kept them in the Premier League single-handedly for a while. Just someone to be big and bullish in the box and stay central. It's got to be someone to challenge Antonio, who's getting a little bit stagnant because he knows every week he's definitely in a team because there's no challenge there.
I think we perhaps no issue with him. I've been a big champion. They have good age, good international pedigree. Fell out with Scott Parker last season, didn't play. I don't really hear anything trying to cause trouble to get out the club. He's curbed down on his bookings. I've heard he used to get sent off a lot. But again, going back to what I was discussing earlier, I'd love for us to perhaps be in a position to try 2 up front. Why keep putting so much pressure on the one, or look for the one that'll work, and there's not many options around? For me, again, better than nothing. I think he's okay. Should have done that in the summer. Can't see Fulham or him looking to move in this January window. Frankie, I think you probably not keen on him. I think, again, I could be wrong.
Not for me.
Yeah, fair enough. Should have tried in the summer if you're thinking of someone like that, really. So anyone else, Ian? Anyone else you're thinking of, mate?
Not really. We need a backup in defence, don't we? So the Kate Carr thing looked all right. He's a little bit patchy in terms of playing time at Marseille, and has to be said there's question marks about why that is.
Yeah, I was going to ask if anyone knows why it is.
Just say, looking at his stats, he seems to play 4 and then miss 4 and then play 4, and that's got to be for a reason. And if it's medical, then we don't really want to be signing him on the basis of another person for the treatment table for half the season. But I think when you look at it, Ogbonna, as well as he's done, had a terrible injury. Him coming back is unlikely to be the same player. He's a wrong side of 30 as for a footballer. Diop is hit and miss. On his day, he can be phenomenal, but there's more mistakes in him than normal. And the same with Craig Dawson. He can be phenomenal, but again, he's an Asian player. So sort of just someone for future planning, even if it's a younger player who's sort of just finding his feet in the first team, done 2 or 3 seasons elsewhere. There's got to be solid options out there. I mean, even if you just take the Football League, there's 90 teams in the Football League, and we can't find a striker amongst one of them. And that's not going further afield to Europe.
I think Frankie will agree, watching that Leeds performance, and I'll stick to my guns. Leeds are quite poor at the moment in the league, and you're at home. You can see 3 at Southampton, who not known to score too many, and Leeds again struggling to score. And our defending in that game was playground stuff, mate. Absolute joke. No one knew who's picking who up. Kufal was on the halfway line. The positioning was all. So again, I'm just hoping I'm not seeing signs of David losing the grip a bit. I don't know. I mean, we're all humans at the end of the day, and it's just.
It's one of those. I do think we've got. I mean, I know you was talking about Areola as I just come on. I think he's the better option than Fabianski, and he's not getting plays. Last season, he was the only player to make more saves than Fabianski in the Premier League, yet he can't get a game. And Fabianski's not been in the best of forms as he recently. So it's just a bit frustrating when you think, the places where you do have options potentially, they're not taking a chance on maybe a better bit of form.
Well, this sums it up. The following game Leeds played after beating us. They lost 1-0 at home to Newcastle. so the Jamesy, come back for more punishment, mate.
Shocking, isn't it? Let's be honest here. But are any of you surprised? Deep down?
No. Yeah, I mean, a couple of players look like they're talking to Newcastle. Lingard, only chance to go to Newcastle for anyone. I mean, you were the one that gave an interesting thing on the Rice thing. Any more developments on heard any more on that side?
No, it's gone quiet now, mate. Nothing would surprise me. West Ham don't put £50 million bids in for players, like one after the other, unless they've got money coming to them.
If indeed that's happening, we ain't got
right. Unless there's a bid sitting there waiting to be accepted, and West Ham are going to go out and go and get 2, 3, 4 players for that money. So I don't believe West Ham do that. You know what I mean? The collector car thing is looking like a stolen. Looks like
I heard it's more down than up. Again, how are you feeling at the moment? A bit like us? I've got a bit of a headache actually now.
Deflated, mate. Do you know what does it for me? Is that West Ham are 5th in the league, in the FA Cup, in the Europa League. We're in the best moment that this club will probably get into under this ownership, and we still cannot go and get players. But if we roll back 2 years ago, it's funny, isn't it? When we needed players to keep us in the league, they went out and got Souček and Bowen. They can't find no one now. It just says it all to me. It stinks of GSB being non-ambitious, don't give a shit. I think Gudinski is in there, but I think his hands are tied to a point. I think he's helped him out to get him out of debt. It's bad, mate. It's really bad. Shocking.
So you obviously, perhaps the blame is more on Sullivan's team to close deals down rather than David offering more solutions, you think?
I think it's a bit of everyone, mate. I think the only one who I can say who I feel sorry for at the whole thing is Newman. Because Newman's come in, he was under gardening leave, he's arrived here in January. That's when he officially starts work. Now, if Newman's giving Moyes targets and Moyes is not going for him, then that's on Moyes. That's not on Newman, right? Because Newman knows his job. Yeah, you don't go and work for Man City if you're a mug, basically. Right now, I've seen it on Sky Sports News. I've seen it all over the place. There's money there, but Moyes is being cautious. Why is Moyes being cautious when we need players? It just makes no sense.
Especially because he's been in the job for a good couple of seasons. He's had time to bed in and see what we need. You look at Newcastle; they're very new owners, don't even have a backroom team ready, and they're flying deals one after the other with a new manager.
Do you know what's embarrassing, Jazz? Do you know what's embarrassing about the whole thing? Everton, are on the verge of signing, or I think they have already signed Donny van der Beek on loan from Manchester United. They didn't even have a manager in charge before they'd done it. And West Ham have a manager, they have a scouting team, they have a new investor, but they have no ambition at all. It just says it all, mate. Gutted. Absolutely gutted.
Oh, mate. I don't know what more to add to that. It's a bit of everything.
But nothing surprises me though, Jazz. I don't know about the rest of the boys. I don't know about Frankie. I don't know about
Frankie.
Ian, yeah?
Frankie's more grounded than me. Frankie always tells me to get my head out of the clouds, but I can't help it.
I'm calmer than that, mate. I'll tell you why I'm calmer than that. See, Newcastle's business, they have to do business because they're in trouble. Everton have to do business. They're in trouble. They almost haven't got anything to lose by signing those players. We've got a position that we're in a squad that, while it's too thin and we know we need bodies, like I said, with Lingard, I don't think we want to rock the boat. I don't think we want to upset the dynamic of the squad with his mentality that might not be right for it. And I think that's why Moyes is very cautious of upsetting what he's already got. Not saying that's the right thing. I'm not saying that is 100% what, the situation is, but I do think that is why we are being slightly more cautious, that we are onto a good thing, and he don't want to rock that boat with bringing in the wrong man.
Yeah, but I disagree on that though, Frank. I'll tell you the reason why. Look at Liverpool. Liverpool don't do business in January. It's very rare that they do, and when they do, they go big. They went and got Diaz out of Porto because they want to improve their squad, right? Look at Tottenham. I know, and we all laugh about Tottenham. Tottenham have gone to Juventus and gone and got 2 of their players out of Juventus. Like, West Ham are in a situation where we've got 1 good defender and 2 crap ones in Dawson and Diop. Right, Dawson should not be first choice at West Ham. I'm sorry, but
I agree with that.
Right,
I do agree with that.
Yeah, like Dawson, we moved away from Upton Park for Craig Dawson to be our first choice centre half. I'm sorry, that don't wash at all. Zuma is quality. That's what I want to see. I want to see 2 Zumas at the back. Right, we need a striker at this club. We've got Mikel Antonio's flying. He's played 3 games in 6 days, I think it is, for Jamaica. And West Ham do need players. There's no two about it. We need players.
The point is, like I said earlier on, that we know there's money to spend, and we know. Well, we do know that a list of options have been presented to Moyes. The problem is we don't know what those options are, and you just don't know what that list looks like. And if that list is potentially a load of players that are just going to come in, ain't going to be better than what we've already got, and are going to potentially ruffle that squad up, then Moyes might see that as a better risk to say, no, I'm going to work with what I got and carry on doing what I have been doing, as opposed to bringing in these players who can just upset the apple cart. I'm just playing devil's advocate and just saying, look, what could be the situation?
I understand that.
We don't know who's on that list. And what we do know, like
that.
Said, but
what
we said earlier is...
It's like deja vu, though, Frank, isn't it? It's like this time last year.
100%, I agree with you. What we're saying is this is the same thing we get every time. We may have had that list that again, Rob Newman's put together, but David Sullivan would then have got that list and he would have gone, right, who's got an agent I can deal with? Who will take spread payments over a certain amount of time and whatever? It wouldn't have been as simple as, there's a player, that's how much they cost. We're going to go and try and get them in on the money that the club wants, because that's not how we operate. So that list that Rob Newman would have given him, which it fit Moyes' attributes that he wants to sign, gets dwindled down to the couple that David Sullivan thinks like he could handle. He then puts that under Moyes' nose, and Moyes goes, I could really do without that. And then he just don't sign anyone. I personally think that is the situation.
But is that Moyes being stubborn, though, Frankie?
So it could be. We all know, and this is the other option, we all know Moyes likes to do the scouting himself. He loves to scout. He loves to go and watch players. He loves to go and sit in the stands. He loves to pick them out. He fancies himself. If you listen to when he does interviews, he likes to say, I'm the man who found Wayne Rooney. He loves to use that.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I agree on that. Yeah.
He loves that. So he is. So maybe it is Moyes sticking 2 fingers up to this new way of doing it, and he's sitting there thinking, no, I want to pick my men that I want, and that's it. And maybe it is being throwing his toys out of his pram and being stubborn. I don't know, but it's like we said earlier on, it doesn't matter what one of those options is the case. The point is, no matter what we've done, whether it be bringing in that guy who was under Pellegrini who come in as the director of football, whether it be Sullivan doing the transfer, that's it, whether it be the way we are now under Rob Newman, nothing changes. That's the point. It don't matter what we do, what changes we make, we end up in the same position time and time again. And it's just really, really frustrating, mate. But the reason I'm sitting here much calmer and much more reserved than maybe other people is because I've just got so used to it, mate. I've just got so... I knew there was no business to be done until deadline day. So I kind of waited around until today. And now we're looking. I've just picked one out. I said to Jazz, I've been having a look across what players are actually available, who's been linked with who. Crystal Palace keep getting their bid with Eddie and Nketiah turned down. I see that's the man that we're going to go and get. I really, really do.
Yeah.
And he's not the right man, but I just think that stinks of a perfect David Sullivan signing. It's a player who's only got 6 months left of the contract. He can get him for a cheaper price than what he actually thinks his value is. He's already in London. He's a Premier League striker. I just think David
do the
Sullivan
medical
go, yeah, exactly. I think Sullivan will look at that and think, do you know what? He's the player that I can get in and use as, and just so he hasn't done nothing, he can go, look, here's your other striker that you wanted. I could see it.
Thing is, though, Frankie, the question that needs to be asked here: who is to blame for this? Because if Moyes is sitting there and he's being stubborn with this, then it must fall on Moyes. If there's money there and Moyes is not spending this money, now the Coletta car deal. I'm sorry, but if we can't go and find 16, 18 million to get Coletta car at this club, which I think is a very good defender, then we've got a bit of a problem. Because we know defensively, Zuma, good, Dawson and Diop are hit and miss. And like we need, if we go and get Coletta car in there, that's our defence sorted out for the next 3 years at least. Like Coletta car and Zuma will be a good pairing.
How does that sit with you? If he's the only signing we bring in, does that hold up as a half decent transfer window?
I think that's a good signing. I think that's a good signing, but it's just not enough. That's all. That's the way I look at it. It's a good signing, but is it enough? No. But West Ham should be doing that anyway. Like we're sitting here on day 31, and we all know as fans, we need players. And we are only 2 inches away from a crisis. Let's be honest here. If Antonio goes down, or Rice goes down, or Zuma goes down again, then that's it. It's good night for the season. What does me and what frustrates me more than anything is that we're 5th in the league. We're in our best moment as West Ham fans that I've seen in my lifetime. I'm 35 years old. Right? Where is the ambition? Where is a centre half, a centre forward, a midfielder or something?
Well, this pleases me, I have to say. I don't know if anyone's seen it yet, but Simon Jordan, who, has had a lot to say on West Ham's board and transfer strategy in the past, and has actually always defended them, always. And he's just come out and said, with the Calvin Phillips bid, this is the standard way of operating by Sullivan and Gold. Who told West Ham Calvin Phillips was ready to go there? We can all bid on players and let the media know of our ambitions. Simon Jordan thinks West Ham United's board aren't being serious in their bids. I mean, finally, he's woken up to what actually goes on there, and it took
What's been said for a long time.
Yeah, we've all just said it. We've all said it time and time again.
You know why? I think, like I said, Sullivan's going to be on TalkSport, mate, next couple of days. They're warming him up. I know what they're like. Yeah, I reckon he'll come on, Jim White, and then we'll all go mad.
It's like I said with that the Sky Sports interview recently, and if you go and watch the Sky Sports interview, which is on one of our fan channels, I'm not going to mention. You'll have to go and find what channel it was. You go and find the Sky Sports interview. Everything that was said in that interview is how our window has transpired so far. They basically said that it's very difficult to do business until the last day when more players become available because other teams have got in the signings that they wanted. So now they're more prepared to let people go and basically don't expect any business to be done until the final day. But that's not Sky Sports saying that, because Sky Sports have no business saying that. That's been basically said to them, look, go and say this in the media because this is what we want our fans to hear. And it's all engineered by West Ham. This is why I never expected anything happening until today. And now we're sitting here just in the hope that we managed to get something over the line.
Yeah, Frankie said another thing interesting, James, was that knowing our luck, Antonio will probably break down the next game he plays, I think, because he's not available for the Kidderminster game. And the next league game, he'll probably get injured and play Lanzini up front, maybe. Yeah,
but it's just, I'll tell you what it is, right? For me personally, I think the mentality have got to change from the fan base. For me personally, I think the fan base should be going at all of them. If there is no one comes in the door, as fans of this club, now there's fans who go home and away, there's fans who have been going home and away for years, put a lot of money into this club. Why are they not giving anything back to the fans? Not even one player has come through the door. Right? Now, if Coletta Car comes in, I think he'll push paper over the cracks, but I can't see it. I think I heard it through someone earlier on that they're mucking about with Marseille because they know Marseille are in financial difficulty. So Sullivan's doing his famous trick of keep knocking them down, and calling their bluff basically. Instead of just paying the money, getting the geezer in, it's too much hard work. But nothing surprised me with West Ham. Just does not surprise me.
I agree with you though. I think and even some of the players that some of our fans suggest we should go and get, if we are going to take this next level as a football club, we've got to stop it. Even if they were bringing in players, they've got to be a serious step up from where we used to be. And all this Origi talk, for me, that ain't a next step for West Ham United. And I know some people would now suffer it because we've not signed anyone, and you'd just go, oh, we'd just take somebody in for the sake of taking them in. But we should have gone and made a statement signing with a striker. We should have gone and spent some serious money to try and bring in a man who can push us on, and and actually a proper striker. Because let's be honest, Antonio's not an out-and-out striker like we use him as one, but he isn't. And could I have excused the defender a little bit? Maybe, because you've got Zuma that's coming back now and so on. You'd probably suffer that. But if they went out and really signed a statement striker in this window, I feel like that's what we should have done. And then you bring in Kaleta as well, who's not wanting a lot of money, 16 odd million, whatever it is. And then you say, do you know what? 2 players, 2 positions we really needed. I think all of us fans would have sat back and said, do you know what? That'll do. Yeah. I do think actually we needed a little bit more. I think a left back could have been thrown in there as well if we're really going to make a statement and we're really going to try and go and kick on in Europe and get back into the top 4. But I do think it's showing that as a club, this whole top 4 that we all keep praying for, the ambition to get there, the club isn't showing right now. That isn't their target. I think that's clear. Because if it was, this window would have been very, very different. I think they're very happy with top 7. I think that is the ambition of this.
I think they're all to blame, though, Frankie. I'm honest. If you want me to be honest, I think they're all to blame on this. Not just the owners. I think Moyes is all.
Yeah.
I don't like to admit it because I think Moyes has done a good job. But if Moyes is sitting there and there is money there and there's players there that, like, the Kaleta thing should be happening. Like, it's not a mega. It's not 30, 40, 50 million pounds. Like, it's 16 million pounds. I think it's 18 million. It's not a lot. Like, to go and get a centre half in who's a Croatian international, who's pretty decent, I must admit. But we're mucking about again. Like, it shouldn't be this shouldn't be happening. Like, this happened years ago. Go back sort of 8-10 years ago when they first arrived. That was happening then when they were stalling about, mucking about with signings. And even at the first season at the LS, like with the Arbeloa and Patrice Evra and Gökhan Toure and people like that. Like, I can understand it, but not now. Like, not with this new investor. And what's that Kaczynski thinking deep down? You must be thinking,
well, I was saying that earlier. His ambition is to clear the debt. That is his main priority. It isn't to kick on in our league position and so on. He wants to clear the debt, paving a way for stadium ownership to be a possibility, get the stadium, and then have a big, massive takeover of West Ham United in the future. And I have to say, this window is also stinking a little bit of that being the priority. I think that is the main ambition for West Ham United now, is to clear the debt, own the stadium, massive sale of West Ham United. I think that's probably our biggest plan right now, not to create a top 6 regular / Champions League football club.
Because even the £50 million signings, right, or £50 million bids, like Rafinha, Phillips, Calvin Lewin, even this Nunez geezer who's been reported today. To me, there's something iffy with that, because West Ham don't do £50 million bids for players. Like, we've done that with Pellegrini, and it didn't work. It really, really, really didn't work. So for West Ham to go in, not only to go in for players with £50 million bids is one thing, but going into players that they know that they're definitely not going to get is another. Like, there's no way Leeds are selling Rafinha and Calvin Phillips to us for £100 million deal. Not a chance. Like, it's like going and it's like Jazz selling his house for 500,000, and someone comes in with a bid of 200,000 for his house. It ain't gonna happen, is it? Do you know what I mean? It's just a West Ham of old coming through.
I mean, we did break into the top 6. I mean, we are top 6, top 7 team at the moment, so we're not really acting like it in the market. Really, is what we're all saying. Ian, any more thoughts from you, mate? You had time to mull over what's happening on the.
Yeah, I mean, we're crying out for a striker. I think that's clear to everybody. I've just been looking up players who are unattached. Now, I'm surprised the board, who have signed how many strikers over the years, haven't just gone and picked up Diego Costa on a free. And I'm not saying he's the best player, but he's unattached, and it's a bit of squad depth, isn't it? If anything, it's a challenge to Antonio at that point. And he's a big brute up top as well, as a similar style of play. Just things like that. If they don't want to spend money and the aim is to clear debts, then why not go and pick up a player on a free transfer?
Just don't think he fits the mould of West Ham, and if I'm honest. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think he does either.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like we've signed what? They've signed 70 strikers who've scored a total of 106 goals between them, and we're still without one. It just seems a bit odd to me.
I'd say that in the old days is a very typical West Ham signing. I think we probably would have gone out and made that move in the past, to be perfectly honest. But I think they've also been burnt too much with that, bringing in that age of player on a massive wage and a massive contract. They're sitting there. I think it's paining them massively that they're paying what they are for Yarmolenko right now. I don't think they want to put another one in the mix. Chaps, I'm going to go and have some lunch, and I'll be back in about an hour's time, Jazz.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Frankie.
See you in a sec, mate.
Yeah,
go on, chaps. See you later on.
Cheers, mate. We got Wally from the US. Wally.
Good morning. Good morning.
Been a while. How you been, Wally?
Good. I feel like it's Christmas morning. You guys. I went to bed last night. We had Coletta Carr coming on a plane for a medical. We had an offer in for a striker I'd never heard of, but everybody was excited for. So tell me the good news. What do we got? You bring him in.
It's getting worse, mate.
It's embarrassing, mate.
What?
And I expect. This is what I expect from every West Ham YouTube channel, big YouTube channel, small YouTube channel, to be going at the owners and Moyes. I don't think there's any excuses. I've heard the excuses and I don't believe it. Like, I look at this and I think to myself, why is it that there is no players coming to West Ham in our best moment? So this is an easy ask.
I mean,
so you're telling me nothing's happening? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
It's like waking up on Christmas morning and Santa hasn't been.
That's
the biggest problem.
Darn it! Wow. I'm disappointed, but it's a beautiful day here. I'm in sunny Florida, so I can't be too.
But Wally, are you surprised though? Well, deep down as a fan, are you really surprised that there's no one looking like coming?
Now that you're, I have a few minutes to it. I guess when I went to bed last night, I had this hope, and I forgot that this is West Ham, and I'm going to wake up in the morning and it's not going to be happening. But for a little while last night, I was excited and everything, and I was excited to get up this morning, and now I'm like, oh yes, I forget. This is West Ham. This is sort of business as normal. So I guess I'm not too disappointed, and I'm not surprised now that you tell me. So
yeah, I think
that's where we are.
Yeah, Coletta Carr, I think the deal's kind of more off than on. I think it's an argument over loan versus cash deal.
2 million, Jazz. It's over 2 million pounds. I know that for a fact.
I think we've heard that before. We were just 1 million. If one more million, if we'd thrown in, we would have gotten somebody. But oh well.
What someone just said to me, it is the same thing. It's the same. What was it they said? It's the same sort of way it was with the Ben Rama deal, mucking about over a couple of mil.
That sounds familiar. Yep.
Yeah.
I feel like Bowen was that way too. Were we close, and then, but that we did get over the line. So anyway.
Yeah, I think Newcastle went in late, but then we found out Bowen were West Ham fans, weren't they? A lot in the family, I think, and he knew he was joining West Ham from a few weeks ago. I think in terms of Núñez, the striker, he's in South America, which I think is their morning time. Again, a couple of things I looked at him, Wally, was that he doesn't play up front by himself. He looks like he's one of the three, the way Benfica play up.
Okay.
Scores 1 goal in 2, really good record. 6'2", 6'3", good pedigree, being Uruguayan, good players from that country. But it looks like, again, there's a standoff. We've offered 37, I think, plus add-ons, and they're saying no.
No, it's gone up to 60 million. It went up to 60 million. They were down up the bid. They've rejected that and all.
Bloody hell. Because I think it's a little bit of, to be fair, they've said you've left us with no choice. Who are we going to bring in?
Basically, exactly, Jazz. Right? How can they go and get rid of one of their assets and they've got 8 hours and 22 minutes to not only get the money and sort the money out, go and get someone and get a medical done also. It just doesn't. It's just West Ham. It's just frustrating. So frustrating.
Jesse Lingard, Wally, Newcastle are probably closer to getting him than us, I think, perhaps.
Okay.
What we've been told is that he's spoken to the manager, Man United manager, very recently, and he's given his blessing for him to leave today. He's fine with it. It's up to the board now where he goes. So, yeah, it's that name, Newcastle again, mate. I don't know how many players they're trying to get over the line.
Right.
I think there's the striker, I can't pronounce his name.
Hugo Ekitike, I think his name is.
Yeah, again, we've given up on that, and Newcastle were discussing, but then Newcastle can't seem to get anything over the line. It's just, Wally, people are leaving it too late, mate. You can't leave it till today. You know,
It is awfully late.
Do you know what baffles me? I don't know about you, but and I'm not knocking Burnley, but Burnley have gone and sold Chris Wood for £25 million. You know, I think he's a pretty good deal. They've now gone and bought Wolfsburg's Vorhurst, Dutch striker, for £12 million. All right.
Wow.
And we can't get a striker at this club. But Burnley have 3 or 4 strikers at this club, at their club. It is baffling beyond belief.
on the back of what Roy just said, our good friend Daya, I think he's going live at the moment, and he's mentioned that perhaps Lingard has told the club that he wants to join West Ham, and the manager said you can go. So yeah, let's see where this gets us. Really, Wally, what do you think about Lingard? Do you want him back, mate?
I would love to have him back, but you were just saying before I came on a little disturbing note that somebody, was it Frankie, mentioned that he and Ben Rama didn't quite get along.
Oh yeah, apparently.
So I guess they fight for the same spot. So, so yeah, we'll see. But I would love to have Lingard back, but I don't think it addresses what we really need, which is, like another center back and a striker. So
it's a cheap deal for the owners, Lingard. When you look at the whole deal, then makes me say perhaps because they've been desperate to get him over. I don't know how much the fee would be, 5 million to United, and then the rest to Lingard later on in the summer. I got a feeling this deal, everyone, will be he'll come, but there's going to be clause in the summer where Lingard wants to review what he wants to do again. I don't think we're going to sign him permanently today for 2-3 years. I think it's going to be that kind of a. I don't trust Lingard to join us permanently for the next 2-3 years. I don't trust him. So it could be that get me out of United again. I'll be in front of everyone.
I don't know, Jez. Maybe. Like if we can get him now for a 3-year deal or something, then I think it's worth doing, right? But the problem is the Lingard saga has gone on for so long now. In a way, has it run its course? And I think there's a lot of pressure on Lingard if he does sign, because everyone's going to respect Lingard last season, and if he doesn't perform, people will be going like it goes the other way.
Does he replace Fornells then, mate, going forward?
I believe he does, mate. This is what I believe would happen. I believe it'd be Ben Rama, Bowen, Lingard, Antonio. That will be the front four.
It's just that with Ben Rama and Lingard together, hopefully we don't look too weak in terms of putting your foot in and tackling. But hopefully they'll create a lot.
I think what it is with Moyes, this is my own personal opinion, I think he's worked on Ben Rama and Bowen to be more defensive, and he's got this sort of mentality of saying, right, they've got to do this or they don't play. With Pablo Fornells, he's fallen off the edge of a cliff. I don't know what's happened with him, because 3 months ago when I watched him against Liverpool at home, he was the best player on the pitch, and since he's had a kid and he's become a dad, he's become a completely different player, and he can't even get on the pitch now. And people like Lanzini.
I think since he's had a kid, it's pretty clear that the drop off happened right then, and he's probably that's a lot of stuff to take on, is when you have a little baby. It's suddenly. Yeah.
What about Benteke? What about him? I know he's not going to come, but I would have taken him. We've got nothing else.
Oh, I would have taken him 5 years ago.
Yeah, I agree with him.
He was brilliant 5 years ago for Villa, wasn't he? But then he went to Liverpool, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, he's been at Palace for a while, and you really don't see him on the pitch too much. So there must be something wrong there. So
yeah, this is breaking news now. It's hottening up. Yeah, but it makes sense to me in terms of happening. Dele Alli onto Everton with Lampard just through the door, trying to get as many numbers as he can, really, and so, perhaps a player again. All managers who are confident in ability can perhaps get a tune out of him. Got nothing to lose, but could be permanent. Could be a really cheap permanent deal that works out well. You never know, do you? Really.
When you look at other clubs and their business that they're doing, like I know Everton are in the shit at the minute, but Donny van der Beek, if they've signed him, they've signed a left back, a right back at the start of the window. They've also going to sign Ali if he comes in. That's a pretty good window for them, right? And when I look at us, we're fifth of the league and we haven't signed no one. Like it just doesn't make no sense.
Nah, Roy thinks Lingard's on his way, boys. Again, that deal wouldn't take too long to get over the line, would it?
probably not.
No.
Well, it depends on if Golden Sullivan want to sort of spread the payments of the loan over 50 years.
Oh,
100%. Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if that's what holds that one up. I mean, I think he wants to be playing football, doesn't he? It's a World Cup at the end of the year, so if he's not playing football, there's not a chance he's going to get in the squad.
I think so. Wally, any players that you would have liked to come over the line that you're hearing last couple of days?
Well, the one thing I'm relieved about is I have not heard one word about my favorite player of all time is Ryan Fredericks. I'm probably his only fan, but I have not heard anything about him leaving. So that is one thing I'm happy about. But as far as other players, yeah, like I said last night, I was really excited about Coletta Carr. It sounded like that was almost a done deal, but now you guys disappointed me this morning. So, yeah. And other than that, I don't really have any names in mind. But
Ian, have you heard about this player from the Wuhan Dragons?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, James John. I think it's going to be a loan deal for Lingard. Yeah. I don't think he's going to commit to us. He's going to.
See what Kieran said in the next comment, where what you've got just there is bang on the money. I'm confident we'll sign Lingard. Well, I'm not really confident we'll sign Lingard because I've heard it for the last sort of 6 months that we're going to sign Lingard, and it hasn't happened.
Mm-hmm.
But we need more than just Lingard.
Right.
Like, even if Lingard comes in,
2 strikers.
Yeah, we need more than just Lingard. I even think that the Coletta Carr deal, if the Coletta Carr deal does not happen, I will be fuming because I think he's a great signing to go with Zuma. He really is.
That's good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah.
Jazz. I'm telling you, if we sign him, mate, we've got 2 quality centre halves instead of 1 quality centre half and 1 okay centre half next to him. Do you know what I mean? We've got 2 quality centre halves.
Yeah, sounds good to me, mate. Yeah, sounds good. Wally, any other players you've seen? Anyone else? Anyone in the US league? Do you watch the US Soccer League there or not?
I really don't. You know, I don't watch it. I should, but I've heard the quality is, you know, maybe like championship at best. So, and honestly, I think yesterday or the day before, our U.S. team just lost to Canada. So, so we're struggling to get back in the World Cup again. You know, 4 years ago, we got tossed out of the World Cup because we lost to, like, you know, some Caribbean island. So yeah, I don't know of any U.S. players that would make the match. So
where West Ham fans will think it's times are hard, and Wally's like worried about the US of A.
Yeah, I know. We could use a few players over here to help us get to the World Cup. Believe me.
And Wally, how's things going on the channel? I haven't been on for a while. Anything changed over there, or are you still on there a lot or not? I'm not sure. I told John to come on. John said he's taking a bit of a break, so Tim might be on today. Tim might be on.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, John has. Here's the thing. He has a small kid, and that just takes up a lot of energy. So as with Fornells, I think, John probably is not doing much. So I think over at the American Hammers, we've kind of settled into just a show or two a week, and so you know how things sort of crust with these channels, and then they settle down, and so it's but yeah, I think they're doing a show tonight actually.
Yeah, a lot because we used to. Oh God, there used to be so many shows in the past. A quiz show, things John used to be on.
Friday Night Likes.
Yeah. I found out that Adam Frankel was in London around New Year's Eve, but then just ran out of days to meet him. So he went to the Palace game, I think, and then I think he's back now. So yeah, hopefully catch up with him again. So yeah, good to hear that. So yeah, Kieran agrees with James. Yeah, Zuma. I mean, Dawson, good squad player at best. I think you can't rely on him week in, week out. He's just not up to it, really. Mandy. Oh, God. So we're battling with Newcastle now, are we? I'll tell you what, if he only wants a loan deal, then I don't think he's got any loyalty to West Ham. It's only for
I don't think it's that, Jez. I don't think it's that. I think that the loan deal will be... I think what it is with Lingard, he's got a lot of bonuses and attachments in his own contract. I think he don't really want to give that up, but then you know what I'm saying, he ain't going to sign for somewhere else where he's going to go, his wages are going to drop down. So it's
am I right that today he would leave United totally leave him and join
I think what would happen is if it's a loan deal today, it'd be like a £5 million loan deal. Again, that would be the sort of like a transfer. He'd get loaned to them. He'd get released in the summer, and then obviously we would probably sign him on a free. That's how it would go about.
No, he's not gonna join us in the summer. I think he's going to use us for a bit. We'll use him for a bit, and that's the kind of relationship they've got. I think
it's terrible, isn't it? Like, all these players are using us, but no one wants to sign for us.
I think deep down with Lingard, it's a difficult one because say he's playing for his boyhood club, which. In his best case scenario, he gets back in the team, doesn't he, and plays football there. Realistically, that's not going to happen. But even so, to be thinking about leaving them will be quite difficult for him. And unfortunately, I think the only thing that is going to attract him away is a big payday. And I'm pretty sure that the new money coming into Newcastle means they can offer him a better payday than we can.
I think if you've only got a short-term deal with Newcastle, deep down, I wouldn't give a crap if they go down or not. So it's
exactly.
You're just after, and like you said, it's closer to Manchester than we are, and it could be exciting times for Newcastle. 5-6 new players through the door, a bit of a holiday for him, and be all right. And then all the powers with him. I think we could go anywhere in the world. I ain't got a clue where he could end up, really. I mean, Wally, the situation we've got today. Do you put the blame on the owners or David Moyes, or a bit of both?
I think I put it more on the owners because this seems very typical. It seems like every window we're doing the same, making these offers. It gets everybody excited like me last night, and I'm all excited, and then I come to realize, oh yes, so I think it's got to be the owners. I'm sure Moyes is doing his best to bring in players. So, but you know what? The last window didn't we close on like 2 players in the last day and 2 players before, or maybe 1 player. So who knows?
It was 2 players in the last day. It was Crowell and Vlasic. The only difference is with that is I think they had that. I think the Crowell one was always on the cards because Conor Coventry was going out on loan. Well, I think that was always on the cards.
Right.
But the Vlasic one, I think that was a backup option for Lingard in the summer. I think they knew that they was trying for Lingard, trying.
Yeah.
And eventually, I think they just give up trying and went, right, let's go and get Vlasic out of CSKA, Moscow. So the problem is now is that it's come up to nearly 3:00 in the afternoon UK time. And there's just nothing from West Ham. There's just nothing. Like, usually, if you're going to sign a player, something would be coming out of the woodwork now. Like, and if nothing comes out by, say, 7:00 tonight, then for me, I just feel that it's either going to be Lingard or nothing.
Update from my good friend, the West Ham Way X. As reported, the club have gone back in for Lingard with an improved offer. It has not been knocked back. It's all up to the Manchester United's board. They always seem to see us as a rival, so see if they change their mind. Lingard is open to the move, apparently, should it get accepted. Newcastle are Manchester United's preferred choice of destination for Lingard. So it's getting close, but Newcastle are late in the frame. So the manager, like I said, has said Lingard can leave, and it doesn't make any sense for the Man United to just keep him in jail, so to speak, for another.
Problem is Lingard. I just see Scott's comment there. He goes, "Happy now, Steve. Like Lingard is close. It ain't close. This is West Ham United. Car was supposed to be close. That ain't happening. So until he's in a West Ham shirt and doing that famous that, then I believe it. Do you know what I mean? Like, but until that time, it's no different than what I've heard about Calvin Phillips, about Rafinha, about Calvert-Lewin. Do you know what I mean? Something needs to be done.
I think it is a cheap deal for the club, isn't it, Lingard, financially? Isn't it? Or isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Aren't we victims of our own success in some senses with Lingard, having pushed up the table so much last year, and then Man United not having the best of seasons, going, actually, are we going to strengthen someone who in the next 12 months is going to be a rival to us for a European spot? So if we had finished last season sort of really poorly and finished mid-table, would we have been able to get that over the deal earlier or over the line earlier than?
But the problem is,
now?
though, Ian, is that why has it took West Ham this long, and then why is there no backup options?
Well,
it's like Lingard is the last option now, like because they're running that. I think they've done all the other options and gone, right, we've got to get Lingard in. There's no two ways about it. Like we're running out of people who can sign. Like if West Ham, like what Frankie said about Origi, right? Now for me personally, I don't think Origi's that bad. I think he's underused at Liverpool. I think he's quite a decent player himself, in my opinion. If someone said to me right now, you're going to get Carr, Lingard, and Origi, I'll be over the moon. I'll be like, yeah, right. Now we mean business. Because when I look at Origi, I think, right, he's better than Yarmolenko. Right, so that's a start straight away. Lingard will benefit us anyway because what I like about Lingard as a player is he's a ball carrier. Gets the ball, carries the ball up the pitch, and he takes people on. And in Bowen, that's the only man we've got who can do that. Benny can do it, but he's been not as much. And then obviously Coletta Carr as a centre half pairing for Zuma, I think that's an absolute ideal signing. So there's players there, but it's just I look at our owners and I just think I don't know what they're seeing. I don't know whether they're thinking too far ahead or they're thinking that they're better than that we're better than what we are. And we should be going for better players than these players than that we. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I just don't understand what they're seeing. Like as a club, really.
Is it a case that they're looking to their end game of getting out in 2024 and going, we don't want to put more money in when actually in 2 years' time we're not going to be around to see any of the benefits of it?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And I've been saying that on my channel, 100% agree. There's no way that you wouldn't go and invest in your house if you know you're going to sell it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So that's what I believe they're doing. They're lining it up that minimal spend, maximum gain, and then out they go into 2023. Out of all the people involved, the person I do feel sorry for is Newman.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
And people have slagged Newman off.
I think there's been a misconception as to what his role is within the club. I think a lot of people think he's the man going out and doing all the signings and all the transfer business, where he's quite clearly not. He's been brought in to manage the recruitment side of it and do their due diligence on it. So
basically he's head of recruitment. That's all he is. Yeah.
And to say, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think he's unfortunately going to be sort of the villain in all of this, where realistically it's not anything to do with him. He's done his job as he needed to.
Now, do we have room for new players, or do we have to move players out if we sign somebody? What is that situation?
I think there's space there, Wally.
There's space. Okay.
I think there's space there because I don't think West Ham have used their full criteria. I think there's of players. I might be wrong, but they've got a lot of youngsters on that bench now.
Okay.
And if they can't sort of take a youngster out and put a senior pro in there,
I think
then there's something wrong.
25 players over the age of 21 as of a certain date, don't you? And then it's, and I don't think we're near that. Maybe it's a case of they're maybe going to hide behind the wage bill, because we've got a few players who are arguably not pulling their weight, that are on high wages. And have we got the room in that sense to expand? Possibly not. But
Ian, do you want to plug your channel? So please subscribe, Wally, James, if you haven't. It's literally weeks old, isn't it? If I'm right, very new. Isn't it?
I think it's 9 days old at the moment. So we're still doing the old podcast week in, week out. That's sort of a bit more generalised about football. That's with Mike, who's an Arsenal fan. He's the lesser of us. But the bearded hammer is just myself, and it's everything to do with West Ham. So yeah.
Does that mean you're going to have to keep the beard then, or? No.
Yeah, I've not got a choice now. That's it. It's branded for the rest of my life.
The beard to be feared.
Yeah, I have a beard. So will you have me on as a guest?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
I have stubble.
Actually, that's an idea. A show for people with just beards. That'd be great.
If you haven't got a beard, you can't come on.
No,
Bush's got to be a moustache at least. It's
that'd be funny.
Brilliant. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll have to subscribe.
Yeah. Everyone watching, subscribe. Yeah, the bearded ham. I like the name, mate. I like it.
Yes.
I'm just going to have a quick look on Sky and see if there's any breaking news or any. Ian, have you seen anything? I
have been searching about on all sorts of different websites. I've not seen anything that's of note. At least anything to do with West Ham. So,
all I can say is that Lampard's bringing in Paul Clement as his assistant, I think it looks like, and he's done an interview and he said you can feel the passion with the Everton fans I have for their club. They will be hugely important, and basically carries on to say that he's looking forward to the challenge of getting Everton back to where they should be.
Yeah, Wally might not have read. Everton are building a brand new ground near the Albert Docks in Liverpool, right near the sort of the ocean and the sea there. Yes, so it's a brand new project. I think there's a website that provides monthly updates for the fans. So yeah, exciting project. And they're one of the clubs, everyone, who has apparently spent 500-600 million that we don't realise last 5-6 years. I think something like that. And they're still at the level that they were at. But
no wonder. No wonder they're worried and firing their managers and stuff like that. Yeah,
I forgot about Sigurdsson. He's got that issue and case in the background. He couldn't really play. He's kind of quite key to them, really, in terms of that. Just seeing if I've heard anything. Yes. Oh, funny thing about Aubameyang, apparently he's gone to Barcelona without Arsenal's permission. he's landed over there, and typically all the way till the end is going to cause an issue. So
who was it? Odin Wingy did that a few years ago, didn't he? Turned up somewhere.
He turned up at QPR, I think it was. West Brom, I think it was. Yeah. West Brom or QPR, one of the two. And no, I tell you what, it was QPR. He turned out at QPR because Harry Redknapp was in charge, and then he got told that he wasn't going to get signed. He had to go back to West Brom the next day, and that must have been awkward. You know what I mean? But listen, I'm going to make a move, lads. I'll catch up with you again later on.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully, some good news.
just keep the faith. Yeah, I mean, whatever faith you got left, just keep it. Bottle it up and savour it, as they say. Yeah. You know what I mean? Anyway,
thanks a lot, mate.
Take care.
See you, James.
Cheers, James.
So I have just read something in terms of Calvin Phillips and where that story may have come from.
Yeah, sure.
So he was spotted on a train in London yesterday, but it was actually to go and see a specialist about his hamstring injury. And that allegedly is where the rumours came that West Ham are going to sign him. It was nothing to do with us. He was going sort of his own medical welfare.
Right, it sounds like something that David Sullivan probably leapt on, and he's Calvin Phillips is in town. Let's pretend we're signing him. You know, we have an offer out. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, can someone arrange a lunch with him just so I can see scene with him? Yeah.
I mean, if we I mean, the day could get worse where, I've told you the board have said, Lingard, you can leave. And then United don't really have much. Well, they do have power, but in a way it's kind of, you're destroying that relationship with a player that's given you many years of service, and your name could get tarnished as a club if you do things like that. And I don't see the point of just him sitting on the bench. So they'll get 5 million, 10 million, I don't know. And then if we lose that to Newcastle, I mean, that just gets worse for us, doesn't it, really, the whole day?
Yeah, right. Now, it seemed like so he's out of contract right at the end of this and they're not going to re-sign him. Otherwise, would they have re-signed him by now? Is that typically how it works?
I think last year he had an option for the club to extend his contract by a year, which is what they did, which is why we got him on loan rather than as a permanent. But obviously that clause has now expired. So my understanding is that he can currently speak to clubs that are not in England in terms of agreeing sort of like a pre-contract. But he has to wait until the end of his current contract with Manchester United to be able to discuss terms of England or with teams in England for a free transfer.
Okay, so as far as an English club, then it's really up to Manchester United where he could go, and obviously which is kind of a nice problem that we're competitive with Manchester United at the moment. It's not in their incentive to let him come to us.
It's a difficult one because as I said, it's sort of we're victims of our own success in some respects with that particular deal. Origi, I know he's come up a few times, and the potential for Liverpool to let him leave is now a bit higher because they've signed a few players. Is that one a risk, do you think? I mean, he seems to like a big game, but he's not played consistently, so it's a bit hard to judge whether he's a good fit or whether he's what sort of player he is. He seems to pop up in these big games with a goal, but other than that, he doesn't seem to get many minutes.
I think he's similar to Origi, where the contract again is running out, isn't it? I think in the summer, Origi, I might be wrong. I think he's running out. And every time I've seen him, including a great goal at the London Stadium this season, don't forget, where he had his back to goal and great shot, great finish. Yeah. Again, a proper striker with a great finish. And this is for both of you. I'll go to every home game. And what I see out there, which perhaps people miss out on the highlights, is the number of chances that we create for Antonio. 7 or 8 open goals. And he's got 1 goal in 12, I think, at the moment. And when he gets the odd goal, we think, oh, that was a good game Antonio had. But what you don't see is he could have got another 2. Norwich game was a prime example. It was nearly 1-1, Wally, in the 88th minute. Norwich hit the post. We just wasted Bowen and Antonio, waste after waste after waste. Yep. And it should have been 7-0, and we won 2-0 is what the records will show. So half-decent striker through the door, and the amount of chances we create, we're going to turn a striker into 20 goals a season, really. And Antonio will be good in those 3 behind with Bowen and perhaps, Ben Rama, one other person, or Lingard. So we do create a lot, which the records won't show. But, we're very wasteful, and we're dying for that natural striker with a natural finish, with a natural movement. Again, Antonio's movement, oh, my God, he's walking around the halfway line, in the corner flag, crossing it in. He's just not a natural striker. And the movement's not there, Wally. When Ben Rama runs towards the box and he wants a striker to take up a position or perhaps split the central defenders to create space, he can't do it. He just stands there like a lump next to the 2 centre-backs, and then you can't give the ball to him. Yeah. When he scores, it means the ball has gone straight to his head without him moving, and he's obviously managed to hold off the defender to put it in. That's how his goals are. Rarely you'll see him perhaps gambling where the ball hasn't gone, into an empty space, and he's got on the end of it. So, yeah.
It drives me crazy when I see he's our striker, and then he ends up in the left side corner, trying to take a cross. Or the even funnier one is when we're pushing at the trying to get a goal at the end of the match. He's doing long throws from the side, like our striker is doing long throw-ins. Like what? it's mental. So,
he drives the fans bonkers, absolutely bonkers. All the time.
I do think he would be good in a pairing, though.
Yeah,
If you
why
gave him
not?
a strike
Why
partner
not?
then if he has drifted out wide, it creates a little bit of space, doesn't it?
I'll tell you something funny. You said that because again, he's not the most clever person. We tried that against Southampton, him and Hallen. They kept colliding with each other. And do you remember that? And there's the Arsenal game as well, where they both were like comedy. They're like Lauren Hardy, them two.
Wow.
So Antonio just hasn't got. He's not very clever in terms of positioning, common sense, and so again, I mean, it's worth trying, but I just think. I think he's just safer on the wing, and just leave him there, and he can, if he comes into the box accidentally and bullies his way into a goal, all good.
I think he's now gonna. I think he's gonna start turning into more of an impact sub, isn't he? With his sort of his speed and his strength coming on off the bench at 70 minutes to change a game will benefit his style of play more, I think. But I've just used my extensive scouting network, Jazz, to look up more unattached players. So we could bring in Jermaine Defoe because he's currently without a club, or even what about Carlos Tevez? A blast from the past. Maybe he can save us again.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm sure Mr. Sullivan wouldn't mind because he likes a bit of sort of romance in the air and those type of players who not really going to do much and then obviously take a big pay sort of salary as well. So, no, I mean, David is quite practical, but I think we've got an issue where there's an issue in 2-3 directions, I think. I think, obviously, the mechanics of what I've been told is that Rob Newman, he asks David Moyes in terms of the type of player, not names. What's the type of player you want? They go and identify these players. Then they go to the board to get it signed. And then they go back to David, and David more than likely probably says no to 8 out of the 10. And then when they do identify the 2, then Sullivan and his financial team, they can't get a deal over the line in terms of getting a fee agreed or the salary agreed. And it's that kind of circus we're looking at, everyone. Yeah.
I was getting a little excited when there was talk about Andy Carroll, he might have made a nice little, backup striker who could come in late on and maybe do something. So, that's where we are, I guess, me getting excited by that. But anyway, Jazz, I got to go.
You've been fantastic, Wally, and it's been so good to catch up after such a long time. Yeah,
I know.
So, yeah. So, Ian, Wally's a very important member of the American Hammers TV. I used to pop up there and have a bit of a laugh with the guy. So, Wally, I might find a regular slot for you on the channel, my son.
Awesome.
We'll look at something. Yeah, we'll get something for you. So, yep.
And Ian, nice to meet you, and I'll check out your channel too.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Take care,
too.
Wally.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Wally's a good lad. Haven't seen him in a while. Just going to send this report to someone.
Jazz, I've just had a thought about a player we tried to sign a few years ago, but was scuppered by Chelsea. In Michy Batshuayi. He's currently out on loan at Besiktas, but is that a potential striker that maybe we should have been going for in the January transfer? It's probably too late now, but he's got an eye for goal. He's agile. He works hard. Is that maybe someone that we should have been looking at?
I think when you look at the history of the player and us, we were linked with him. The first time we were linked with him was when we moved to the London Stadium.
It was
2016 with him and Lacazette neck and neck. And embarrassingly, they never wanted to join West Ham because we were kind of in Europa qualifying stages, if I remember. I might be wrong, something like that. We weren't really a club that and Arsenal obviously were much higher than us and have been for most of the history. That's the first time. So he said no back then. We tried twice again at Chelsea and he picked Crystal Palace. I don't know why, which I find very, very embarrassing. He's kind of on the Belgium bench, isn't he, now and again? The worry I've got is that at Palace, would you say it's been a bit up and down in both the spells, perhaps with Palace as well?
I think he had moments of really good football, but if I'm honest, if you compare the Palace squad to ours, I think creatively, as you said, we're much better. Obviously, if you compare it to currently, they've got Conor Gallagher, who's a bit more of a game changer, but from when he was there, I do think we would be able to put more chances into him, and he would come out at, I would say, at least double figures for us.
Oh, well, he's another one who never made his way out of Stoke. Yeah, good team they had. And did you actually, Ian, do you remember the battles that Stoke and Arsenal used to have? Oh my God. Players' faces, I mean, faces were fractured, legs were broken, and whoa.
Well, that's my opinion. I mean, obviously we are quite a big burly side at the moment, and surely we should be leaning into that type of player if we're going for sort of goals from set pieces and things like that, and being strong. Then okay, not Shawcross himself, but that ilk of player.
Going back to your question, but Shuai, the way we set up, he won't fit in, mate, with one up front. I don't think he'll fit in. What I like about him and a striker, he's always trying to make things happen. Looks busy all the time. He does run into those spaces, but he just misses them. But what I've always told is, at least you're in that position and you kind of, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't say no, but as long as you've got a good system, you identify that you can make the best out of him, really. So, and I'm sure he's not that old, 28, 27.
I think perhaps? I think he's 28 at the minute.
But again, when you look at it, okay, he's made a lot of money in the game, but God, the career's just gone, isn't it, mate?
Well, that's a conversation we had a couple of weeks on the podcast. Is it about legacy, or is it about sort of financial gain? And there's got to be a striking balance between the two, isn't there?
Yeah, that's true. Any other players you're thinking of in your little list, mate?
The only other one, which I think it's more likely for him to, from what I've read, to join Liverpool, was Fabio Carvalho. Is that his name?
Oh, the Fulham. Yeah, he's linked with Liverpool today, mate.
Yeah, I know. Our name was floated round with him. But again, it's all that sort of. It's all the same sort of player. Sorry, I just had a video start playing on my computer out of nowhere. It's just sort of that same sort of player, that attacking midfield or winger type player, and it's like we've got people there in abundance. It's not really somewhere I would say we need to strengthen.
Yeah, let me just check something quickly. Go through the messages. Sullivan's message to the supporters. What teams came in for him? Mandy, are we talking about Benteke? Nothing really. I think it's just a story, isn't he? I don't think there's anything in it. Benteke.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think if Crystal Palace can get him off the books, then they probably leap at the chance. But again, I think it's one of those. If you look at since the 1st of January, how many players we've been linked with that we're going to sign, we'd have the biggest squad in the world.
But even having said that, I think Patrick Vieira did get a tune out of him. He was working hard, looking okay, especially now. He loves playing against West Ham, and I think most strikers do. He's again one. And I just remember at Liverpool, do you remember that goal he scored? I don't know if it was an overhead kick or did he flick it and turn and it was like a 30-yarder top corner?
Yes, I do. You recall the one you're on about. I think he turned and hit it, didn't he? And there was no stopping it.
People forget, he did very well at Villa. That got him the move to Liverpool back in the day, and then it just.
Well, I think his style of play is very much sort of get in the box, and Villa when he was there, and he was sort of unbeatable. They were putting in the most crosses in the Premier League, wasn't they? And then he went to Liverpool, and they couldn't figure out why they weren't getting a tune out of him. But Liverpool is a totally different style of play to what Aston Villa was. So I think he would have done all right with us, but it's not. It seems like that would be a stopgap rather than a progression. I think he's past his best, and is his sort of desire to be playing at the top level still there?
Yeah, Ian, you got any pets?
I've got a dog.
Yeah, we've got a cat. It's the first time in a while I haven't seen her, because if I wasn't doing the long show, I'm usually in and out, and she comes into the study, tries to eat half my papers and stuff like that. Yeah, so I've got an indoor British short-hair cat. We sort of came to us sort of during lockdown. So yeah, she's Ruby. Yeah, she's quite funny. Well, she rips the crap out of the carpets in the house, which we learned now. So Apart from that, she's quite clean and that kind of thing. Yeah,
we've got a Cane Corso. He's only 7 months old, but he's currently sort of like 35 kilograms, and he likes sitting on your lap and thinking he's a little lap dog. But he puts his puts his paws on my shoulders and stands up and looks me in the eye. So he's a big boy.
Okay, it's going mental in the chat room, so let's quickly go through. Jamie, welcome, sir. We knew what we required. Yep, we're playing Russian roulette. We are, mate. Last day, mate, it's getting worse. I cannot see any. We all sort of do things at work, projects, plans in one shape or another, and none of us who've been on the show today can work out what the hell's going on. It doesn't make any sense from any point of view. I mean, it is a business. We hate to think of football as it is a business, and when you're close to getting top 4 or at least 5th, throwing it away, mate. Typical West Ham way. You know, I feel so sorry for the players, Ian, who've not had a break, and it's just human, nature. You want someone to come through the door that lifts you up a bar, and like Lingard did, excited everyone and that kind of thing. So yeah, Jamie, we know how you feel, mate. Steve's back. Bit of a break at work, Steve. There you go, Steve's going nuts, mate. He's going to join me, I think, about 9 in the evening. Mr. Steady Hands. Good humour, West Ham fans. Love it. Man, do you like that one? Bonnie Hammer, welcome, sir. I was not expecting much in the window. You say that, but in the summer we don't do anything when you've got 2-3 times the amount of time, isn't it? We didn't do anything like James mentioned. We didn't bring Vlasic or Krell till the last 1 or 2 days, and you had the whole of the summer.
I think it does come down to transparency, and if the board were say, look, we've got X, Y, Z lined up, but we've got to wait until those clubs have signed a player to replace them. So it's sort of a bit like the housing market, isn't it? You wait and that goes up the chain. Then there would be an element of understanding. But where it's sort of we're linked with 100 players, and actually you get to the last day and go, oh, okay, out of these 100 players, we can get 2 of them maybe on a last gasp deal. It's baffling. It is baffling.
Anglo history, what's happening now? Nothing since you left. No, the only thing that has changed is that the Manchester United manager has met Lingard and given his blessing for him to leave the club today. And it's up to the board now to let Lingard go to West Ham and Newcastle. And we have made a bid for Lingard. So I think that bit has moved a bit more. In terms of anything else, Carr's gone all quiet. Again, could be worrying. But I think having said what James was... Because I'm just trying to feel comforted by people like you on the show, Ian. Like I'm pretty down in the dumps, but when I hear things like if we get Lingard over the line, Carr over the line, then I can half live with it. It's
one of those things you say. I think we all like to live in optimism, don't we? That we're going to go out and do these big moves and get players in straight away, and it doesn't always work like that. It's not as simple as it sounds. It's just going and chucking money at it and the players come in happy days. But if we get to the end of the day and say we've brought in 2 or 3 players, then I think we have to say, as much as it's sort of been a bit nerve-wracking, that it would be a relative success in some senses.
Another breaking news is that I did mention that Dele Alli could be on his way to Everton. But again, Everton unsure if there's enough time. That we can't sort of say that it's very important. You can't get a lot of deals done because there's so many more agents involved in the deal. I mean, apparently, one thing I've never got my head around, Ian, is that the agent's working for the player. Why should the club pay the? I never understood.
Yeah,
that,
no,
mate.
I 100% agree. I think if you're working on behalf of someone, they should sort of run the cost of that service, and I think that would make things a lot simpler, because from my understanding of reading articles and listening to other people involved in football, is the agents make everything a lot more difficult rather than more streamlined as it should be.
Ali is in discussions, it has been confirmed. Paul Merson reckons it could be the signing of the window. I think there's nothing to lose. Obviously, we'll never go. We don't get on with the club, but I'm just thinking as a player, there's something gone very wrong there, and I think he's even got to perhaps the mental stage of not sort of losing everything he had, England regular, that kind of thing. And if you've got a loan deal till the summer, I think if you can get a tune out of him, then it could go anywhere with that type of player, isn't it? Ian, I mean, I never liked him in terms of he's a bit of a bastard on a pitch when we used to play him. If you're not looking, he'll give you a bit of a elbow in your face if we're winning. But I'll give it
I listened to in terms of Dele Alli, I think he fits this mold very well. I listened to an interview with Cristiano Ronaldo the other day, and he said when I was a young player and sort of coming through the ranks, I would take on board everything senior players were saying to me because they've sort of been there, done that, and I try and learn from their mistakes to make myself a better player. He said, now when you try and give the younger players advice, they don't want to know because I've made it in football. And what can you tell me that I don't already know? And I think he fit that mold quite well. He was quite a raw talent when he first come to Tottenham and did really, really well, but then sort of made it on the big stage and I can't get any better. I am the best thing. And you sort of stagnate, don't you, in that terms of things. You can always improve in everything that you do. So I just don't think his head's in the game.
I think what I read about him was he came from MK Dons for around a fee of 4 million. It all worked out, and then he got himself involved in a lot of sponsorship deals. So he started spending more money doing film shooting for products and other things, got in the England team and all the glory and kind of media that you get with that. Few videos of him with his girlfriends doing one or two things that perhaps he shouldn't have came out. So he went down that road, didn't he, like you said? And I don't know how much of you need a calming influence in your life, don't you, sometimes? This player, know anything about him, mate?
I've never heard of him, if I'm honest, but I'd never heard of Thomas Souček or Vladimir Coufal, so never say never.
I'm just going to punch in a few things in my magic thing and see what comes up, mate, and I can share it with you before we move on, because the comments can't keep up with the comments, mate. And I think we're going to find as the day goes on, it's going to go nuts, mate. You know, people are coming back from work and asking me, Jazz, come on, mate, what's going on? Nothing's going on. Why is nothing going on?
I think, unfortunately, as good as, say, Twitter is and things like that for getting news, there is a lot of it where someone will just put something out there and all of a sudden it's had 100 retweets and everyone believes that it's some form of news, but it's not. It's just someone putting their own thoughts out.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Benteke's not coming. See, Broja, like I said, he went to school. My daughter at primary school. Yeah, went to the same school, Broja. Good family, Albanian sort of stock, plays for Albania at the moment. 6'2", won the penalty in at the London Stadium.
Yeah,
Southampton won. Quite raw, been on loan. Now he's playing regularly. He's got about a 1 in 2 nearly, which for a big man is not bad.
Yep.
Very confident of his ability. He's big. He's not muscly, but he's just got something about him. He's pretty fast.
Got that presence, yeah.
Yeah, and he's confident, kids. I think was touted by a lot of the local clubs. Belongs to Chelsea. Again, that issue I'm not sure they'll sell to us, mate. Even if we, with because Southampton apparently made a bid, but that's all gone quiet.
Well, I think if the money's right, then everything's for sale, isn't it? And I think that is the contentious issue with a lot of our transfers is the fees. It's, from what I've read, we only want to do any form of loan signings. We don't want to commit to any purchases this month, which is difficult.
That's yeah.
The hard thing is it's hard to know what to believe as legitimate and what is sort of a little bit of hearsay. Obviously, none of us are in the boardroom and having those conversations. So, sort of, it could be the board, it could be Moyes, it could be a little bit of both. It's just hard to see who's doing what on why.
Going back to this question, I'll have a look later on. Top of my head, I think the owners have valued the club very high. I think compared to what Southampton are being valued at and Newcastle, it's a lot of money. And Kretensky obviously believes in the valuation. Going back to Frankie earlier on, said that real estate that West Ham Olympic Stadium is in is worth a lot, and you don't get that much of space in London, and it's close to Canary Wharf, and so maybe there's something in that, really, the value of the land, mate. I don't know.
Yeah, my understanding with that deal is there's a gentleman's agreement for him to purchase the club from them, but within the contract for the London Legacy Committee and the Olympic Stadium, if there is a sale before a majority sale before the end of 2023, then 50% of any sale has to go to that London Legacy Committee, which is why I think he's come in as a sort of a part owner. So he's got his foot in the door, and there's sort of a gentleman's agreement after that clause up that he will take full control. Now I don't know whether that's my understanding from what I've read is correct, but that's would make sense, especially been as that's probably when we're able to potentially purchase that stadium. So
yeah, apparently the deal was done 11th of November last season and valued the club at 600 million, and he bought a 27% stake, so just a little bit above gold, I believe. So he's the second highest.
Yeah.
So that's kind of that. Do you think we'll sign any? Do you think anyone will sign, Steve? Oh, just talking amongst each other, aren't they, in the chat? Boris Johnson, I'm trying to explain. Oh, all kinds of chats going on there. Steve's as usual, kind of, a bit pessimistic, a bit negative, a bit kind of not full of hope. But Steve's been right so far, to be fair. It's been a disaster, Mr. Mitchell. Welcome, sir. It's been a disaster.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's getting, nothing to report, sir, apart from the only movement that's happened is that the Man United manager has told Lingard he can leave today. The board are deciding who to give him to, United or West Ham. Oh, sorry, Newcastle or West Ham, mate. So that's the only thing that's moving. Clattercar's gone completely quiet. Nunes, I don't think that's ever going to happen, mate. It's all gone quiet. They rejected a 37 million deal plus add-ons, I think. Other clubs are doing things. Everton are wrapping up, speaking to Dele Alli as we speak. Van den Beek is gone already on loan. Newcastle target having a medical. Again, Newcastle spoke to Tiki, but the deal couldn't be done. Villa, despite having done what they already done, they were speaking to Brighton about Basuma, but because the numbers quite high, they're going to look at it in the summer. Spurs are getting the two Juve boys over the line today, having missed out on their first choice targets, Traore and who's the other one? Diaz, wasn't it? They got gazumped by Liverpool. So that's what's kind of happening, mate. Nothing in terms of our club apart from Lingard with a short term. I can imagine Mitchell will be a short term deal until the summer, and he'll go somewhere else, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's again, it's been a shocking day. I'm not gonna lie. And it is shocking. I know people say this, they're not surprised in that, but to be honest, I did think we would have signed at least one player today.
Yeah,
and it's just going tits up, mate. The fact we don't want to buy Clattercar for 15 million, we prefer a loan. I think that comes down to Moyes. I think that's Moyes' fault. That's not the board, because I know the board, if they're wanting to fork out that amount of money on certain players, like 60 million, we're talking about Nunes, and 50 million for the other bids we've put in for like Rafinha and Calvin Phillips. I don't get why 15 million. It seems like such a fucking stump to him. It's infuriated me the whole day, mate. How this has just gone out the window now, this transfer, because he's a player that I thought we could have done with.
Oh, JP, how you doing, mate? We're all frustrated. Look at our faces.
What's happening?
Have you never seen a deadline West Ham day before?
This is the worst, JP. It's like I said.
This might be the worst, actually. It's really bad.
Lingard is the only one that's moving slowly, JP, slowly. So I think the board are just deciding where he's going to go today. So we put in a bid, and it's at them two, I think. West Ham, Newcastle, but that's only short term. He's going to move to another club in the summer. That's just till June.
Well, yeah, I mean the whole. I don't know why everyone's losing their shit about it, because at the end of the day, we all know that he wants to come here on a free in the summer. So if we don't get him in January, it's a bit of a pain, because we all know what he did last year. But
we'll actually, I suppose, it's a good point. It's because then he won't be under the ownership of Man United, so then he can actually make his own decision, can't he?
Exactly right. I mean, like what his brother said, Mitch, on Instagram the other day. Like he's, so Akon feels, because he's under. He was this time last year. He was given day release, and now he's stuck at Man United's bidding. Yes, he wants to go to Newcastle because he wants to play, but asking for a £12 million fee for a loan deal is fucking stupid. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's bad. But at the same time, I don't think the meltdown is necessarily to do with the fact that what you just said. Basically, I think it's more the fact that we need a player now, and we need a lot of squad depth because this is a massive second half of the season. Obviously, Europa League knockout stages and contending for top 7 again. Another top 7 finish would be nice because I don't think Champions League is possible, in my opinion.
Never was, mate. And Mitch, we've known each other for a couple of years now, here and there, and we've been saying the same thing every single time. We need the priority is always getting in a striker, regardless of even when we had Allaire this time, when we sold him this time last year. We were always saying we need a striker even with him. It's been a priority for all of us. You know, and this is what, don't get me wrong, as Yaz, as you said, coming in, mate, it's frustrating, but it's West Ham. This is what happens. We're used to this. We saw it under Allardyce. We saw it under even going back as far back as Redknapp. You know, it was always last minute deals, and it's just annoying that the deals aren't going through in the speed that we'd like. But that's because we're not in charge of the club. You know,
I mean,
again, you know, we love the club left, right, and centre, but it's all about having the. I like that, Jamie. That's good. You're not wrong. You're not wrong in any shape or form, mate. Not wrong.
Welcome, Jamie. What I wanted to ask you, JP, is we are in the situation we are in, and is that David's fault? Is it the scouting, or is it the owners, or is it a bit of? For me, I think it's a bit of everything. 50-50 between David and the owners.
Yeah, to a degree, mate. I mean, if you believe the Nunes stuff that was coming out this morning, that what was it? Because they wanted 50 million, and we were bidding 45 million plus add-ons. That's Sullivan. That's got Sullivan written all over it. It's got nothing to do with David Moyes. David Moyes has gone, right, this is a play. I'm hoping. I mean, this doesn't scream like a David Sullivan deal, because a big target, because otherwise we would have paid the 50 million up front. If we put the bids in for Phillips for 50 million, why aren't you doing that for a striker? This has got David Sullivan written all over it. It really has. And that this is the 50-50. This is the fact that actually I'd say it's 25% Moyes and 75% the board, because Moyes has been saying even before the window started that he's got targets, but they're either not available or we can't get them, aka we can't afford them. So to blame Moyes, I think it's bollocks. Myself, I really think it's a lame sports idea. Yeah, because at the end of the day, if we ain't got the money to do it, bearing in mind we're a quarter of a billion pound in debt going into the start of this season, as the account showed. What do you expect? It's David Sullivan's going to play hardball. The problem is, because the Premier League's getting better every season, prices are going up because other clubs can't afford to keep their income going in the way that we can in the Premier League, because as most of us know, the Premier League's the highest amount of money when it comes to TV deals and sponsorships and all the rest of it. So the other squads are going to be asking for a shitload of money, whereas when everyone's making comparisons to Newcastle, let's not forget they can spend whatever they want, not because of the new takeover, but because over the last 5 to 6 seasons they've turned a proper profit every season. They've got the money to fall on. We ain't. We're in shit creek. So but as funny as Jamie's comment was, it is Del Boy. It is trying to exploit the best out of it with a limited resource. It's been like that for years, and it's going to be like that for years.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. I think Moyes, for me, actually takes more blame than the board. I think it's just about. I think obviously there's a big problem between them. It seems like there's a bit of. It seems like the board and the manager seem quite disjointed. They don't seem like on the same wavelength with each transfer window. It's always going down to the wire. It's always going down to the end. And,
so are you saying in that case, Mitch, that David Moyes was lying when he said last week that the board told him go out and get whoever you need?
No, of course not. No.
But this is the point. It's the fact that you're saying this is disjointed.
But Moyes,
you're right to agree,
it's
always been that way with different managers. We've had this.
It hasn't, because with Pellegrini we gave him everything. You gave him everything. He spent the money. He spent the money at the early start of the transfer windows. Bilic still spent a decent amount of money. And he never waited till last minute. Moyes is the manager where every single time it's gone to a window, he seems to like to wait till last minute. And like ex-West Ham employee, whether how true his sources are or not, I believe they are true. It's just kept saying Moyes wants to get the best deal. And look, I know obviously that's going to be down to the fact that Sullivan and the rest of the board have probably told him try and get the best deal you can. But at the same time, there's players which he has not gone in for, which I think we could have done with. I think Origi for like 9 million, which we could have gone for, would have been a great squad player, not necessarily a starter, but we need strikers, mate. We need actually 2 strikers at the club, really.
So would you run the risk that because he's coming back from injury? Would you run that risk for 9 million?
9 million's peanuts, though, mate, and he's not too old. I don't think he's so much of a risk though for 9 million. If we could spend 60, 70 million this window, which apparently our budget is, I don't think 9 million is much of a problem. And considering we'll be able to get another striker as well, or we should be able to, I don't see why that would be an issue. I just think Moyes has left it way too late, and the whole thing with the collector car thing has really wound me up. I don't know why for 15 million he's not through the door. Whoever you want to point fingers at, I think the blame does go on both of them. But for me, that one's the one. I didn't
say the blame doesn't go to both of them. It's just the fact I think that because of our frustrations, because this has been building up for more than just the last 12 months, it's been building up for like 2 or 3 years. And when it comes to January transfer windows, because the majority of us are used for us to be in a relegation scrap and being in this position, trying to get defenders, trying to get strikers. We're not seeing the bigger picture to a degree. But I'm not saying anyone's wrong on that, because I want to get, of course, everybody wants to get players in left, right, and centre. But the problem is if Moyes wants to get a player that's right for the club, rather than just bringing anybody's in. Yes, we started with a 22, 23 man squad at the start of the season. So yes, there's been the emphasis on it, but the problem is it's not like FIFA where you click on a player and you negotiate for a couple of minutes and then the player comes in.
But you say that, but for some clubs it has been like that, and they've been able to do. They've identified their targets right at the start of the window. Like for example, Aston Villa and Watford, they got their targets in early, and they knew who they wanted, and they went for them, and they lined up loads of bids. They put bids in for loads of players, and they got their main targets. Whether we get our main targets or not, that's fair enough. But the thing is, Moyes and Newman didn't even draw up the transfer shortlist until like the 10th of January, and they weren't even sure.
Do we actually know that, or is that just speculation?
Yeah, that's what ex-West Ham United employee put in his Patreon at the start of the month. And
but wasn't there also discussed in November that the targets are already being brought? So that implies to me that there was 2 sets of target lists that they were going through.
Maybe obviously things do change. Obviously Zuma and Ogbono got injured.
Yeah,
that was the main thing. I think if Zuma and Ogbono was still fit since the start of the season, I don't think we would have brought in or even looked at any centre halves. So I think obviously that's a big reason why the shortlist has changed. But we've always known about a striker. Moyes has had a year to line up strikers. There's no excuse.
To be honest, mate, sorry to interject, but to be honest, he's had 18 months. Because if you think about it, when all the crap was going on with Allaire at the start of that season, even before we sold him, you could see that was very right. Never there.
I never liked Haller, and people still have their tongue round up his arse and still talk about him still, which winds me up. But besides from the start, where I thought he started off really well in his West Ham career, I never saw a future for Haller at West Ham. I just thought he was so stiff and just not the way we play. Like we play more kind of counter-attacking, and I think getting behind football. Like we play players trying to run in the channels and drift, and we rotate a lot. Haller was just not that kind of player.
Yeah, he was very much a Lineker sort of man in the box sort of thing, with the exception of
it was
a couple of times, like for example that brilliant assist he gave to Antonio at that Southampton game at home. That was an unbelievable assist. But in general, you're absolutely right. He was hovering around waiting for the ball, which is the same issue that we seem to be having a lot of the time with Antonio. We had it with an Arnautovic as well, for that matter, would run around, and if he wasn't getting his way, he's got a hamstring injury. Then 3 seconds later, he's sprinting on. Maybe that's why these targets aren't coming through. Is because we need to have players in that Moyes doesn't want to have that problem with, and it's few and far between because it's all money now, isn't it? It's not about football; it's all about money in the Premier League now.
Yeah, it's just a mess. As the comments said there, that this transfer no-show has been really bad. It's been just no short of disgraceful, unless a miracle happens in the last 8 hours or whatever fucking time's left. It's been a disgrace. 10 hours, I think.
Well, on that note of 8 hours left, I've got to shoot off. So keep up the good work, guys. And
thanks, Liam.
I'll speak to you later on.
Nice.
Yeah, take care, mate.
Take care.
Back to the Brady.
Afternoon, James.
fuming, mate. I make you right,
Hey,
Mitch.
fine, Jamie, you all right?
How you doing, John? You right, man? Listen, I make Mitch 100% right, mate. It's embarrassing. Let's be honest here. We're West Ham United Football Club, and we're getting outspent by Burnley. That's embarrassing in my opinion.
Bloody Burnley.
Yeah.
Oh,
It says it all. It just says it all. It's embarrassing. Can't even get the collector card deal done on over £2 million.
John, any players coming up today like Dele Alli or Ramsey or Origi or anyone?
Ramsey's gone to Rangers, Jazz.
Yeah, he's on his way up to Rangers.
But
yeah.
I'm just saying, would you fancy
Yeah.
any of them on loan?
To be honest, mate, I can't really think of a player that. I mean, obviously, there's loads we can ream off and stuff, but I mean, out of everybody that we've been linked to over the last 5 to 6 weeks before the transfer window started, I generally think Origi is probably the best option in there. But like I'm saying, he's coming back from injury. The majority of the players we've been linked with have all conveniently on the injury list until the start of next month, or from literally 2 days, in literally 6 days from now. Most of them are like Calvin Phillips and Origi, and there's a few other targets we were allegedly looking at. It's difficult, but out of everything, I wanted the collector car deal to be done the most, especially bearing, because I agree. You know, we've always been talking about getting centre backs in for donkey's years, getting better options, and if collector car has the reputation that he has, I haven't seen him. I haven't watched Marseille in any shape or form, so I can't really say. But since I did the video about it yesterday, I'm getting some good comments saying he's certainly up there for the future, and that's what I'm hoping. Maybe that's the long term thinking is collector car and Zuma for the long term once Ogbonna retires and the rest of it.
I'll tell you what, JP, if this carries on with David Moyes in terms of, we can't get anyone over the line and there's another 2 windows gone, I can't see how we can carry on going up.
I mean,
there needs to be some change of structure.
Because he's done
Not
the hard work.
managerial.
He's done the hard work. And now it's just adding one or two. The setup's there. The players are there. You got 7, 8 outstanding players, and they just add a little, and just kind of not happening. And then
It's ambition, though, isn't it, though, Jez? And you got owners who lack it. Simple as that.
We're lacking funding as well. Remember, James, as well. On top of that, as the account showed for the end of last season, £250 million in debt going into this season. We're not going to be spending left, right, and centre, regardless of Kretinsky's money.
But JP, when you look at that debt, JP, I don't think it's nothing to worry about when you look at Tottenham and 1 or 2 others, Everton, all over the new stadium being built. So I think it's manageable.
Yeah.
But top 4, Champions League, it changes everything, doesn't it? And it was so close. But we're losing the grip on it. But we were in there. We were third, mate.
I agree. I agree with what Ryan said the other week on West Ham Fan TV. He said we're a top 8 team punching above our weight. We generally are.
I'd say top half. I think top half is where we are.
You say punching our weight. We've beaten everyone at home. All the big boys have come and taken a tanking. Liverpool.
But we've really scraped, and I think like the players, we've been lucky in those games. All our players were fit.
Yeah,
we haven't had any injury in those games we've won against the big teams. I think all our players were fit. Obviously, and then from after the Chelsea game, that's when things started going downhill. But
well, exactly. We lost Zuma and Johnson in space of 2 or 3 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah, Bono and Antonio as well. I think was gone for a couple of games.
Yeah,
but I can give a fuck about that cunt.
This Spurs player, Ndombele, joins Lyon on loan for a couple of €1 million. They paid 63 million for him 2019. So going back to what JP was saying, you do have to be careful and look at the other side of pleasing the fans, isn't it, JP? You got to be careful.
Yeah, I know, but I understand that, but we're 5th in the league. We're in the last 16 of the Europa League. We're in the FA Cup. When is there going to be ambition to say, come on, right? Like, because West Ham don't do that every year. I can understand it if this was a yearly thing, West Ham. Well, last time we was in the Europa League was like back in 99, I think it was.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Exactly. So, like, there's got to be ambition at the club, and there is lack of it, and that's the problem.
And mate, there's no risk without reward. Like, you can't say, "Oh, it's risky if he's 60 million and that," but look, mate, all the top clubs pay that money, and a lot of times it don't come off. Look at Sancho, for example, from Man United. A lot of clubs, it doesn't come off. But it's just all about taking that risk, because you're not going to progress if you don't take these risks and buy these big money signings. Sometimes that could potentially progress your club, because if you're just going to go, oh no, it's too expensive, let's just keep buying these average players, for example, like Championship players, which I know we look at a lot. And don't get me wrong, I think they're decent players, but if we want to be real and want to actually target top 6 and top 4 every single season, we need to be looking at better signings now. The Jonathan Davids, the Nunez's, these kind of quality players.
But at the same point, the whole part of the West Ham way in terms of recruitment has been taking baby steps, and we've taken a massive jump in the last season and a half. We've not been.
Let's keep it up then. Let's keep the momentum, because
but I
Reece
don't
Healy's,
disagree
for example,
with that. I don't not disagree with that, John. But let's be honest, our summer window weren't exactly fantastic.
No,
let's be really. I thought it was dreadful, if I'm honest. Like we've signed Zuma, who's a great signing. Crowd don't even get on the pitch. Areola, they don't want to sign at the end of the season, and Vlasic, don't get me started with him. Like, I don't think Vlasic is the man that we really wanted. Like, I think he was a panic buyer. So when it comes to West Ham, right, we should be aiming higher than this. As fans, like, you go to the home games, right? Mitch goes home and away. You boys have probably been home and away before, like I have in the past. Yeah, we should be aiming higher than what we're getting, and what we're getting is not a lot. Do you know what I mean? Like, Burnley have got more strikers than us, and that is embarrassing. And they're bottom of the league.
Every club's got more strikers than us.
Exactly.
And so it shouldn't be.
This is the point. This is the point. This is the fact that it's a makeshift side. It always has been, and for the next few years, it always will be. This is the problem. But I'm not disagreeing with you. I've said on many occasions, mate, that just because we finished in the top 6 last season, it'd be nice to finish again in the top 6, maybe finish 5th. But but the couple of seasons before that, we were way lower than that. So, this is what I'm saying about having it and putting things into perspective. One, we can't do anything, so there's no point to getting too het up about it, because we can't change anything. From that side of things. I say because if we were in charge of the club, then I'm sure, like it isn't, having a fan representation as over in Germany, would have a lot more voice than we do sitting on YouTube. But at the same point, I don't want us to lose games. I want us to get as high as we can, and we are currently at the zenith of the club at the minute. The problem is the fact that we, like I said earlier, is the fact that when we've got money coming in from all the other clubs you're talking about, they're making profits on the players that they're selling, and we're making a loss every season.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, John, the mentality of the fan base has got to change. But West Ham's mentality has to change. Like, we're not that club of 2 years ago. We are a different club. Like, you can say that about Leicester. Leicester, when they won the league, the year before they won the league, they was fighting relegation. Then they end up going to win the league, and they've been an established top 8 club ever since.
Exactly.
The difference is with it is that we accept what we get. And if the fan base was to turn around and say, right, this is not good enough, right, we're not accepting it, and all stuck together and said, why are we not getting a striker at this club? Why are we not getting a centre half at this club? Like, what's going on? You can't blame COVID now. COVID was the reason last year. You can't blame that now. Yeah. And they even still took season ticket money off people even during COVID. So it's, to me, I feel that we've got to stop thinking that we're that little old West Ham. We're in a 65-seater stadium and banging in the East End of London. We've got to start acting like a big club. Like that. And until we do that, nothing's going to change.
But it's doing it. The club's trying to do it albeit in baby steps. We can't have it in big giant leaps.
We could though. Why not? Could we sign these big players like Villas and Everton's and teams like with a bit of ambition and bollocks? Though, because if that money's there, which apparently it is, to put in these bids, then why can't we just go? Let's make deals with these top quality players and negotiate throughout the window instead of like dithering about, not knowing who you want to look at.
But even you would say this, though, Mitch. Huh? Even you would agree with this, right? We spoke about it last night on my channel, right? West Ham are putting £50 million bids in for players they know they're not going to get. It's like it's a guaranteed. Like, it's like if you have an house, and I said it earlier on this channel. If you've got an house that's worth 500,000 and someone comes in with a bid of 200,000, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? And we're
Yeah.
putting in bids for £50 million for players that we know full well their clubs ain't going to let them go. It's just,
it's all the whole we tried again, isn't it? So we tried. And
We've
then
been
Malcolm
linked
did exactly the same
Yeah.
thing last night. They're on their website saying, you know, our source tells us we are trying. Fuck off.
Try and what though? That's the thing. And the problem is, and this is what it'll be, and like, if Lingard signs, it will paper over the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
It will paper over the cracks. People will go, you know what, Lingard signed now, always forgiven. But Coletta Carr is a massive fuck up because I think he's a quality defender. I think he's really, really good. If you're literally sitting there going, you've just seen Issa Diop and Dawson play together over the last sort of X amount of games, and you've realised that they're not doing anything. They're both as bad as one another in spells. Common sense would tell you just go and get a centre half. Do you know what I mean? But West Ham don't do common sense ever.
I mean, the new rumours I'm hearing, again, don't shoot me, is that we're interested in Ramsey because his thing to Rangers isn't done yet. He's at the airport somewhere, mulling over a few things. So that's the latest thing I've read. Aubameyang's deal, as you can see, is up and down. Would any of you, what Jamie's asking, would any of you have him at our club until the summer?
Nah.
If you didn't have his head up his arse, 100%. If he wasn't such an arrogant little tosspot, he thinks he's bigger than a football club, I'd take him 100%. But he is.
He'd ruin the wage structure because he's on like 320 grand a week or something.
That's what I'm saying, because he was asking for more and more money because he thought he was getting he was self-inflating himself.
Yeah, he's a proper wanker.
That's what I'm saying. If his attitude was better, I'll take him 100%. But if his attitude was better, he wouldn't be leaving Arsenal. So.
He's more interested in wrapping his car, see on YouTube. You know that kind of thing people do with their
the
car.
Lambo, yeah, he's got like diamond wrap Lambo, for fuck's sake.
More than
you know what? I'm not even joking when I say this. If we do not sign a striker, I might sound crazy, but even as a backup, even just to have as a possibility, I would sign a free agent like Diego Costa. And it does not suit the kind of style at West Ham, I know, but it's purely for the fact that he's done it in the Prem before.
But do you know what it is?
He's a different type of striker.
I agree with you there. But this is West Ham of old all over again.
I get it, mate. But I'm saying if we don't sign him on today,
I agree.
Think we have to look in a free agent market, even though there's no one in there. I agree with you 100%.
I agree with you 100%, bruv. Right? You know this. I do agree with you on quite a few things, yeah? But this is West Ham that is like 2000 fucking era. Do you know what I mean? Going and getting like Les Ferdinand on a free. Do you know what I mean? And people, John Carew and Foxy, anyone. Like, do you know what I mean? It's just embarrassing. Like, at the end of the day, we go and put a £60 million bid in for a player, or £50 million. It's gone up to £60 million now. Yeah. Like, and he just seems to stop. Like, and I don't know what it is. Someone said it earlier, and they was bang on the money. All they said, yeah. Is this all just to sort of keep GSB irrelevant for now until 2023 when they decide it's good might be enough?
Well, no, because they've always been relevant. They've always been relevant right from the start. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, John, it's like if you have an house, you ain't going to do your house up before you sell it, are you? You're going to sell your house. You know what I mean?
I don't know. You could do it up to increase its value.
Mitchell.
Some people do.
Forgive me if I asked you already. What did you think about Coletta Carr? Do job for us?
I would have loved us to have signed him. He's a perfect kind of build for a Premier League centre half.
100%.
He's commanding, he's tall, he's just got everything. But I think he's needed. He's a left-sided centre half as well. Huh? He's still young.
He's 25.
Yeah, exactly. That's young for a centre half, and especially a centre half that plays as more of that kind of sweeping one that's kind of sits back more and commands instead of actually like kind of as your modern day centre half that kind of runs forward a bit more. I'm gutted because that looks like it's completely off now, unfortunately, which is a shame.
Well, I was quite surprised seeing that Matt Targett's going up to Newcastle. I thought we could have jumped on that.
Yeah,
I think he's quite a good left back, to be fair. Would have been really good cover for Creswell. Yeah,
on the loan, definitely. Or because he would have been like cheap as well. I think it'd been good cover, 100%. Yeah, I saw that Jazz Dele Alli to Everton. I just
medical has been booked.
Yeah, because apparently it's all about Lampard. Apparently that's the factor, which makes
I believe that.
Which I don't really get, to be honest. I think if anyone was managing Everton, they would say, "Oh my God, that manager's the factor." I think they do that to kind of create like excitement and that within like the fans.
James, do you know anything about Dan Burn, a Brighton defender, going to Newcastle? Apparently his loan was going to end soon, and they've agreed a 30
Dan
million
Burn's
deal.
gone, mate. He's there. He's in Newcastle. 13 million.
Tallest fullback of all time.
I don't know. To me, it stinks, mate, of a lot of things. I don't know who to put the blame on here. I don't know if you can put the blame on the owners, on Kudinski, or Moyes.
I think it's Moyes. I think.
Yeah.
Because I thought the managers on this one. Because the least you can do is start throwing a few things around. I know that you're employers, but because he's got the power. He's got the power now. He's got the fans on his side. Everything. He's proved it that he's half okay. He should. So what the hell's going on?
Because what it is, people will keep saying about GSP. And listen, I'm the first one. Right, I'll be the first one at the front of the queue to say about GSP. But I do look at Moyes on this one. And I think, why are you being so stubborn here? If you have got money, but why? Do you know what I mean? You know full well we need a striker. You know full well we need a centre half. If you're mucking about, why are you mucking about? Like, why are you not going?
It's
like,
not necessarily him, mate. Because at the end of the day, we can only bring in players that the clubs are allowing people to leave. Yes, I agree that I agree.
Okay, but it's his interest.
No. What I meant was, David, in terms of a week to go asking those players I gave you, why they not try put more pressure on the teams who are closing their finances? Like, why have we not been bought in?
Because surely you've got to look at this. Yeah. Surely you've got to look at this and go, why has Moyes left this so late? Like, it's day 31. We're putting in bids for a Uruguayan striker who's halfway around the world. Which, let's be honest, we all know it ain't going to happen. Like he's right. You got to get a medical done. You got to get it all sorted out. Especially, and it's
all the rest of it.
Yeah, even got to get a work permit. Like, people forget that because of the EU. I think it's poor on all fronts. And when you look at it, yet again, it's the same old stuff over and over again. Like, John, you've seen West Ham for many years as much as all of us, right?
Yeah.
You've seen this happen over and over again. Like, we got linked with Baka, we got linked with Maxi Gomez, we got linked with all these players. Milenkovic was in the summer, and then we go and get Zuma. It happens all the time, and it just never changes. And it ain't just you can't blame Newman because he's only just arrived. Do you know what I mean? It's poor.
So where is?
Well, I mean, to a degree, mate. Yes and no, because he was brought in the summer. He didn't kick in until this month because of his gardening leave from City. That's the thing. So they would have been working. That's why I was saying it was about 18 months that we've been trying to sort this out. And he would have been identifying him right from the second he was on garden leave with Man City. He would have done it straight away. They would have been going, right, this is what we need, blah blah blah. This is why Moyes was out watching Brentford players and all the rest of it, getting some tactical one-ups for the next game, and some of it worked, some of it didn't. But at the same point, as I say, everybody is to blame. It's just figuring out the right proportions, and I still maintain most of it. From my point of view, most of it is, as always, it's David Sullivan fucking about with the biddings. Moyes is giving the targets, and he's saying, well, we can't afford him, try him, but I won't give you 20. I'll give you 20% off. If I give you in cash, all that bollocks. That's what David Sullivan's always done, and we're stuck with it for the next couple of years until Kudinski takes it over completely.
Claire Carr, we all saying, I don't know what to think of this one. It's all gone quiet.
Apparently it's just off. Fabrizio Romano said it's just off. The fact that they're not budging on the fact that we won a loan, and
over £2 million. It's over £2 million. I think if I got this right. West Ham come in with a bid for 16. Marseille, I think, value him at 22, and they've got to a figure about 18, I think it is. And it's like West Ham are not budgeted on £2 million.
Because the confusing thing is around it is some of it has been quoted in euros and some of it's been quoted in pounds.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's where because if I remember correctly, you're right. It's 22 million euros, which works out to be what 19-20 million pound.
Yeah, something like that.
The deal was 14 million pound up front plus 4 million in add-on. So it only works out to, but you're not far off it there, James.
Yeah.
Mate. It's about 2 or 3 million difference. At the end of the day, it's like signing up to, I don't know, signing up to the West Ham Way Patreon and messaging Dave saying I can't afford a £5, can I give you £4.50? You know, it's ridiculous.
It is, and do you know what it is? I feel sorry for every single fan, everyone, every supporter, old and young, like people who like go home and away, people who put their fucking wages monthly into West Ham United Football Club, and I look at them and I think, you poor bastards! You've put all your money into this fucking football club, and they give you literally nothing back. Not even.
We're also if the rumours are to be believed, we're not the only club doing it, because apparently Newcastle submitted an £8 million bid for Diop when we want to sell him for 10.
Yeah, but I think
I'd
they know.
I'd sell him for anything, and I don't.
Yeah, but I think they know
care.
full well that Diop isn't. Diop's like let's be honest. Issa Diop will be there.
Right,
a year. He'll be at Newcastle for a year, and then he'll be flogged.
Yeah.
Tim, our good friend James, Tim, American Hammers TV. Hope you're well, mate. Sent you the link. Come on, whenever you get a chance, Tim. Hope everything's well.
He's probably just woken up.
Tim, I mean, you probably, Tim
probably.
Tim makes these horror films. Have you seen any of them, James? I haven't seen any of them.
Not yet, no.
Horror films.
Horror films, scary.
He ain't got to do an horror film. He's just got to do about GSB, mate. That's an horror in itself. Do you know what I mean?
I can't even imagine. Like, he's just so embarrassing. I'm not. He's a horrible show. If I saw David Sullivan, I'll fucking run a million miles away.
Yeah, but you know what, though,
mate, to be fair, always would do.
What it is that I can understand the frustration from the fans. I really can. Like, when I look at us and I think to ourselves, well, like, nothing surprises me with West Ham anymore. Like, the collector car deal, I thought it was looking pretty good. 95%, I said last night. I thought, you know what, this is definitely going to happen. And then it just goes like that all of a sudden. Just gone. Like, do you know what I mean? And it's like,
it might be for one reason. I haven't seen anything about this, but speaking hypothetically, because at the end of the day, these conversations, all the conversations are based on, is Marseille could have had a player that's out there as a defender who's injured, and therefore they've gone, no, we're not getting rid of him now. We won't be able to bring a replacement in on time.
Now, what it is, what I've heard about Marseille is they're in a lot of financial difficulty. That's the reason why they're flogging most of their players.
Yeah,
that's why that Kamara looks like he's going to be on the move. Who's it? Dina, I think it is, Senegalese striker, or Dean. He's on his way out the door, and obviously Coletta Carr. Now, the thing is, right, as I keep saying, we're fifth in the league, and I keep hearing. I look at this from a sort of positive aspect. We're fifth in the league, but I want us to get better. I want us to go forward, yeah. Whereas a lot of people will say, "Why are you being negative? Why are you being sort of critical? We're fifth in the league." Because they're looking at it from where you've been fighting relegation, having it hard for years. We've gone up a couple of levels, pretty rapid. Don't get me wrong, we are punching above our weight, but in this situation, you build on something. You don't stand still. You stand still, go backwards.
But the thing is the fact that no matter where we are in the league and where we ended up, these are still the priority positions that need to come in.
Yeah.
But I think, James, you know, your point is bang on though, mate. Like what you said about how people are so critical and jump the gun and say, "Oh, how can you not be happy about being fifth?" It infuriates me because you don't get a half-season trophy. You don't, like, because you finished, I don't know, fourth or fifth, like by the start of January transfer window, you win a trophy or get extra bonuses. You don't. It's about where you finish at the end of the season. So it's all about planning. There's still a half of the season to go left, and if we want to push on and do as well as possible, we need to bring in these players. And you're right, mate. It infuriates me when I hear things like that, 'cause it happens all the time.
It's not just that, Mitch. At the end of the day, I've watched West Ham a long time. I've seen 2 relegations, and I've seen 2 promotions, and I've seen us lose all our best players in 2003. when like, I had to sit there and watch like all the best crop of youngsters to come out of West Ham for a long time. Now, for me, I look at this. We've done our shit as fans, seeing West Ham being in the mire. I want us to see West Ham win something or potentially get as high as they can in the league. Now, like when I keep hearing we're fifth, we're fourth, don't worry, and all that, we say when I hear that, it reminds me of Spurs fans when they keep giving it that they're something that they're not. Because let's be honest, the only reason why we're fifth in the league, and I'm not knocking West Ham at all, because I think West Ham have done well in spells this year, right? But them other powerhouse teams like Manchester United, Arsenal, to name two, they haven't done well. They've had a lot of in-house grief. I didn't want to mention them, but I understand you did, so it's fine. But even them, but then you've also got to look at teams like next season, Newcastle, they stay up, they will be there. Aston Villa with Gerrard, they'll be there. Like, do you know what I mean? West Ham have got to start acting like a big club because West Ham act like a mid-table club in the way they spend money. It's just
we are like a bottom half table, like bottom near the bottom.
We are a mid-table. We have a mid-table club. Just like we was talking about earlier, that is punching above our weight. So this is what I'm saying is the fact that we all know the positions that we need to get in. If we can't do it, then it just adds more background to why these owners need to pull their finger out. And also at the same point that David Moyes, if what everyone's saying is true, which that he needs to identify the targets earlier as well. It's and also on top of it, it's the recruitment system as well. Let's not forget, guys, we've hardly ever had a director of football until recently. You know, and we've always struggled with it, and now we've got somebody that's coming in looking at recruitment process. There's more recruiters coming in. We didn't have a scout until 2 years ago.
Yeah,
you know, so it's going to take time. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to take time. We need to take it in the baby steps. But the remaining point is the majority of us, not just the majority of us four, I'm sure the majority of the people that are watching as well, we've all said we need a left back, we need a centre back, we need a right back until Ben Johnson came through, and we've needed a proper box to box midfielders and at least 2 or 3 strikers. We were saying that in the summer. Those targets shouldn't have changed, but they have.
But the problem is though, John, with that, and I heard what you were just saying there, is that when you say about we've got to take baby steps and all that, we can take as many baby steps as we can, but if we've got owners who are not going to budge on £2 million, then I mean, if
problem, that's
then
not
we have got an issue, then, ain't we?
Exactly.
Well, if we're taking baby steps and other clubs are making big steps, we're going to get left behind. We're not making any steps whatsoever.
I agree on that. Yeah.
That's the point. It's the fact we need to be making baby steps in terms of, like I say, £2 million isn't a baby step.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like,
for me, honestly,
I
would be going all out. I really rate Unez, and I think we should be going all out to get him because he's apparently the insiders say that he's tempted by the move. It's a very expensive signing, but if we had the bollocks, I would absolutely love if he came through the door because I reckon
I don't think that happens, though, Mitch.
I know it won't happen. Actually, I'm confident it won't happen. But if I'm saying me personally, I would love him because I think he could be a world-class player over the next few years.
Who's that, mate?
Nunes. Benfica.
They know they can get even more money in the summer. Apparently, I think the deal's dead. Any of these guys on the free transfer? Any of you lot? Costa, Diami,
Sonogo, just say.
I remember all these on Championship Manager 2014, mate. What's going on?
All right, Mitch, I'll give you 2 minutes to go about the army. Go.
I used to love the army. When I first started getting into football, really, when I was about 12, 13, I used to really follow everything. He was my favourite player at West Ham then. I absolutely loved that man. He broke my heart because when he left to Hull, absolutely broke my heart. I nearly hung myself. Fuck's sake.
That was one of the funniest transfers I've ever heard. Saying he wants to go to the club and he got relegated.
Weird, isn't it? Yep, a tiki maybe he's off.
Jazz, you were on that. I saw you was on that.
Where's my yellow tie? Not today.
What?
My mate saying, "Where's my yellow?" You know, like Jim White wears a yellow tie for.
Oh yeah. Fuck you say his name.
Just call him Hugo.
Tiki.
I'd get him in now. I mean, we need a striker. There's no two ways about it. And a centre half. And I'd take honestly anyone at this point. As long as they're half decent, I'll take anyone.
I think we shafted Tiki because we kept thinking we were going to do the deal. We pulled out last minute, and then Newcastle seriously came in with a good effort, and they didn't have enough time. So the boys been left on the shelf till the summer, I think. So, one of the lads in there, West Ham Mines 21 was saying the collect a car. They are saying at the moment on the show, James, that deal's still on. I don't know.
Yeah, he said to me, he said it ain't looking good because he actually rung someone up live on air. I was there. I was on the air with him. He said that he said ain't looking good for Gletica, and that's how I know about the £2 million.
And why not? You think is it?
It's all to do with money, Jazz. It's all to do with what it is. All right. To quickly sum it up, Sullivan knows that Marseille are desperate for dough. That's why they don't want a loan. They want a permanent transfer. So what Sullivan's doing is he's baiting them down, and basically Marseille have said you either take what we want or have none of it, and that's what's happened. It's over £2 million.
But James, I reckon if Moyes walks in one day, say like last week, and said, "I want to collect a car," me and Rob, for example, have spoken about it. He's our number one target. We need to get him in. There's a big problem. We need to get him in. I reckon we would have signed him if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree.
think if Moyes did shit. Oh fuck.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree on that. This is where I know people say about GSP.
No. Are you saying that Moyes doesn't want him or half-heartedly?
No, I think Moyes wants him.
I think he wants him, but he's not totally convinced. If he was completely convinced by him, we would have got him in the summer. But he was like third in line behind Milenkovic and Zuma.
Now, what it was in the summer, it was all to do with him having a kid. That's the reason why he didn't come. His missus just had a kid. Don't forget.
Oh, yeah, true.
If we go back 6 months ago, COVID was pretty rife, wasn't it? Like, all over the place. And he didn't want to up sticks and move his family for a pandemic, for starters. He's just had a kid in France.
Here we go.
So, yeah.
Mitchell's hearing something. Mitchie.
Talking about Ekitike.
Run out of time, I think.
He will 100% not be moving to Newcastle. Yeah, and it seems like he's not moving anywhere now, by the sounds of it. So I think.
I feel sorry for that Keith Down. Did you see his cars get mullered on the?
Oh, it was bad, mate. That was bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
poor sod. He come out to go work, and both a big tree had come down and smashed all his motors up to pieces.
Imagine that. If I woke up this morning on Monday on deadline day with no transfers and go out to my car and
smashed
saw
the
that,
car up, Mitch.
oh, don't.
That Dali Ali.
I think I would actually cry, and I'm not a person to cry. I would cry. I'd break down in tears.
This Dali Ali deal isn't free, is it? Is it free?
No, it's loan with, I thought.
It's over a permanent deal. Everything talks with Tottenham over a permanent deal for Dele Alli. Yeah.
It can't be free though, surely. Maybe
it'd be a really good deal, I think, for someone.
Maybe
Spurs might release him. Spurs might release him. I doubt it, but they might release him.
Yeah,
and then he get a £2 or £3 million signing on fee for it. I doubt it.
Yeah.
I can't see Spurs doing that, but you never know. Stranger things have happened.
See, even people like Christian Eriksen, he would have been a good signing for us. And he goes to Brentford.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he'd suited us positional wise because I think his wages are pretty expensive. He's a player I reckon. I don't think we should look at him maybe in the summer. If we had any ambition, I think we would have done. But I think maybe he's a player that we could have looked at in the summer. But now that he's gone to Brentford, nah.
It's a 6 month short term contract, so you see what happens, see how he gets on. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just speaking as a football fan rather than anything else. I'm just happy he's back doing what he loves doing, and the recovery that he's done since the summer.
I'm surprised though, ain't you though, John, that he's been allowed to play.
Well, he's been fitted with a defibrillator, so he would have passed all their medical tests. This isn't an Andy Carroll medical test we're talking about here. This is a proper full-on.
Can you lift a glass of pint? That's Andy,
exactly, yeah. Puck a pie and a pint with Allardyce. Yeah, you're in, son. Come on.
Oh, mate, Big Sam Werner is just a Chelsea Werner. Is he off? Is he?
Apparently,
Very
yeah.
frustrating.
I don't know if any
player.
of Werner mates. I think so.
Very
Yeah.
frustrating player to watch, Werner. Bloody hell.
I
Ramsey
think
to
honestly,
Rangers,
I
all
think
but agreed.
progressing the ball. I think he's so good. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, someone's called me. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, Adam Ramsey's all but agreed with Rangers. Basically means he hasn't signed the contract. So
Yeah, good signing.
it'd be
Good
very
sign,
good
I
for him.
think.
Yeah, not bad for a League One side.
Let's see, what's the biggest transfer gone through? Yeah, Vlahovic was a big one, and it's 73 million odd.
Great signing he is, mate, for the event.
Yeah.
Great, but a lot of money. I think so much, considering he's had one very good half a season, shall I say? I don't know. I think he's a bit steep. Good signing and could become a world beater, but I think it's a lot of money.
Oh, don't worry, though, Mitch. West Ham don't spend no money, so we're all safe.
Yeah, true, mate.
Yeah, I mean,
And as I said on your channel last night, James, the only positive if we actually don't sign anyone in this January transfer window is that we should have a much larger budget for the summer.
Yeah, but
then again, like, will we sign anyone this summer? And we'll always go, you know what? I'm going to wait till August the 31st.
X is confirmed about Lingard. Said, surprisingly, that it seems the bid has not been completely knocked back.
Yeah.
It's all down to Man United's board to accept the deal, which is a given. They've always seen us as a rival, so whether they will change their mind is unlikely. Lingard is open to the move. Apparently, should it get accepted now, he knows that he doesn't feature in the new manager's plans. So this has changed his mind. Newcastle are Manchester United's preferred choice of destination. Well, it would be for Man United. They want more money out of them than we're.
But is that enough, though, John? Is that enough? If Lingard comes and we don't sign no one else,
definitely not enough.
No, not enough.
But it's something like. I mean,
something's better than nothing. But
what does everyone know about Bruno Guimaraes to Newcastle from Lyon? 37
it's
million.
a great signing.
CDM.
Yeah, good player, mate. I think Newcastle will stay up now. I think with the firepower that they've got.
Oh, they've got to, mate, haven't they? Yeah.
I think they've got enough firepower there.
I pray they don't. I'd love it if they didn't.
It would be quite funny because they're on the verge of spending about 100 million if all these other deals go through.
They think they're a massive club, don't they? But even before the takeover, they've always said, "Oh, we're bigger than West Ham." Fucking West Ham, West Ham cunts, fuck's sake. I can't stand. Yeah, like they're a great fan base. I think the Geordies, but I don't like them. I respect them, but I don't like them. Do you know what I mean?
There's not many people you do like, Mitch. To be fair, is there?
No, not really. I don't. Well, yeah, you're right. I don't mind Southampton actually and Leicester. They're two clubs I really respect, and especially
I respect Leicester.
Respect.
I respect Leicester quite a lot. I think Leicester are
mad
good.
Respect from.
Yeah,
good fans. Like never had like proper tear ups with them away days. It's always been good laugh from them.
Yeah, it looks like Lingard's the only moving half piece. And I'm just saying, James, I know it's been, the day's been what it is. And if Newcastle take Lingard, oh my God.
I think if Newcastle take Lingard, mate, you're going to see a lot. You're going to see a lot of anger from a lot of fans.
Oh yeah,
I think
everyone. I think this specific transfer is out of our hands.
It's not down exactly. It's not down to him. It's down to Man United. If Man United, because they're going to try and get more money out of Newcastle than they are from us, guarantee it. That'd be the reason.
But Joe, what does it with me though is why now though, John? Why out on the 31st of West Ham doing their business? It's like a man doing his Christmas shopping for his family of like 4 on Christmas Eve.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But not even that.
And you've got to get to every shop going and get every present going before the big day.
Well, maybe because it's because the board, the club are just trying to think. Well, we don't want him going to Newcastle because if we're going to get him on a free in the summer, we might as well try it. So maybe they're trying their luck once again because a bid went in a couple of weeks back and it was not back, and now they're trying it again on deadline day because Newcastle are obviously stepping up their interest. It's like with us, and it's like the old tussle we used to have with Spurs, wasn't it? You know, a few years back when a player would be coming in from medical and Spurs would nick it because they've offered more money than the other club.
Yeah.
But
That's,
JP,
that's like I said, it's all.
yeah,
That's all
yeah.
it boils down to is who gives the club the biggest pay packet. That's it. That's all it boils down to. Players don't get a mention 95% of the time. They're commodities. They're not treated as people. They're just bunged in. So no, we've had the bigger bargain from these guys. You'll go in there, like it or lump it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, oh mate, I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to think even about Lingard. I'm not sure anymore about any deal. I'm not sure about anything now.
I honestly think this is the last shot in the dark from West Ham. I think they've tried their hardest to get these players. I think the Coletta Carl one is, but I just think but in their mind they have Domic deep down.
Yeah.
They think they've tried, right?
Yeah.
When we all know it's all bollocks. Do you know what I mean? Let's be honest, as fans, when you're seeing £50 million bids and then you're seeing Coletta Carr over a £2 million deal, like over a £2 million like extra payment sort of thing, it just says it just like someone put a great comment earlier. I think it was on here, right? Someone said that it's funny how all the leaks have stopped, but all the bullshit leaks have all come flying out the woodwork all of a sudden. All the ones about Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Rafinha, Phillips. Like this Lingard deal, I think has to happen because if it don't, I fear for them owners big time.
I mean, the Calvert-Lewin was never in a million years going to be true anyway. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a fantastic player. I would have taken him all day long, but just no, you just know that's not going to happen. He's Everton's best centre forward at the minute. It's never going to happen.
Apparently, with the Tiki, Newcastle did strike a deal. So the cash was there, but he just felt it came too late.
We're getting some Captain Morgans, are we, mate? Tiki.
Well, I fancy a chicken tikka. That's what I'm.
So do I actually.
Why not?
Started.
So, I mean,
why not?
Do you know what? This is no good for me, right? I've been doing dry January. Yeah, it's day 31. I'm still 100%. I can't wait till 12:01 tonight. I can have a fucking drink.
Just chuck everything in the system. Don't matter what it is. Just forget about the day. Just chuck everything.
Mate,
even do eyeball shots, eyeball pull.
I might do it later on tonight. I'm gonna be having a few scotches, I think, because I think I'm gonna need it after today.
Yeah. So Tiki, Newcastle deal was all agreed financially. He just felt not enough time because they were interested last week and went away. Tottenham to Everton, Dele Alli, they reckon the deal has the potential to reach £40 million based on performance-related add-ons. It's one of the Levy specials, isn't it? 40 million you're going to get for Dele Alli. Bloody hell, mate.
He ain't worth 40 million. I'll tell you that now. Not the way he's played. That's Everton overspending again, I think.
No. It is what it is, mate. And yeah, we're doing okay in the league, but the look on our faces and the fans, it's like we're fighting relegation. But that's it's just a feeling in it, up and down.
Jazz, I bet you wish you'd never done this stream now.
Well, see, this is the thing. We're too used to being in that situation at this time of year. We've got and James, it goes back to what you were saying earlier, mate. From that point of view, I agree with you. We've got to start getting out of this mindset. It's January where people are still. I mean, I know West Ham clips. We've always made a bit of a laugh of it over the last couple of seasons and that. But we are 3 points from safety. But we've got to stop thinking about that as a fan base and just concentrate on what's coming, because a lot of very, very good things are coming. If we can't get it externally, then why not promote the juniors through? Why not do that? Like for example, the story about Longello, for example. I've seen him play quite a few times. I think he's an unbelievably good player. They're willing to sell him for £1 million. I mean, why? What's the point? Keep hold of him. He could be a very, very good defender for us in a year or so's time. Same with Ashby going out. Ashby's meant to be going out on loan.
It's a hole, yeah.
That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Because he's had some good games with us. He's going out and playing for Championship side. Like for example, Connor Coventry going to Milton Keynes Dons. His career's over as far as West Ham are concerned.
James,
done it.
Any of those odds? We're going to go for anything, mate? Put a pin in there, 50% chance.
Jesse to sign 5-4 to 5.
That's higher chance than I thought it would be.
For me, I think Newcastle are the front runners in this, and that's not me being negative.
I think so, yeah.
Because I look at Newcastle, they have the finances to pay him what he wanted. They are not fighting in the same category as what we are. with Man United. So I think if I was having a bet on that, me as a betting man, I'll be away with Newcastle. I don't think he comes to us, mate. I really don't. I'll be shocked.
I'd say the
if
full
Lingard's
actually
here.
because obviously as what's been reported is that it's down to the Man United board to decide, and obviously from that point you'd say he's got to be going Newcastle then surely because the board feel like we're top 4 contenders for United. But on the same side, Lingard will be talking to obviously whoever it is on the Man United front about the transfer as well and discussing it, and he will be saying as well that I don't want to go to Newcastle, which is apparently what's going on. And to be
because
fair,
he met with Radnick this morning saying that look, what's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
I need to play football. You've got to let me move, which is why they've now greenlit it.
So even though the ball will probably much prefer to take Lingard away from United over to Newcastle on loan. If Lingard doesn't want the move, then the board will know about it, and we'll go. If we do want to get rid of him, and Lingard wants to go, which is what he wants to go, then the only option could be West Ham, probably.
Yeah,
because West Ham holds a lot. The player holds a lot of power in this situation as well.
Yep.
He does and he don't know, Mitch. Because if Man United say, you know what, we don't want you going to. You can go to Newcastle, but you're not going to West Ham.
But then if Lingard says no, I'm not,
he just stays at the club. It's as simple as
he
that.
could do. But then it's going to be. But then, do the board want that? Do the board want a player in the dressing room who's ain't going to be fully happy?
I don't think Man United. I don't think
they give a shit about it. I really don't think they
care.
Especially
but they could get more wages off.
Shit coming out
they
as
could
well.
Get more wages off.
I think when it is with Man United, this is not like a small team. This is one of the biggest commercial teams on the planet. Manchester United Football Club. As a brand, they are the powerhouse. I don't think they give a shit, Mitch. If I'm honest. I think they will go to him. You know what? We ain't strengthening another team because if Man United miss out on Champions League because of West Ham, Lingard fires us to the Champions League, then that falls on them, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's be honest. Like I just can't see it myself. I think Newcastle's the move. I think everything there looks set for him to go there on loan at 5-4. That's me That's me being honest.
I think. Confidence for everyone is pretty down in the dumps. And if this carries on, then everyone, where do we finish then, you think, roughly, end of the season? If we don't add no one today?
It does depend. Today's massive. It's so big. We said at the start of the window, this window is massive and who we sign. If we don't sign anyone today, I reckon 10th, I think we'll finish. Because I think teams like Villa will overtake us. United, Arsenal, Spurs will just drop like 3 or 4 places.
Wolves
potentially as well. Yeah. I just can't see it. And Antonio's coming back as well from Jamaica. He ain't going to be fit. Oh, it's just an absolute mess, isn't it, mate?
Antonio certainly ain't going to be playing in the FA Cup game because their game finishes 3 days before.
It won't be.
Game, so
I don't think he needs to be fair. I think
full well that Antonio's plane is going to go through the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, it will. And like an alien will just like come out the fucking sea and just grab him and go like, "You ain't going back to the club."
Oh, mate, honestly, I don't know. It's just painful, mate. Honestly, just painful.
Ross Barkley.
Not a fan of Ross Barkley. To be fair, either of them, I don't. Ross Barkley's so hot and cold.
Hey?
Oh, really? Just now?
Yeah. Well, I don't know when he would have said it, but it's come up about 3:40. Was it half an hour ago? I think.
Here's an update. Whackers World. What is that?
Yeah, I'm surprised Tottenham wanted to do anything with us.
Well, look, I'm not hopeful, but there's a possibility we could go back in with another bid. Apparently for Nunes, I still don't think the move will happen, but it's a possibility. And
do you know what I heard about that Nunes thing, Mitch? It's gonna make you laugh. Was West Ham were prepared to ask Tottenham's medical staff who flew over, to do the medical for Nunes. How fucking embarrassing is that?
Say that again, sorry.
If that's true, that is silly.
Say that again.
Joe Nunes, he's in Uruguay, isn't he? Now, Tottenham have just signed a player from Juventus who plays for Uruguay. and they've gone over to Uruguay to do the medical, right? So what they've asked for is the Tottenham medical team to do the medical if it comes about for Nunes.
What, for West Ham?
For West Ham. That is fucking embarrassing, isn't it? That's true, that is. That's 100% true. Embarrassing, mate.
How's that true if we didn't even have a bid accepted, though?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. If the bid was accepted, that would have been happening.
Okay.
That was the thing, because West Ham can't fly no one out. It's a 17-hour flight from London to Uruguay. Someone said to me, with a couple of stops. And you have to, what it is, there's no direct flights from London. There's one flight that goes from Madrid. You have to go to Madrid, then you have to get a flight from Madrid.
Sullivan's private plane, wouldn't it? It'd be Sullivan's private plane straight there.
You have to get a spaceship, wouldn't he?
A time machine.
Time machine, yeah. Unbelievable, mate, honestly.
Going back to this comment, do you remember when Lingard was with us? David Moyes kind of said, "That's my striker. I don't need a striker with Lingard."
Yeah.
So played false nine, didn't he?
Lingard comes in.
Sometimes.
That's our striker, mate. Maybe, yeah.
Or Bowen, or you could even rotate the two. You could actually play a 4-4-2, play Rice and whoever in the middle. I'm not going to say his name. Blasphemy. Benrahma on the left. And then, I don't know, I'll say Fornals on the left, or Vlasic on the left, or Lanzini on the left, and then, Benrahma on the left, and then whoever on the right, and then Bowen and Lingard up top. You could play like a two-strike formation, because otherwise, I don't think Bowen or Lingard could play up there by themselves.
Definitely not.
Unless you rotated them.
Well, Lingard could, but it's not advisable because he needs someone to bounce off. That's why he did so well, because he's bouncing off Antonio the majority of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, as I say, just going back to what you were saying earlier, Mitch, about Vlasic, the reason why, sorry, James, you were saying about it, weren't you? The reason why that deal went through was because Lingard didn't. Vlasic has got a reputation of doing everything that Lingard can. He's just a few years younger. That's why he came through, why that deal was done on deadline day.
What do you think of Vlasic?
I like him. I see the same potential in him that I saw with Fornals. Everybody hated Fornals when he first came in, and now everybody loves him because he's getting used to the league. Because I don't see the price tag. Loads of people think, all right, it's 30 million, he should be hitting the ground running. Well, no, you can't. It's a brand new league. He's not. He has to have time to adapt. And Vlasic is taking a little bit longer.
I don't know.
Obviously, that big mistake he made against Leeds, and a few other little bits and pieces. But he is improving. He's had some fucking quality performances for us over the last 10-15 games. So I can see the reason why he was done. It's just he's more of a long-term project than a here and now, which is what everybody thought he was going to be.
I think
I don't know, mate. I don't agree there personally.
Yeah, he's not for me, Vlasic, at all.
He hasn't shown enough for me to see his qualities for the future. I don't think he's quick enough to play on the wing.
I agree with that.
I think, and if he used to play central, I don't know. I just want a bit more from him. I don't think he's got that passing quality that Fornals has, where he can pick a pass out. I don't really know what his main quality is. Like, I think that's what you need. I think when you look at players, for example, Benrahma's very good on the ball, confident at driving forward when he wants to. Bowen's the exact same, except does it much better. Each player have got their certain things that they're very good at. Vlasic, I don't know what he's really good at, and he's producing good performances, but they're nothing more than good. And people, I know you said great, but I don't think he's putting a great performance yet. I think he's getting better slowly, but I'm still waiting for him to go, that was brilliant. I'm waiting for him to go, that is why I paid 36 million for him, and it could come. Personally, I don't see it. I don't know. You could say, and everyone says the same about Fornals and say Fornals because the same situation, but we can't use that for every single situation. Because
I think for me, the price is an issue for me for Vlasic, and what I would describe him as is nice and tidy, which is a good compliment. He doesn't lose the ball very often. It's just that I think what Mitchell and perhaps I agree is that we just want a little bit extra at the end in terms of perhaps more creativity, a goal here and there. And let's see how things could change next season. I can't see us selling him this quick. So a kind of what do you call it, a summer with the club and go again next year and see how he do. But he certainly looks like to be a good individual. He's not a troublemaker. He's fairly fit.
Hard worker as well, to be fair. So,
yeah, and he'll be handy in Europa. So let's see where we go. I think
the problem is with the Vlasic thing is that when what John said about the price tag, that does bother me a little bit when we're spending £30+ million out of a player when we need other players in other positions. Fair enough, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. He's only paid what someone's prepared to pay for him at the end of the day. But you have to sort of justify your price tag. And when, no disrespect to Lanzini, but Lanzini was finished at the start of the season. Everyone said he needed to be sold. He weren't cutting it. And Lanzini was getting in front of him. And that, to me, your £30 million player shouldn't be sitting on the bench and Lanzini's getting in front of you.
But the same, I know what you mean, James. But the same point to say, there's like I said, is that one, it's a brand new league, so he has to adapt. He has to adapt to it's more physical and more fast tempo than he's used to. And two, what was the other one I was going to say? Yeah, and the other side of it is that £30 million is an average price for a player nowadays. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
is it for someone that hasn't really shown much previously?
Is a prime example of what I'm talking about. Chris Wood, £25 million to Newcastle from Burnley, the highest amount ever for a player of his age.
Yeah, but I think that's bad. I think that's just not right.
Yeah, but is that bad business?
It's the average price for a player in the Premier League now.
See, I just want to say this quickly before we carry on with the first. What Mandy G was saying there about Newcastle's price is shortening. It will shorten. Like West Ham's price has gone out because I just don't think he comes to West Ham. I think it will be a Newcastle job. So if you want to bet, get on Newcastle to get Lingard. I don't believe he comes to us.
Just to prove you wrong, James, we're going to jump on now and bet West Ham. How about
that? Well, you lose your money, son. We can't even get Coletta Card done, mate. So what chance we got to get Lingard done? You know what I mean? No, going back to the Vlasic thing, I understand that, but when you look at, we're going after Lingard all summer, keep going, nothing. Then eventually we sort of look at it and go, right, we ain't getting Lingard now. We're going to have to go for someone. For me, I just think it was a panic buy all over the place. There was no links to Vlasic. It was only like, oh, we're going to sign Vlasic now because he's had a good Euros, so to speak. Do you know what I mean? And for me, where does he fit? That's another question. Like, is he a starter for West Ham? Like, for me, don't get in front of Bowen. Don't get in front of Benny, in my opinion. I think Benny's a better player, better on the ball. He's more creative than him. Then you've got the number 10 role. Now, Pablo Fornals is everyone's favourite son. He's not my cup of tea. I've got to admit. I'm a bit up and down with Pablo. Sometimes I think he can be a very, very good player. And other times, I think he can go missing. And just
had a hot and cold season, don't you think, James?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
so where does Vlasic really fit in? Now, if Lingard does sign, for instance, then that puts him down the pecking order even more. So to me, I just don't understand. that the Vlasic one, and even the Krell one. The Krell, and we'll speak about the Krell one if you want. Alex Krell has come to his club and not played 1 minute of Premier League football other than coming on as a sub against Watford.
Yeah, $4 million loan fee. Yeah,
and even at the Euros, I said this is not a player we need. He was shocking in the Euros. Absolutely awful.
Yeah, he was poor. Yeah,
and everyone's going, no, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. He's going to be brilliant. No, look at Soufal. Look at Soucek. And do you know what I mean? It's just like it's.
Look at them two this season, for example. Them two have dropped off massively.
Yeah, what do you think of Soucek, Mitch?
Well, for me,
please don't. I don't, mate, James.
It's a good thing we're not sitting in the pub because I would have ducked like that.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good thing I ain't got a pint.
Not for me.
Don't make me cry, James. Don't bring this up.
Mate.
This transfer is enough for me, and today's enough for me.
Mate, I've got it all tonight, mate. I've got to do a show later on tonight with you and Affers and all the boys, and freaking hell, that'd be funny.
I mean, we're going to close this one off at 5, and then in that hour, I might do a few rum and cokes, mate, before part 2.
Do you know what, mate? I envy you guys. I've still got another. It's like the transfer window for me, mate. Another 6 hours, 19 minutes to go until I can have a freaking drink.
You do,
Well, mate.
you done well. You done well. I did it for 2 weeks and gave up. Done all right.
Yeah, I can't give up, mate. You know what I mean? I should be like our owners. Our owners should take a leaf out my book. Don't give up on transfers and just sign the players.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Krell, again, 4 million loan fee gone down the drain. Areola, there's a couple of million loan fee in there somewhere, plus salaries.
I
And something we
really
ain't
hope he
talked about
signs at the end
tonight.
of the season. I really hope he signs right at the end of the season.
Who? Oh, Areola, 100%.
Areola,
100%.
yeah.
It looks like he's going to be our starter now. Considering he's starting next game, looks tidy. He could be our. I really hope
If
he
you obviously
starts.
if you start the FA Cup game against Kidderminster as well for that matter, so two
I
starts.
don't know. I don't think he will. I think
I reckon
Fabianski
he
might
will.
now. I think Fabianski might. I hope Fabianski does, so that Areola can actually take that role on as the first team goalkeeper now.
Tell you
The
what,
Crown
that's
one,
a big,
I don't think he's.
that's a
enough.
big transfer in the summer.
It is.
If they
It is,
don't-
but we
if they
should
don't
get it.
get
He's
Areola
cheap
in-
as well. 12 million. He's
Yeah.
so cheap. Like I think we could even pay 30 million for him. I'd be happy.
You know what's going to
12
happen?
million still.
Newcastle are going to sign him. You know what's going to happen? Simple as that.
Imagine that. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't get
Newcastle are.
I don't get worried. I haven't got rid of Yarmolenko and Masuaku. They offer completely nothing when they come on, and if anything, probably make it the attacks worse. And it's just scary when we've got them on because we just ain't going to nick it unless they produce some magic, which is very unlikely. We've got more of a chance of winning the game with the players we've got on the pitch, I think. So for them bringing on, I never get it. I'd rather just bring on youth players.
Masuaku makes me laugh, man, because you can see he's trying to repeat the Chelsea game every single time he comes on.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree,
he
mate,
is.
yeah.
You see he's trying it
Right,
every
mate.
time.
And it's going to cost us £16 million or something in wages for the next 6 months to keep him. Imagine that if we got him for a wage bill, it would have been a massive boost in terms of like signing players. Obviously, I know apparently the funds ain't the problem, but still though, if it was a problem, then I think we should have definitely got rid of Yarmo Masuaku this window. And
Well,
that
was
man,
the plan.
that
That was the plan
donkey
ages
called
ago to
Diop.
get rid of them. Yeah, that was the plan to get rid of those two straight away. Both just
It was,
get rid of those wingers. And
Where
But
do you
then surely
think
the budget can't be the problem because if it was, then we would have got rid of him.
Actually, going back to Dele Alli, very similar to kind of Lampard in terms of getting into the box when he's prime Dele Alli. So yeah, Lampard probably the right person to get something out of him.
Yeah,
No.
good point.
Where do you think we're finished, John? If we don't sign no one,
I've been saying it all season. Top 10. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. It will make a bit of a difference, bearing in mind that we're a couple of players short that we were this time last year. But in terms of the overall season, I still think we'll finish top 10. I've been saying it right from the start. It'd be nice, of course, to finish as we talked about earlier. I said at the start of the season would be nice to finish fifth because we finished sixth beforehand. But yeah, no, I still think we'll be comfortable at the end of the season, just not anywhere near what most people hope. Unfortunately,
think we get seventh.
It'll be close. You'll be able to notice it more once all the games everyone's caught up with each other. That's the fucking annoying thing about it is teams having games in hand. I know it's not points on the board and everything, but once everybody's played the same amount of games, that's when you can really start to see where everyone's going to finish the table.
They fiddled it, JP. Tottenham can clearly see what they need to do now, which is a certain advantage. You saw that at Leicester.
Yeah.
Arsenal have done it in a way where every time
Burnley as well. Burnley.
Arsenal's games to be confirmed are Liverpool, Spurs, all the big ones. So they kept playing all the crappy teams. They had all these cheeky little teams that they had a little idea of how to fiddle it a bit. Yeah.
Lauren, we won't sign anyone, girl. If I'm honest.
No.
If you want me to be truthfully honest, I don't think Lingard comes. I'll be quite shocked if I see Lingard in a West Ham shirt tonight. I will. I just think it's been going on for long enough, and I think Newcastle will not give up the opportunity. Now that Hugo Ekitike has been blown out the question. Nah, I think Lingard will get done.
I still think we've got a good chance, James, and I know as negative as I am, it sounds crazy for me to say that, but I actually do think we've got a decent chance.
Yeah, but do you think though?
We've got a chance for anybody. That's the difference. We've got a chance for anyone. It's just
I actually think we've got a good chance though. Like I actually think it's possible.
I don't get me wrong. I think Lingard wants to come to us, but I just don't think Man United will allow that to happen. Because I just don't see it. Like we've played Man United twice now, right?
Yeah.
So we're not going to
But
play
then
Man United.
would Lingard want to move anyway? But this is the problem. So I think we spoke about it earlier already. But if Lingard wants to move West Ham and Man United say no, we want you to go Newcastle,
Yeah.
and Lingard says no, then Man United will be like, oh fuck, we're gonna have a player here for 6 months.
I'll tell you what it'd be.
Who's going to be on the wage?
I'll tell you
Who's going to be
exactly
on the wage bill?
Yeah, but
And his
I
contract's
think
be ended. Like,
I think what would happen with that is that if that is the case, yeah, I feel that in the summer he will come to us. If that is the case, if he says, right, I'm not going to go to Newcastle, I'll stay here. Because let's be honest, Lingard holds all the keys at the minute. Like he can just wait till the summer and be a free agent.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
But
so
Man
I just
United
don't.
can still push them to Newcastle. They can still do it.
Yeah, and they could do that, and all they could just say, you know what, and Lingard, they could turn around and say to him, right, you need to play football because he's got the World Cup at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, for me, I just don't see him coming to us. Like I'd like him to come to us. I just can't see it.
It'll be the summer. I generally think it'll be the summer. He'll go out, whatever happens, he'll sit on the bench at Man United for 5 months, or he'll go out and play some decent football with Newcastle, and then he'll come to us in the summer. That's what my instincts have been saying all year, all season, I should say, all season.
Yeah, great. We're going to close down. I'm really grateful for everyone who's joined part 1 so far. Part 2 will start at 6 p.m. So we've got time to have a few rum and cokes and a little bit to eat. So closing comments from you three guys before we close out?
Sort some fucking bad.
Typical West Ham January, isn't it? Typical West Ham January.
Yeah, yeah. Again, thank you for everyone watching. James been brilliant. JP, great to see you again, mate.
You too,
thanks a lot. And Naughty Mitch, join again. Yeah, join me in the evening if you're mad enough, mate. So we'll be back on
more like you if you're angry enough is nearer the point, isn't it?
Oh, mate, let's see what the rum and coke brings out of me. So yeah, I'll be back on at 6 p.m. Again, more than welcome to join again with the link. So thank you, and yeah, take care. Catch up soon.
See you guys.
Come on, you irons.